A man was fleeing down a dark alley, reaching a dead end to catch his breath, believing for a single moment he was safe, but a glowing blade appeared at his throat, held by a shadowy figure from behind. He desperately offered all his money, but the only response was a cold command. This scene then shifts to a sleepy student, Aragi Kai, who lives a double life as an assassin. He arrived at the high school building, blending into the morning classroom chatter, his expression completely detached and bored. As he entered, whispers began to follow him, and the popular class president Midu Shuji offered a warm greeting, but Kai's reply was curt as he immediately slumped onto his desk to sleep. A classmate, Nagase Renas, scoffed at his rudeness, though Shuji tried his best to calm her down. She remained completely unimpressed by his excuses, just as another intimidating student arrived, making Rena even more visibly annoyed. This was Arashi Shunsuke, a notorious gang leader, who received respectful greetings from the others, his eyes sweeping across the entire room. Before landing on the sleeping Kai with a sharp glare, Arashi Shunsuke loomed over the desk shouting, but Kai remained completely and utterly asleep, which infuriated the gang leader even more. He reached out a hand to grab him, yanking Kai's head up with sudden violence, but his own expression turned to pure shock. Kai let out a massive sleepy yawn, his eyes snapping open as he gripped Arashi's wrist. The gang leader tried to pull away from him, but Kai's hold was like a powerful steel trap, and he calmly asked if Arashi was stuck. Arashi finally wrenched his hand free with a click of his tongue, but a new voice suddenly cut through the tension. It was Kanzaki Kai's, the school's most beautiful girl, and Arashi immediately turned his anger toward her. Just then another girl decided to step forward, Hashimoto Mayuri of the discipline committee. A third student, Narumi Yashia, told her to back off, but Arashi's attention went back to Kai, who was asleep again. Furious, he kicked the desk with all his might, drawing the immediate attention of the whole class. Kanzaki Rin simply watched the chaos unfold while all the other students continued their arguments. This was Shinzo High First Year Class 2, a classroom full of problems where our boy just wanted to sleep. But through all the chaos, Kai remained fast asleep until a strange sensation stirred him from his slumber. A strange light emanated from under Midu's desk, erupting into a massive glowing magic circle, and the students cried out in their confusion as the light intensified right beneath their feet. The entire classroom was engulfed in blinding energy, leaving everyone completely stunned and terrified. Shuji immediately tried to organize an evacuation, but Kai knew that it was already far too late. The light from the circle exploded outwards, and in the very next moment everyone was unconscious. Kai was the first to stir from the darkness, finding himself in a strange, unfamiliar stone hall, recalling the white light that had swallowed them all, and soon the other students began to wake up. Panic and confusion quickly spread through the group, but Shuji once again stepped up to take control. Kai observed him, noting his leadership was a good thing, but Arashi Shunsuke had a very different idea, deciding to investigate on his own with his lackeys. Just as they moved, Kai's voice told him to wait because he could hear footsteps approaching the door. Arashi and his crew were shocked by this news, and Kai specified there were 2 people on the other side. The giant doors then cracked open with a blinding light, revealing 2 robed individuals stepping from the glow. And the woman smiled, calling them hero candidates. The students were baffled, wondering about the cosplay. Kai analyzed the man, seeing a trained swordsman, while the woman appeared physically unremarkable. She introduced herself as Leonora, an archbishop, and her knight Gaius. One of Arashi's lackeys accused them of lying, but Leonora calmly acknowledged their confusion. Shuji stepped forward to apologize for the interruption, asking if she could explain what had happened to them. Leonora smiled, confirming that was why she was here. As she prepared to tell them the truth of their situation, revealing they were summoned to defeat a demon king. Shuji found this hard to believe, while the lackey called it nonsense. Gaius the knight exploded with anger, demanding respect, but the student just threatened him right back. The knight decided it was time to teach the boy a lesson, and Kai noted Leonora was letting this happen. The student charged forward, ready to fight the old man, and Kai silently acknowledged his reckless bravery. The boy thought he could win if he just dodged, but Gaius believed it was better for him to be unarmed. The knight's sword flashed in a single instant, and the student was left stunned, not even seeing the blade. Leonora calmly told Gaius that was enough apologizing for her knight's aggressive display. She promised to explain their new reality as Kai listened with a completely stoic expression. But her eyes suddenly began to glow with power as the injured student glared back, defiantly shocking the rest of the class into a dead silence. She issued a single powerful command: be quiet. She revealed their world was on the brink of extinction, explaining her nation was losing a war against a demon king. They lacked the power to stop the invasion alone, and Kai noted how cliché the entire story sounded. Leonora declared the students were humanity's last hope. Shuji couldn't believe they were expected to fight, and another boy insisted it was impossible for them. This fear was palpable among all the students, with one girl breaking down, begging to go home. But Gaius cut in with a very harsh truth: that there was no way home until the demon king was dead. The students were left in absolute despair. Kai suspected the knight was just trying to motivate them, knowing these ordinary kids lacked any talent for killing. But the injured student got back to his feet, angrily asking if they were just supposed to obey, and he declared he hated people like them the most. Gaius noted the boy's unbroken fighting spirit and considered eliminating the potential troublemaker, but Leonora stepped forward, placing a hand on the student. And with a single word, she cast a healing spell. The boy was stunned as his wound vanished completely while Leonora offered a heartfelt apology for their actions. The other students watched in awe, confused by the light as she explained this power was called the system. She simplified it for them as a form of magic, and Kai realized she knew their culture well. Leonora declared this power was why they were summoned, reaching out towards Shuji with a gentle smile. A sudden flash of energy startled everyone, and a girl cried out as Shuji's hand began to glow. This light solidified into a brilliant sword of energy. Leonora explained they could all wield this power, and she admitted her selfish request had trapped them here. She bowed deeply, pleading for them to lend their strength. But Shuji calmly pointed out they couldn't fight without training, and she agreed, promising her country would care for them. Shuji thought for a moment, then agreed to her terms. He turned to the class, rallying them all to survive, arguing they should cooperate for now to gain protection. The other students were convinced by his sound logic. Leonora thanked them and began granting their divine protection. Arashi Shunsuke received his power explosion, and the other students manifested their own unique abilities. Leonora asked if everyone had received their power, but Kai stepped forward, announcing he was the last one. She apologized and placed a hand on his shoulder, but as she did, a strange power surged through him, and suddenly he could see her entire status screen. She noticed his glowing red eyes, calling it judgment. She explained it was a rare power to see a target's details, so Kai focused, testing out his newfound ability, revealing his own stats and a list of deadly skills. He compared it to a simple game's status screen, his eyes narrowing with a dangerous glint. Just then Arashi lunged forward with an explosion, but Kai dodged the attack with absolute ease. The blast shattered the stone floor where he once stood, and Arashi smirked, taunting him about his power. His lackey mocked Kai, asking if he only got red eyes, as the entire group laughed at his seemingly useless ability. One girl sneered that he got what he deserved, but Kai knew this borrowed power meant nothing because he had plenty of other ways to kill. Leonora told them these powers were their weapons, now smiling as she dismissed them to rest for the day. Later that evening, the students were led to their rooms. Kai decided to gather some intel before bed, overhearing guards complain about their late-night patrol. They mocked the students, calling them useless brats, and doubted they could defeat the Demon King. But Kai was already outside, watching from the shadows, noting the increased security around the castle. He activated his judgment ability to analyze a target, revealing the guards' pathetically low stats. He realized not everyone here could use the system, his mind already processing this new information. He had already mapped out the entire fortified city, noting the guards posted at every single gate. The inner castle was too secure to infiltrate for now, so he found a place to hide when he sensed something: a few of his female classmates in a clearing nearby. One girl was nervous, but the others wanted to practice conjuring a small flame to test her new ability. As they all began to practice, Kai watched from a distance, curious about these so-called divine protections. But a sudden sharp sensation jolted through him, a feeling of intense danger he couldn't explain. At the same time, the girls heard a strange noise, and they all froze, wondering what it could be. A massive reptilian creature emerged from the darkness, and the students could only scream in pure terror. Kai watched from the shadows, analyzing the creature. He immediately activated his judgment ability, revealing the monster's stats were far higher than the guards. The creature let out a terrifying roar, and the girls scattered in a blind panic. It lunged forward with incredible speed as Kai calmly observed its aggressive nature. He noted its simple attack patterns and lack of intelligence. Pulling a hidden blade from his sleeve, with a flick of his wrist, he hurled the knife, and it struck true, drawing the monster's blood. The monster halted, stunned by the sharp pain. Meanwhile, the girls were still trying to escape, but one of them tripped over a rock, crashing hard onto the ground as her friends cried out. She clutched her arm, wincing in pain, and looked up in complete confusion to see the lizardville towering right over her. Her eyes widened in absolute terror as the monster raised its massive foot to crush her. But at the last second, a hand yanked her aside, and she found herself sitting on the monster's head. She looked up, completely bewildered, seeing the creature lying dead on the ground. Her friends rushed to her side, calling her name in relief. The girl stared at the dead monster, wondering who saved her, as her friends finally fled the clearing, and Kai retrieved his bloody knife from the corpse. He realized this world would not be easy to survive, and began to inspect the creature's body, but a sudden sound put him on edge. His eyes darting towards the noise, sensing someone else approaching, he decided to leave. Just then, a mysterious cloaked person appeared and crushed the monster's skull with a single stomp. They mocked the weakness of the hero candidates, but noted that one of them smelled just like them. The next morning, the monster's body was on display. The students stared in shock and fear as Gaius explained it was found near the capital. Shuji listened, intently processing the information, while Arashi looked on with a serious expression. The girl from last night trembled at the memory, and Gaius declared these were the enemies they must fight. A blonde researcher noted traces of demon sorcery as Kai observed from the back of the group. He wondered about this new term sorcery, and another student asked if the monster was controlled. The researcher confirmed that powerful demons can control beasts, but Gaius quickly cut off his technical lecture. Kai watched the researcher, seeing a potential source of intel, but his mind returned to the real problem. His judgment ability had already confirmed it was controlled. The true culprit behind the attack was a demon one so skilled it could be hiding among them right now. A wave of fear rippled through the other students as a menacing presence seemed to mock their terror, but Shuji stood firm, declaring he wasn't afraid. Arashi stepped forward, vowing to kill the demon king. A silver-haired girl reluctantly agreed he was right for once, and the others accepted that fighting was their only choice. But the reality of it all was too much for some. Kai watched, knowing they must learn this harsh truth. Just then, Leonora stepped forward to calm them, telling them they just need to train their new powers. As hero candidates, their growth would be extraordinary. A week passed and the students began their training. Kai spent his time in the library, easily reading the texts, occasionally glancing out the window to see his classmates sparring in the courtyard. His judgment skill was deemed unfit for combat, so Leonora sent him to study, much to his classmates' amusement. But he found the books only covered basic history, while outside the others honed their battle skills. Kai watched from a distance, noting their growth rate. Each student showed off their unique powers, but Kai knew one was growing faster than the rest as a sword flew through the air with a cry of pain, landing hard in the training grounds. A knight surrendered, admitting Shuji had surpassed him, but Shuji humbly thanked him for the guidance. From the shadows, Kai's eyes glowed red, his judgment revealing Shuji's stats had skyrocketed. This growth was impossibly fast even for a genius. Just then Arashi and his group walked by, and a few of them spotted Kai, mocking him for watching. He stared back, unimpressed by their usual taunts, while a blonde student smirked, feeling looked down upon. Two girls watched, thinking power had made them arrogant. One of the bullies got right in Kai's face, shoving him hard against the wall, and Kai fell to the ground. The bully feigned concern, asking if he was okay, but suddenly found himself on the ground instead. Arashi told him to stop, sensing someone's approach, and Leonora appeared in the archway. Kai watched as she entered the courtyard, observing the students practicing their knife skills. She gave a gentle, knowing smile, announcing their growth had exceeded her expectations. The students questioned Leonora's plans, but she revealed their next step was fighting monsters. This news sent a wave of fear through the group, and even Kai seemed a little uneasy. They were led deep into a forest for the drill. Where Gaius explained the terrain forced them to split up. Leonora ordered them to form small teams of 2 or 3. Shuji was immediately swarmed by eager teammates, and Arashi's followers quickly gathered around him. The other students reluctantly paired off until Gaius noticed 2 were still alone: Kai and a blonde girl in a red dress. She realized the others were too scared to team with her, leaving her no choice but to partner with Kai. He recognized her as Kanzaki Rin, a proud girl whose eyes burned with a fierce determination. She caught him staring and demanded to know why, but he simply brushed it off. To motivate them, Leonora announced a surprise reward, and with that the combat drill officially began. Kai and Rin headed into the woods, keeping their distance, and she immediately boasted about her superior power, telling Kai to just stay out of her way. His easy compliance seemed to annoy her even more, but Kai's true plan was to observe her in action. Kai sensed 4 presences surrounding them, and a small goblin-like creature emerged from the trees, startling Rin as she saw her first real monster. The creature let out a shriek and charged forward, but Rin unleashed her power, ordering it to bow. A pink aura enveloped the monster, stopping it cold as Kai watched with his piercing purple eyes. He recognized her ability as domination, a divine protection. Rin noted there were still more monsters nearby and continued to toy with her captive, forcing it to disarm. But the effort was already taking a toll on her, and Kai told her to just kill it and move on. She hesitated, seeing the creature cry like a human, but Kai reminded her it was an enemy that tried to kill them. Rin reluctantly agreed, though her face showed doubt. He clenched his fist, thinking she was still too naive, and wondered if she could make the hard choices. Just then more goblins appeared from the brush, and the 2 students found themselves surrounded. Kai calmly stated the obvious, annoying Rin, who unleashed her power on the entire group. She struggled under the strain, and Kai asked for her plan. So she demanded his help, but he just threw her words back at her. Cornered and furious, she finally made a decision, ordering the monsters to destroy themselves. The goblins screamed in agony under her control, turning on each other in a brutal display, leaving Rin exhausted but victorious. Kai noted the limits of her power, but Rin was horrified by the reality of killing. He reminded her they were enemies who attacked first, and survival means eliminating all threats. She questioned his composure, pointing out his lack of power, but he just shrugged it off, checking the body for loot. He then asked if she wanted to continue or turn back, and her pride wouldn't let her quit now. She declared they were moving on, and Kai saw through her bravado, wondering how the others were faring. Meanwhile, other students were running for their lives, panicking as they realized the monsters were stronger than promised. They were forced to a sudden stop, deciding to combine their attacks in a desperate move. A powerful blast of wind and rock magic flew forward, striking its target with a massive impact, but a massive armored bear emerged from the smoke. The students were frozen in terror, realizing this was bad as the beast glared down at them, ready to attack. Back with Rin, her resolve hardened. She had to get home. She thought of her grandfather, who she needed to see again, and that thought fueled her determination to survive. Rin worried they would get lost in the woods, but Kai warned her not to underestimate the forest. She snapped back, telling him to just shut up, and fumed silently about his cocky attitude. He continued walking without another word until she caught him staring at her again. Just then a familiar voice cried out for help, and Kai realized another student was in trouble. Rin immediately decided to help her, a reaction Kai found surprisingly kind. She glared back, annoyed by his condescending tone. They found the student Hashimoto injured on the ground while her teammate Aragi panicked beside her. She was hurt, urging him to run and save himself, but he refused to abandon his friend. As the massive armored bear monster loomed over them, at the last second Rin's domination power froze its attack, saving them both from a fatal blow. Kai observed from a distance, analyzing the situation, noting her power's varied effects on different targets. Aragi confirmed Hashimoto was alive but badly hurt. Kai ordered him to carry her and escape immediately, but Aragi insisted he could still help fight. A glance at his injured friend changed his mind, and he fled with Hashimoto, leaving the monster to Kai and Rin. Kai began his analysis of the situation, identifying the armored bear as the main problem and activating his unique skill judgment. A status window appeared before him detailing the monster's incredibly high defense, so he concluded his own attacks would be useless and wondered about its mutant species designation. At that moment, Rin cried out as her power failed, and the monster broke free from her control with a roar, so Kai told her it was time for them to run. She agreed, trying to get to her feet, but stumbled and fell to the ground, her legs completely giving out from exhaustion. As the monster's massive foot descended upon her, Kai realized he was completely out of time. He pulled the pin on a smoke grenade, instantly blanketing the area in a thick cloud, and as Kai watched his plan unfold, he scooped the surprised Rin into his arms, quickly telling her to be quiet as they took cover behind a nearby tree. She asked him what the smoke was, and he jokingly claimed he made it himself, then revealed his secret assassin gear, but her apology only left him confused. Rin admitted she insisted on helping them and awkwardly offered him her thanks. Kai teased her about being so meek, which only made her more flustered. He asked for their next move because the monster seemed distracted now, its eyes scanning the forest for a new threat. Just then another group of students appeared, their leader activating his glowing sword skill. He stood firm against the roaring beast, but the monster suddenly turned and fled. This student gave chase immediately as the monster howled in the distance. He tightened his grip, ready to finish it, and unleashed a powerful arcing slash. His blade cut through the monster's tough armor, but he was shocked by its incredible durability. His teammate warned him to get back, unleashing a torrent of flames on the beast. The monster was engulfed in the fiery blast, and she taunted it, confident in her power. The leader praised Rina for her well-timed assist, but the armored bear was still standing, its eyes burning with pure, unyielding rage. Rina stared in disbelief, her attack having failed. The leader told Rina to calm herself, assuring her the attack had slowed the beast. He rallied his team to finish it together, and the two girls agreed with new determination. This trio coordinated their assault on the bear while a hidden observer smirked from the shadows, revealing himself as an assassin named Delphis. He was impressed by the students' quick growth, especially the boy leading the charge. This was a scouting mission, but now he'd end them here. The student leader screamed, unleashing a final slash. And the monster roared in agony from the wound. He declared it was time to end this as he drove his glowing sword through the beast. The assassin mused on the biggest mistake one can make, watching the students celebrate their victory. This mistake, he thought, is believing your enemy is dead, just as he felt a cold blade press against his throat. Kai had appeared from nowhere, holding him hostage. With glowing red eyes, Kai said his parents taught him that the most dangerous moment is when you kill your enemy. Delphi stood frozen, completely caught off guard, wondering how anyone could have gotten behind him. He dismissed the thought, focusing on how to escape, but a sudden spray of red filled the air. Delphi's collapsed, his legs suddenly gone, and Kai warned him to stay quiet, dragging him deeper into the woods for interrogation. Kai revealed he was a shadow from another world, but the assassin just gritted his teeth in defiance. Kai recalled the strange presence he felt earlier, confirming his suspicion that someone was watching. Delphis realized he was lured into a trap as Kai explained his need for information on the demons. The assassin scoffed, refusing to cooperate, so Kai applied a bit of pressure, causing the assassin to scream in agony. He gave him one last chance to talk, but Delphis warned him not to underestimate a demon. He bit down hard on something in his mouth, a move that caught Kai completely off guard. Purple foam spewed from the assassin's mouth, his eyes rolling back as the poison took hold. Kai realized the assassin had poison with him, a plan that proved how disciplined his enemies were. Suddenly, a system window flickered into view, and Rin appeared, shocked by the fallen assassin. His eyes glowed as he turned to face her, the two of them standing over the defeated foe, and he asked how long she'd been watching him. Rin stammered, asking how he knew the man was there, and Kai revealed he was an assassin from the Demon King's army. He explained the armored bear was just a pawn, and Rin realized they were being actively hunted. Kai stated the obvious, that they'd target hero candidates. She pressed him, asking how he noticed the assassin, and he decided there was no point in hiding it. He revealed his family is in the assassination business, a confession that left Rin completely stunned, but he told her the body on the ground was proof. She stared, completely speechless at the revelation. Kai warned her to keep this a secret, explaining the class was already shaken. Rin reluctantly agreed to his demand. She was surprised he cared about the others, but he said they aren't used to fighting. His eyes narrowed with a cold, calculating look, thinking her domination skill might be useful later. Meanwhile, the other students gathered around their friend. A healer named Hano Shiori used her divine skill, pouring a golden light into the wounded girl's body. The rest of the class watched with bated breath, and Hano estimated she'd be healed in an hour. The student leader sighed in relief at the news. His teammates praised his strength, but he gave them credit. Kai stood apart from the group, his expression unreadable and distant until a classmate's nervous stare caught his eye. Suddenly, a voice called out to everyone as two instructors finally made their appearance. The student leader recognized them as Leonora and Gaia's, and another student angrily asked where they had been. Gaia's revealed his job was simply to observe them, stating it's not good practice to save them every time. The leader confronted him as a classmate nearly died, but Gaia's coldly called it a part of military drills. He told them to stop their feeble complaints. The leader argued back, questioning the strong monster, and Leonora revealed the true cause was a demon assassin. The students were stunned by the revelation as she explained the bear was a scout for the enemy. Gaia's concluded the assassin must still be hiding nearby, so Leonora announced their training would intensify. The students looked on in disbelief, one of them complaining it was already too tough while another feared they were all going to be killed. The leader protested, saying everyone was shaken. But Leonora stated they'll die if they don't get stronger. Her harsh words left him completely stunned, and another student finally exploded with frustration. Gaia's told the furious student he would make it simple, declaring they are all just pawns for Leonora-sama. This revelation left the entire class completely stunned, but the student leader held his enraged classmate back, who demanded to know why he was so calm about this. The leader explained they simply had no other choice, and Gaia's praised his understanding of the situation. The hot-headed student just smirked at the threat, then lunged forward with a roar ready for a fight. Gaia's met his challenge with a furious glare as the student unleashed a destructive blast skill, causing a massive explosion to erupt from the ground. He stood confidently in the swirling dust, calling the instructor's power pathetic, but Gaia's appeared behind him in a flash of blue energy, and the student turned in utter shock. The instructor struck with overwhelming speed, landing a devastating blow to the student's face. He was sent flying across the field, and Gaia's coldly stated this was their current power level. He warned them to prepare for even tougher training. His friends rushed to help the fallen student Arashi, who glared after the instructors, vowing revenge. The next day, the students gathered for their new drill, where a researcher named Steady took charge. Steady asked about their injuries from yesterday, and the wounded girl confirmed she was fully healed, pointing out the idiot, who also got hurt, and Arashi just scoffed in annoyance. Steady was relieved to hear they had a healer. He then introduced his research facility, and the student leader asked if monsters were inside. Steady just pushed up his glasses with a smile, saying he would just show them as the doors opened, revealing caged goblins snarling inside. Next, they saw a vicious lizardvole followed by a hulking, drooling ogre. This sight left some students terrified, as Steady explained they were for his experiments. Leonora confirmed the lab was perfect for their training, and Steady admitted he gets valuable combat data from it. The students looked on nervously at the caged beasts, and with that the combat drills began. Kai watched from the sidelines, observing his classmates, noting they seemed calmer after yesterday's fight, but he could still sense their underlying fear just as one of the students was slammed to the ground. She struggled to her feet, clearly hurt, as the massive monster prepared another attack. The student leader yelled that the beast was too strong, but Steady disagreed, saying Leonora ordered this, and told the leader he was mistaken about something, as Leonora scoffed that hero candidates shouldn't be so weak. Her condescending tone infuriated Arashi, while another student unleashed a powerful fire spell, her will manifesting as a fiery beast. Steady lectured them, claiming only fear held them back, but the student leader doubted it was that simple. Steady explained leveling up their skills unlocks new powers, then turned his attention to a student named Midu, and the student leader asked Kai if something was wrong. Kai's eye glowed, announcing he detected a new skill, a new divine protection for the student leader. The leader, eager to test it, asked for permission and stepped into the arena to face the beast. He activated his sword of evil, crushing, combining it with a monster kamikaze attack. The monster hesitated, and the leader taunted it, declaring he wouldn't show any mercy. He brought his glowing blade down with immense force, but the monster raised its arm to block the strike. The sword sliced clean through its arm, causing the beast to roar in agony. With a final shout, he pushed his attack forward, cleaving the monster's head in two. Kai watched from afar as the leader stood victorious, wondering if his own skills had also leveled up. He scanned the crowd again, detecting another new power, and saw Arashi had awakened a landmine divine protection. Kai just smirked, deciding to keep this to himself. He realized he couldn't rely on his old techniques anymore. That night, under a crescent moon, the students gathered to discuss their next move. A classmate named Narumi asked Arashi if he was serious, as Arashi vowed to kill Gaia's and capture Leonora. The others rallied behind him, ready to fight. Arashi turned to Narumi, asking him to join their cause, but Narumi questioned their chances of winning, admitting that killing people still felt wrong, but a flashback to the brutal bear attack changed his mind. With new resolve, Narumi agreed to join the rebellion. The next day, training continued on the field as the student leader practiced with his glowing sword. Kai watched him from the edge of the forest, then approached, complimenting his hard work. Leader Shinju said he still needs to get stronger. Kai thought Shinju could already beat half the knights, but Shinju declared he needed power to protect everyone. Kai then asked what he really thought of their instructors. Shinju believed they were pawns but safe if they obeyed. Kai asked if he'd risk everything to defeat the Demon King, and Shinju confirmed his resolve was absolute, vowing to become the hero and fight alone, a plan to negotiate for everyone else's safety. Kai doubted Leonora would accept such a deal. But Shinju declared his sword would force her to agree. Just then Leonora appeared with an old advisor and Steady rushed over to greet them eagerly. Leonora put him in charge while she was away. A nearby student questioned where she was going and Leonora explained she'd be gone for a few days. With that, she and the advisor began to depart, leaving the students behind on the field. Steady watched them go with a sinister smirk. In a carriage, the advisor questioned her decision, but Leonora feigned ignorance about his concern. He warned her that Arashi was planning something, but she just calmly sipped from her cup, correctly guessing it was a rebellion against them. The advisor asked what her plan was, but she was curious to see what they would do. He worried they might actually try to fight back, but Leonora dismissed the thought entirely, declaring they could never defeat her. The advisor then smirked, seeing an opportunity. His words sparked an idea for Leonora. She would use the rebellion to crush their spirits for good. She noted other suspicious activities but ignored them. Later that night, under a full moon, Kai trained alone in the dark forest, his expression cold and determined. He plunged his blade into a monster's skull, then calmly walked away from the fallen beast. Activating his judgment skill, he analyzed his performance, and a status screen revealed his skills had leveled up. He recalled fighting the demon assassin, but a sudden noise put him on high alert. A massive pink-skinned beast charged through the trees, smashing the ground where he just stood. Kai quickly identified the new threat as an ogre. The monster let out a furious, drooling roar as Kai prepared a set of bladed claws. He hurled the sharp projectiles at the beast, but they bounced harmlessly off its tough hide. He was stunned. His attack didn't even pierce its skin, seeing this as the perfect chance to test a new power. With glowing red eyes, he activated weak point detection, revealing a glowing blue spot on the ogre's shoulder. He kicked off the ground, launching into the air, and aimed his next attack at the glowing weak spot. His dagger found its mark, sinking deep into the shoulder, and the massive beast fell to the ground defeated. He now understood his new skill, weak point detection, but knew it wasn't enough to survive this world. His hand clenched into a determined fist, his resolve hardening as he vowed to grow even stronger. Just then a pack of goblins charged from the trees and he activated his skill once more, revealing all their vulnerabilities in a flash of red light. With his glowing blade drawn, he prepared to attack. Slicing through their ranks with perfect precision, in moments the entire pack lay defeated at his feet. He realized the skill was less useful on standard monsters, deciding he needed a more challenging opponent. But a sudden sound put him on alert. Human footsteps. A lone silhouette emerged from the darkness, and it was a girl from his class calling him Shinju. He recognized her as Kanzaki and questioned her presence. She said she was looking for him, worried he was gone, and he immediately warned her to leave the forest. Kanzaki retorted that she should be saying that to him, but he insisted he was used to the dark unlike her. Frustrated, she demanded to know what he was doing. Kai calmly revealed he was testing his new divine protection, leaving Kanzaki stunned by the revelation. Kanzaki recalled Steady's words about new powers and asked what kind of divine protection he received. Kai turned away coldly, asking why he would tell her, which made her furious, shouting she was worried. He seemed genuinely surprised she'd worry about him. She got flustered, claiming she didn't really mean it. He told her to head back while he finished training, but Kanzaki insisted on staying with him, her gaze fixed and unwavering. Suddenly she spotted smoke in the distance. In the direction of the dorms, a building was in flames, and the scene cut to goblins before the inferno as other monsters terrorized the students. A massive red beast roared with fury, sending a terrified girl running for her life. The monster closed in, ready to strike her down, but a flash of blue light intercepted the attack. A red-haired student stood guard with a glowing sword, checking on the girl he had just saved. But their relief was short-lived as more goblins appeared and he realized the horde was still coming. The goblins charged through the fiery chaos right as a pink-haired girl appeared, annoyed by the noise. The boy told her to focus as they prepared to fight. Meanwhile, Kai and Kanzaki raced towards the burning village. They arrived to find the dorms engulfed in flames, and a classmate spotted them, relieved they were okay. But he had no answers, just chaos and monsters. Kai immediately deduced this was a planned attack, and a voice from above praised his sharp mind, revealing Steady perched on a wall looking down. The pieces clicked into place for Kai as he accused Steady of orchestrating the invasion. Steady admitted it, calling them his cute little guinea pigs, and Kai demanded to know why he was targeting them. Steady calmly explained it was an order from his superiors, and Kanzaki immediately suspected Leonora was behind it. But Steady just scoffed at the idea. Revealing his true master is the Demon King himself. The other student shouted in disbelief Steady was a traitor. He confirmed it promised a research position for his loyalty. Kai looked on, disgusted by his obsession with monsters, but Steady ranted about humanity's ignorance, all while the battle raged on below. He stood atop a tower flanked by powerful beasts, giving a simple, chilling command to his creations, and the monsters immediately closed in on the students. Kai shouted a warning to Kanzaki, who was ready to fight. Suddenly, a purple energy wave erupted from someone's hand, stopping the charging monsters in their tracks. But Steady just smirked, saying it was useless, commanding his monsters to reawaken, and their eyes flashed with a sinister light. Kanzaki couldn't believe what she was seeing. Steady boasted about his control over them and sent the horde charging at Kanzaki. But Kai stepped in front of her dagger, ready cutting down the first goblin in a flash, then carved a path through the monster ranks. Steady just laughed, promising there was more to come. As a new wave of beasts surrounded our boy, but he held his ground unflinching. His blade glowed as he cut down another foe, plunging his dagger into a reptilian beast, narrowly dodging a strike from a massive brute and countered with a swift spinning slash. The beast roared in pain from the blow just as the red-haired student landed a flying kick and Kai stood ready for the next wave. But the horde just kept on coming. The other student watched in disbelief, knowing Kai shouldn't be this powerful. That's when Kai activated his judgment skill, and a status screen revealed Steady's true nature. He was a half-demon with a superior domination skill. Steady confirmed his power to control monsters, but annoyed he used his last resort, letting out a piercing whistle from the tower. Kai demanded to know what he had done, but Steady just smirked, promising he'd see soon. Deciding to end this now, something suddenly stopped Kai in his tracks as a pillar of fire erupted from the ground, throwing him back with its sheer force. He looked up, wondering about that power. And from the flames, a red dragon emerged. This massive beast let out a deafening roar while Steady laughed, revealing his trump card. The dragon loomed over the terrified students, smashing a building with a single swipe and sending rubble raining down on them all. Kanzaki froze in terror, seeing no escape, but Kai shoved her out of the way in time. He checked on her as the beast loomed near, telling another student to get her to safety. This dragon prepared for another devastating strike, lunging forward with incredible speed. But Kai's skill activated, revealing a core, his eyes glowing red as he saw the weak point. He lunged forward, his blade held ready. His dagger met the dragon's tough hide, but its scales were simply too strong to pierce. He realized his attack power wasn't enough and wondered what his next move should be. Just then the red-haired student appeared, activating a powerful destructive blast and landing a direct hit on the beast's head. He laughed, mocking the stunned dragon, but his victory was very short-lived. As the beast retaliated with a blast of fire, he was sent flying, engulfed in the inferno, and Kai noted he had let his guard down. This fighter clutched his arm, clearly in pain. Kai approached him, calling out his name, Arashi, and proposed they fight the dragon together. The massive beast loomed over them both, but Arashi scoffed at the very idea, so Kai explained he could find weak points, though Arashi refused to team up with the weak. But Kai sensed the dragon was about to attack, and the beast charged with a wave of fire. Both of them leaped back to dodge the assault. The dragon began to gather energy in its mouth, and Arashi stared in disbelief at its power as it unleashed a devastating fire breath. Arashi screamed, caught in the fiery blast, the dragon looming over his wounded form, so Kai challenged him to fight it alone now. But Arashi swallowed his pride, demanding the weak point. Kai revealed a single inverted scale on its neck, a glowing diamond-shaped flaw on its throat. He proposed a plan where he'd be the decoy, and Arashi grinned, ready for a real fight. Up above, Steady grew impatient with their planning, screaming for his dragon to finish them off. The beast roared, obeying its master's command, and lunged forward in a storm of claws. This unlikely duo stood their ground together as the massive beast roared down upon them. Kai sprang into action, setting the plan in motion, and its massive eye locked right onto him as he drew its full attention with a shout. He leaped onto a wall, pulling its gaze upward, and the dragon opened its massive jaws, ready to swallow its target whole. He screamed the signal, Arashi, who was already charging, shouting, "I know." His fist glowed with destructive energy, unleashing his blast right at the target. The beast roared in agony as the attack landed. The dragon writhed in pain from the direct hit, and Steady watched from the tower in disbelief while Arashi boasted that it was an easy fight. But Kai pointed out how battered he looked, then turned to Steady, asking if he would give up. Steady stammered, claiming he had monsters left, but a look at the battlefield told another story. The rest of his horde had already been defeated, cut down, while he was distracted by the dragon. Another student and his party stepped forward, realizing he'd lost Steady, cursed, and tried to flee, but two more students appeared to block his escape. One of them stomped down, activating a skill, and Steady was caught completely off guard as a torrent of water erupted from below, trapping him inside a swirling vortex. A blade was pressed to his throat, his escape cut off. Kai told him they'd wasted enough time fighting, and Steady immediately begged for his life. But then his eyes began to glow with dark energy as the other students watched in confusion. He collapsed into the water, suddenly lifeless. Kai confirmed he was dead, suspecting a curse, and another student agreed it was to prevent betrayal. Kai knew the Demon King's army was still a threat. The day after Steady's attack, the academy stood, but inside the leadership was in disbelief. A white-haired woman feigned shock over the incident, but a student called her out for her poor judgment. She hid a smirk behind her hand, then offered a strange apology to the students. She clarified she just underestimated a weak demon tamer, leaving them all stunned by her arrogance. One girl demanded if they knew he was a spy, and the woman coolly confirmed it was all training. A student erupted, shouting they were nearly killed, but an old man blamed their own carelessness. The students couldn't believe what they were hearing, and Kai admitted it was a harsh lesson. The leaders then moved on to the main topic, announcing a trip to the royal capital. A student asked what the purpose of the visit was, and they were told a parade would reveal the heroes. The woman smiled, saying they were the main event. Later that night, under a full moon, the group made camp on their journey, with students gathered around several fires. One of them noted there were about 30 as Arashi stared intently into the flames, clarifying he'd counted 30 escorting soldiers. He scoffed that the soldiers looked weak, and another student asked what he was getting at. Arashi declared it was their chance for a plan. His companion looked nervous but understood, pointing out how they outnumbered the guards. Arashi grinned, seeing it as proof of their hubris, certain the leaders never expected them to rebel. He decided they would make their move tonight, but from the shadows Kai had been listening, noting the small number of poorly trained soldiers. He knew the leaders were just overconfident. Kai called out to another student, Midu, and approached him asking for a word. As the camp settled down for the night, a group of students gathered in the woods. It was Arashi and his followers ready to move. One of them asked if the others were asleep, and Arashi confirmed it was time to begin, but Midu's party appeared, stopping them. The two groups faced off in the dark clearing. Midu stepped forward, revealing he knew their plan. Arashi furiously demanded to know who snitched, but Midu calmly said he just overheard them. A girl with pink hair called their plan insane, and Arashi snapped back, refusing to be a lapdog. Midu pleaded with him, saying this was too much, but Arashi scoffed, demanding a better plan. Midu revealed his own strategy to become a pawn and force the leaders to guarantee their safety. He believed that with enough power he'd gain leverage, but Arashi dismissed it, wanting only to go home. Midu and his party stood their ground, vowing to stop him. Arashi's group glared back, furious at the opposition. He screamed that they would regret this and unleashed a furious punch at Midu. The blow connected, sending Midu skidding back. Midu was shocked by Arashi's sheer speed. While Arashi was stunned, his attack was blocked. Suddenly, a guard's voice cut through the tension, interrupting their fight at the worst moment. Midu quickly covered, claiming they were just talking, and the guards told them to go to sleep. Midu clicked his tongue, the close call settling nothing. Arashi turned away, calling the whole thing tiresome. Midu watched him go, the standoff unresolved. Arashi seethed, deciding talk was useless with them. Sometime later, they arrived at the royal capital. The students walked through the bustling city streets, and one of them looked around in total awe. Another student just complained about the crowds. Two girls remarked it wasn't as crowded as Tokyo as they were paraded through the main street. A citizen in the crowd looked on in confusion until a herald cleared the road for the heroes. The crowd erupted, realizing who they were seeing. The students walked on, uncomfortable with the fame, while the people cheered for their saviors. Kai gave a reluctant wave, his face unreadable. Arashi and his crew just scowled at the spectacle. Kai noted the people's faith, feeling uneasy, his eyes betraying a deep-seated suspicion. They finally arrived at the magnificent royal castle. A holy knight named Rains welcomed them, and some students enjoyed the luxurious rooms. The girls relaxed in a hot spring, while Arashi's group gorged themselves at a feast. Midu, however, spent his time training, and from a high tower Kai watched over them all. He decided it was time to gather information. He moved through the heavily guarded castle halls. Noting that moving around freely would be risky, he paused at a window, contemplating his next move, and spotted the knight Rains speaking with guards. Kai watched from the shadows, listening in. Rains casually told the guards the students were resting, but a guard questioned if they were truly chosen, worrying their arrival would provoke the Demon King. Another soldier agreed, urging caution. From the bushes, Kai's eyes narrowed at this new threat, but Rains just smiled, certain the heroes would protect them. She dismissed the concern and led her men away. Kai decided he needed more answers in town. He found himself in a loud, crowded tavern, ordering a drink while cloaked to avoid attention. He waited at the bar, listening intently. Nearby patrons were mocking the stupid kids, and Kai realized the church's influence inspired fear. The bartender slammed down his drink, giving Kai the opening to ask for information. He got straight to the point, asking about the followers. The bartender confirmed the country was at war, explaining the Demon King could even seduce humans. These followers had been stirring up trouble, and Kai concluded they were a terrorist group. He left the tavern, walking through the night streets. It all made sense now, their parade was bait. Suddenly, a voice called out his name, and a female classmate ran up asking where he'd been. Kai calmly explained he was gathering information, but she scolded him for venturing out alone. She offered to help him with his investigation, but Kai coldly told her to stay with the others, until he suddenly changed his mind, agreeing to her help. He tasked her with gathering intel from the townspeople, and she happily skipped off to begin her mission. But Kai followed her from a distance, a sinister grin spreading across his hidden face. Later that night, he slipped back into the castle, returning to his room under the cover of darkness. He reflected on his failure, but confirmed a new enemy. Suddenly, a commotion from outside his room made him wonder what was causing the noise. He opened his door to find the hallway filled. One of them rushed over, explaining Kanzaki was gone. Her roommate was the first to notice she was missing, and Kai noted no one realized he was gone too. The student leader Shuji asked if Kai knew anything, but Kai lied, claiming he was asleep the whole time. Shuji seemed to accept his excuse without question. He then rallied the students to search for her outside. A girl with pink hair complained but agreed to go. Kai objected, saying it was too late to search, but he headed out into the night streets anyway. He believed he knew where to start looking, and spotted a strange blue glow on the stones. He found Kanzaki's student ID on the ground and followed a cloaked person into an alley, only to walk straight into an ambush. A cloaked assailant lunged with a sword, but Kai dodged the attack with ease, catching the blade with his bare hand. He turned the weapon against them, taking one down, and the others screamed out in fury. But Kai moved like a blur, striking them down his attacks too fast for them to even see, leaving only one terrified survivor standing. Kai called them out for being completely untrained and demanded to know their true goal. The last attacker was frozen in shock as Kai's eyes glowed, promising to get answers. Meanwhile, in a dark candlelit room, Kanzaki was chained to the wall, captured. But her eyes burned with defiance and her captor mocked her fighting spirit. She screamed that she would never talk, but they just wanted information on the heroes. The captor reached for her clothes and ripped her shirt open to intimidate her. He threatened to break her will completely. But just then, a shadow appeared in the doorway. Kai analyzed the fallen thugs, just normal guys, when two daggers suddenly flew through the air, striking the captors down in an instant. Kanzaki watched in shock as the bodies fell, the last of her assailants collapsing to the floor. Kai turned to her, asking if she was all right, and she recognized him immediately. He quickly broke her chains, telling her to leave. She thanked him, covering herself as he knelt, but his eyes suddenly widened in alarm, and he pulled her behind him just in time. A massive attack crashed down from above, shattering the stone floor with incredible force. Kai leaped back with Kanzaki dodging the blast as a voice remarked on his quick reflexes. A new enemy appeared, vowing to kill the hero, and Kai recognized him as the Holy Knight Reigns. Reigns confirmed his identity, revealing a darker truth. Kai realized the entire capital was compromised, while Reigns promised to hasten the country's demise. The two warriors prepared for a deadly fight. Kai's eye glowed red, activating his analysis skill, revealing Reigns' surprisingly high stats. He noted the knight was a balanced fighter as Reigns glared, ready to strike. Reigns roared and charged forward, swinging his sword down at Kai, but Kai easily sidestepped the attack as the knight's eyes glowed with power. He unleashed a fireball spell, sending a volley of flames hurtling forward. Kai leaped into the air to dodge the magic, his eyes wide with focus, and Reigns mocked him for being trapped midair, but Kai drew a weapon of his own. The knight dismissed the move as useless, enchanting his blade with a burning sword technique, declaring the fight was already over. But a sharp crack echoed through the room, and Kai revealed a modern handgun, firing a shot. Reigns stared in disbelief, a hole in his forehead, and collapsed to the ground, defeated. Kai clicked his tongue in annoyance, lamenting that he had to use a precious bullet. The fallen knight realized his fatal mistake too late. Kanzaki peeked out, asking if that was a gun, and Kai claimed it was just standard assassin gear, but she tearfully thanked him for the rescue. He coldly called it a coincidence, asking about her powers, and she explained the chains had blocked her magic. Kai realized the chains were designed for that and told a relieved Kanzaki they were leaving. She started to explain the plot against their class, but he already knew from an earlier captive. Back in the alley, the last thug begged for his life as Kai held a blade to his throat, demanding answers. The man confessed they were ordered to kill the heroes, and Kai pressed him about Kanzaki's fate. He screamed she was kept alive to be a hostage. As dawn broke, Kai and Kanzaki walked through town. He explained that Reigns' death proved this wasn't a demon, and she was horrified to learn they were fighting humans. Kai scolded her for being careless enough to get tricked, but she retorted her captors were answering questions. She finally admitted she was too reckless, just as a voice called out to them from the street. It was their classmate Midu rushing over. He was overjoyed to see Kanzaki was unharmed and asked if Kai was the one who rescued her. Kai cut him off, saying they had to talk, and Midu's expression turned serious. Their conversation shifted to the Demon King's cult, a group of humans who worship the enemy. Midu realized the danger these foes were hidden, and Kai agreed they must warn everyone. Midu suggested reporting to their superior, but Kanzaki knew they'd just be told to handle it. He decided they must gather their classmates first when a sudden sound cut through the air and a smoke signal rose into the sky. In an instant, they were surrounded by assailants, their weapons glinting in the morning light. Midu realized they were waiting for this moment, and Kai warned them to get ready for a fight. He drew a dagger, his expression grim as the cultists closed in from all sides. All across the city, their classmates were ambushed, finding themselves cornered and outnumbered. The hero candidates were trapped in a city-wide assault. Kai activated his analysis skill on the attackers, noting their stats were low, but they were trained. A leader roared the command to attack them, and the cultists surged forward with dark magic. Kai called out to Kanzaki, needing a distraction, and she unleashed a spell to freeze them in place. In that split second, Kai made his move, unleashing a volley of throwing knives. The cultists fell, struck down with lethal precision. Midu could only stare in disbelief, yelling that these attackers were human, but Kai cut him off, saying there was still one left as the cultist leader lunged at Midu, and Midu barely parried with his glowing blade. He demanded to know why they were fighting humans. But the zealot just grinned, vowing to serve his master. Kanzaki watched the duel, her hand outstretched, and she turned to Kai for help, but he told her to stay back, letting Midu handle it. Midu's sword shattered the tip of his opponent's blade, leaving the cultist staring in disbelief. Midu offered to spare him if he surrendered, but the man just screamed in defiance and lunged forward with a vicious kick. A spray of red filled the air as Midu clutched his wounded arm in shock. The cultist laughed at his weakness, forcing Midu to unleash a powerful counterslash. His glowing blade cut the attacker down, and Midu watched with a grim expression. But the fallen cultist wasn't finished yet, and Kai coldly ordered Midu to end it. Midu hesitated, asking if he could just leave him, but Kai insisted the threat must be eliminated. Midu was horrified by his coldness, but Kai reminded him their classmates were in danger, challenging him to act like the strongest hero he is. Kai asks what's more important, their enemies or their friends. Midu steals his resolve and agrees, bringing his blade down with a final decisive strike. He vows to save everyone no matter the cost. Elsewhere, another group of classmates is surrounded and one student faces the last of his attackers. He grabs the cultist by the throat with a vicious grin, his hand glowing with destructive energy as he says die, unleashing a massive explosion that obliterates his foe. He stands over the smoldering remains without a second thought. His classmates call him Arashi, noting his merciless style. In another part of the city, the fight rages on as a pink-haired student casts a powerful fireball, engulfing the cultists in a sea of flames. But she's exhausted, realizing how many are left. She screams at her team to keep fighting, but one girl hesitates, reminding her they're human. This leader snaps back, asking if she'd rather die, and in that moment the hesitant girl is struck down. Another student is taken out just as quickly, leaving their leader staring in utter disbelief. Just then, a mysterious voice echoes through her mind, asking if she should give them a passing grade. A white-haired woman appears in a flash of light as the cultists suddenly stop, looking up in shock. A cultist leader snarls in recognition. She's the saint. She calmly confirms it, calling the students her subordinates, and the cultist scoffs, noting she's come alone. But the saint dismisses them as mere amateurs, enraging their leader, who screams for his men to kill her. This cultist surge forward in a wave of steel, surrounding her with their blades drawn. But she just gives them a serene, knowing smile. A single word echoes from her lips: prostrate. A blinding golden light erupts from her body, engulfing the entire street in its overwhelming power. This cultist leader finds he can't move, forced to his knees by an impossible pressure. This pink-haired student recognizes the ability, comparing it to Kanzaki's, but the saint tells her not to compare them. Her domination skill is superior in every way, and the student leader asks why she saved them. This saint mentions giving them a passing grade, and the student thanks her with a relieved smile. But the saint says it's simply her job to protect them. As she turns to leave, a cultist calls out desperately, asking what will happen to them now. This saint turns back with a cold smile, ordering the students to kill them all. This hero candidates are shocked as their bodies begin to move on their own, their weapons rising against their will, expressions filled with horror. This students cry out in terror, forced to strike down the helpless cultists. Their screams echo through the street as blades meet flesh against their will. From a nearby rooftop, Kai and Kanzaki watch the horror unfold. This saint stands impassively as her puppets carry out the slaughter. Kai identifies her power: domination magic level 3. Kanzaki realizes it's on a completely different level than her own, and Kai's eyes narrow, analyzing the threat, knowing they'll need a way to counter such an ability. Later that night, under a full moon, 12 hours after the attack, the students gather in the main hall. Kai stands apart, observing the grim atmosphere. As one of the class leaders asks about everyone's condition, this pink-haired girl confirms they're all deeply shaken, and the news hangs heavy in the air. Another student seethes with anger at the saint's cruelty, asking the pink-haired girl Riane if she's all right. But she just blames herself for what happened, and Midu feels the same weight of guilt, believing he failed them. His classmates try to reassure him, saying he saved who he could, but Kanzaki knows the truth is more complicated. Admitting that none of them could have resisted the Saint Leonora, Kai recalls their plan to split up and rescue their classmates, but even then they were too late to save everyone. Kai knows the cult will return, but a more pressing matter is at hand. He turns his attention to Kanzaki, asking her to come with him for a moment. She agrees, following him down the hall when he suddenly presses her against a door, and she nervously asks what he's doing. He explains he needs her help to counter Leonora's domination. And a flustered Kanzaki agrees to the plan. She asks what he has in mind, and Kai gives her a shocking order: dominate him. Kanzaki stares back in utter disbelief. This next day, the city celebrates their victory, holding a massive parade for the new heroes. This people cheer, grateful for their protection, and the students are welcomed with open arms. Some of the classmates soak in the adoration, but Kai and Kanzaki watch from the sidelines. Kai suspects this is all a scenario orchestrated by Leonora, making her even more dangerous than he first believed. Later, the students gather before the castle gates, where Leonora announces their return to Temple City Alpha. Kai explains it's the city they were summoned to, her territory. Midu asks if she'll be joining them, but she has other business, leaving them in another's care. Two girls joke about their burned-down dorms, trying to lighten the mood. One of the girls notices something is off as her blonde friend looks pale and exhausted. Riane approaches, asking if her friend Naomi is okay. Naomi is startled but quickly insists she's fine. Just then, a new armored woman appears with a smile and suddenly trips Naomi as she walks past. Riane catches her friend just before she hits the ground. This armored woman feigns concern, asking if she's all right. She then says she'll be leaving since everything is fine. Riane glares at her back, furious at the blatant provocation. This woman walks away without a second glance, but Naomi stops Riane, insisting she's okay. This armored woman leaves with a smug little smile, walking past Midu and the other students. Kai watches her Geo with a cold, analytical stare. Arashi just grins, sensing the rising tension. An older man in a blue cloak announces their departure. That night, the students set up camp under the stars. A small group heads into the dark woods, while Kai sits by his fire watching everything unfold. He knows they're planning to make their move now. A girl nearby looks worried, sensing the plot. Another student explains their chance: Leonora is gone. And with only weak guards, it's the perfect time to kill someone named Guias. Kai decides not to interfere, ready to just enjoy the show. In the woods, a student confirms the dragon's sighting to Guia's, but then pretends to be confused about its location, and Guia's declares he must immediately form a hunting party. Suddenly, the student cries out in feigned alarm, pointing behind Guia's, who turns right into the trap. Arashi strikes from the shadows with a powerful blow, unleashing a destructive blast of energy. As the decoy student leaps away from the explosion, this attack slams directly into Guia's back, leaving him wounded and gasping in pain, and he glares back at his attackers with fury. Arashi is surprised his maximum firepower wasn't enough, but a savage grin spreads across his face as the injured Guias charges forward, sword drawn. Arashi just laughs, saying tough opponents are his specialty, and detonates a hidden landmine under Guias' feet. He taunts the old guard, revealing the entire. But Guias somehow remains on his feet, battered but not broken. Arashi realizes he used mana to shield himself, and Guias condemns him for using such a cowardly ambush. But Arashi doesn't care about tactics, only about killing him. This other students emerge from the trees surrounding their target, and Guias raises his sword ready to fight to the end. Arashi screams for his group to show no mercy, and Guias seems to accept his fate, knowing he's been beaten. But just as the students close in, a bright light erupts from Guias, and Arashi's group looks up in confusion. Even the girl watching from the camp is captivated by the sight. As Kai stares at the brilliant flare in the night sky, he grits his teeth, realizing Arashi just made a huge mistake. This light bursts like a firework, a beautiful but deadly signal. Back at the main camp, the guards immediately recognize it, a distress call. One of them realizes their leader Gaius is missing, and he orders the others to investigate the light at once. But before he can move, he's cut down from behind by Kai, his blade already dripping with blood. This other guards turn in shock as their comrade falls. Kai is already on the next one, dagger held high, telling him it's nothing personal, but he has to die. He strikes with brutal efficiency, silencing another guard. A third guard screams in rage, swinging his sword, but Kai easily parries the clumsy attack and drives his blade straight into the man's throat. This guard chokes his life, ending in an instant. Another soldier swings his polearm in a wide arc, but Kai blocks the strike with his own weapon. He then plunges his other dagger deep into the man's side. With two blades in hand, Kai stands amidst the chaos he created. This remaining guards stare in horror, asking why a hero is doing this. Kai just looks back coldly, telling them there's no time for questions. Meanwhile, Arashi's group surrounds the wounded Guias, and two students charge in with battle cries, but Guias expertly parries both attacks at once. Another student summons a glowing spear of wind, unleashing a powerful wind lance spell. A support mage empowers the attack with red energy, supercharging the lance with immense power. Guias grunts, bracing for the devastating impact, but the attack slams into the ground beside him. A brawler attacks from behind with a heavy blow, but Guias calls him too slow, launching a counter, his blade flashing in the dark, but it bounces off the student's steel body defense. This old guard curses their powerful divine protections. Arashi grins, pulling the pin on another explosive and throws it right at Guias' feet. This blast sends the old man stumbling back, leaving him battered and gasping for air. Arashi just smirks, impressed by his persistence. This wind mage realizes he's just buying time for reinforcements, when a new voice says that won't be necessary. A white-haired woman appears with a condescending smile, and Arashi's group turns in complete shock. She reveals the guards from the camp alive and tied up. Midu cries out her name in disbelief, Kanzaki. Kanzaki stands over the defeated guards, her power glowing, calmly stating she was simply following orders. Midu can't believe what he's hearing, and Riene agrees it's unexpected for Kanzaki to listen to anyone. But then Kai appears, revealing they were his orders. Midu looks at him in utter shock, recognizing Shinju. Kai explains he took care of the guards Kanzaki missed, and when pressed he coldly admits he killed them all. Kanzaki just watches, calling him merciless as always. Midu demands to know why he did it, and Kai says he was just cleaning up the small fry for Arashi. It all clicks for Midu, realizing where Arashi's group went. Riene asks if this is part of their rebellion plan, but Kai just points to the captives, saying the answer is obvious. Midu feels betrayed, asking if Kai teamed up with Arashi. Kai denies it, claiming he's just acting on his own whims. He tells Midu to find Arashi instead of wasting his time, and Midu realizes there's no talking to him. He declares they're going to stop Arashi's group themselves. Meanwhile, the armored woman Leonora appears before Gaius, who admits his defeat is a shameful sight. Arashi's group is now cornered, unsure of what to do, but Arashi refuses to back down now. His companion reminds him she's the one who was controlling them, and Leonora explains her power has limits against those with strong mana. She calls them weaklings for relying on divine protection, and Arashi furiously calls her a coward, but Leonora just gives him a condescending smirk, accepting his challenge to deal with him herself. Gaius begs her not to use her enslavement skill, but she simply reminds him of her status as the saintess, claiming she is far more loved by God than they are. Arashi ignores her words and charges forward with a roar, but Gaius suddenly cries out in pain. Leonora's hand glows as she exerts her power over him and begins to chant, calling upon the land. This ground erupts right under Arashi's feet, catching him completely by surprise. Next, she summons the power of the wind, unleashing a vicious blast of air magic, which sends Arashi flying battered and bleeding. His companion cries out his name in horror as another student watches in disbelief. Leonora's assault continues as she calls upon fire engulfing a brawler student in searing flames. Then she summons the element of water trapping another student in a liquid sphere. He struggles for air begging for help before being completely overwhelmed by the spell. Just then Midu and Riene arrive shocked by the carnage. Leonora smirks asking if they're already done but she answers her own question saying not yet. Arashi seethes with rage cursing her out loud. Just then Midu's group arrives on the scene. And he stares down the rebels with resolve. He demands Arashi stop this fight immediately but Arashi just scoffs telling him to use strength not words. Midu turns to the others asking if they feel the same way. One of Arashi's allies apologizes but says he can't trust the opposition. Riene then speaks up agreeing with the rebels' sentiment. She argues that if they're going to do this everyone should join in. Another girl from Midu's side is horrified saying violence is wrong. Midu is left speechless by the division in his own ranks. And Leonora mocks them for fighting amongst themselves. She declares them all rebels saying there will be no forgiveness. A dark oppressive aura suddenly surrounds the students leaving Midu and his friends completely stunned. Leonora begins to chant gathering a powerful wind spell and one of the rebels tries to counter her magic, but she unleashes a massive vortex of wind which easily overpowers his defense. These students are all caught in the blast crying out in pain and even Midu is thrown off balance by the force. His classmates are scattered across the ground injured and defeated. He looks around in horror at the devastation. A friend tells Midu to calm down insisting no one is dying but he screams that Midu must resolve himself to save them all and Midu accepts it realizing there's no other way as his sword flares to life. He glances back agreeing with the grim reality. Riene's hands burst into flames her patience finally gone and another ally reluctantly agrees seeing no other choice. The students finally stand united facing Leonora and her knight. Leonora just smirks ready to show them the gap in their power. Hiding nearby another student asks what they should do now and Kai tells her to wait planning to act when the enslavement magic is used. The students prepare for the confrontation across the clearing as Gaius turns to Leonora addressing her with respect. He admits his power may be lacking but he is still her knight. Her hand glows with healing light promising to restore his strength. And a powerful healing aura completely envelops the old knight restoring him to his peak condition. His grip tightens on his sword ready for battle his resolve hardened and ready for combat. This restored knight now stands before the students his blade gleaming. One of the rebels curses their luck frustrated he's back in the fight. But Riene defiantly states they are strong enough to take them on and Leonora welcomes the challenge calling this battle a test. She adds that if they can't defeat her they can't be heroes. Midu shouts the command asking everyone to cover his advance and he charges forward his glowing blade ready to strike. Midu's blade meets the knight's steel and his mana-infused sword slices right through it leaving Gaius in complete disbelief, as Midu pushes past him without hesitation. This old knight can't believe his weapon was so easily destroyed, but Leonora is already preparing her next attack summoning shards of piercing ice to stop him. Just then Riene unleashes a blast of melting fire. A massive fireball to counter the Saintess's magic. Leonora simply scoffs at their attempt and Midu finds himself surrounded by the icy projectiles bracing himself for the inevitable impact. His friend Shuji cries out his name in alarm and in a flash of light. He activates his wind control skill unleashing a powerful wind cutter attack. This green-tinted magic swirls towards Leonora as Shuji shields his companion from the chaos. But the attack dissipates against her protective aura and the earth magic crumbles before it even reaches her. They stare in utter shock their efforts completely useless. She smiles explaining her divine protection nullifies their powers. From the shadows Kai identifies it as her saint protection, a level 5 skill that makes her nearly untouchable. He notes her low defense but realizes Gaius stands in the way of any physical assault. Arashi lands a solid kick on the old knight and Gaius taunts him for being too tired for his best moves, but Arashi just grins saying he doesn't need them for this fight. He tells Midu to focus on Leonora while he handles her knight, and Midu agrees though he knows his own sword is useless against her. Just then Kai throws him a new weapon from the trees, a calculated move from the shadows. Midu catches the blade thanking him for the assist as Leonora smiles asking if he's finally ready to fight her. He declares his resolve to defeat her for his friends, and she unleashes a wave of crackling pink energy which Midu prepares to block with his new sword. He stands his ground against the magical assault, as his friends watch helplessly from the sidelines realizing they'd only get in the way now. This battlefield is split into two separate duels. Gaius swings his blade down on Arashi, but the rebel dodges and counters with a fierce punch. This blow lands squarely on the knight's ribs, leaving Gaius completely stunned by the impact, and Arashi follows up with another brutal strike. This old knight stumbles back, barely avoiding the hit, as Arashi mocks his slow movements despite being healed. Gaius retorts that Arashi has exhausted his own protection, while Leonora unleashes a powerful fire spell at Midu. Midu is thrown back by the fiery blast, realizing he'll be crushed if he stays at a distance. He searches for another way to defeat Leonora, but the gap between them seems impossible to cross. Leonora smiles, impressed by his ability to evade her magic. Midu knows he has to get closer or this fight is over. His friends can only watch their protections useless against her. He resolves to charge forward with everything he has, and his sudden speed catches Leonora by surprise. She reacts instantly, raising the earth to stop his advance, then follows up with a powerful wind spell. Razor-sharp currents of air slice through the battlefield, and the immense pressure slams down on Midu, pinning him in place with overwhelming force. With a simple gesture, she prepares her next attack, causing the very ground beneath him to sink. He's completely caught in her trap when suddenly Shuji unleashes a massive fire spell. But the flames engulf Midu instead, who cries out in agony, and Rione screams his name in horror. Leonora realizes Shuji had been storing power for one massive attack, but even that wasn't enough, leaving him defeated on the ground. Meanwhile, Gaius presses his advantage against Arashi, who realizes he's out of energy for his strongest moves. This old knight mocks his hesitation, swinging down for the final blow. But the final blow never lands on Arashi. Instead, it's Gaius who's been struck down as Arashi stands over him, victorious but wounded. A memory flashes through his mind of his old life, and he screams, refusing to rely on his special powers. He rises to his feet with renewed determination, leaving the old knight stunned by his resilience. Arashi catches the knight's blade with his bare arm, and Gaius can't believe what he's seeing. He grips the steel with his bare hands and shatters the sword completely. He follows up with a devastating kick, sending the old knight flying across the clearing. Gaius lies on the ground defeated, Arashi pants, having secured his hard-fought victory. Meanwhile, Midu remembers his promise to protect everyone, and a surge of blue energy erupts around him. Leonora watches, impressed by his durability, but Midu is done waiting, ready to move. She taunts him, confident he can't get close, but in an instant he's right in front of her. Her eyes widen in complete shock as Midu prepares to strike with his electrified blade. He swings as she teleports away at the last second, but not before his sword leaves a cut on her arm. She wondered if she had let her guard down, but Midu was already right behind her, his sudden speed leaving her completely stunned. Reacting in an instant, she summoned a wall of ice, but his electrified blade shattered it completely as he pushed right through the shards, relentless. She realized his power was something different, that he hadn't just moved fast but warped space itself, a god-given skill she identified as shrinking earth, a power he had activated just to protect everyone. He lunged again, his sword crackling with energy, but she calmly stated it wasn't enough to reach her. Meanwhile, Kanzaki was pinned to the ground, unable to move, as Kai loomed over him, ready to play his trump card, knowing a new phase of their plan was about to begin, and he told his captive it was finally time to start. Back at the main fight, Shuji was trapped in fiery rings, caught by Leonora's powerful enslaving magic, screaming, as he was completely immobilized by the spell, while Rione and the others called his name in terror. Leonora then commanded them all to stop, and the girls were suddenly frozen in place as well, with even Arashi finding himself bound by her magic, as she told them they had all done well enough, closing her eyes, the fight seemingly over. She dismissed Gaius's defeat, calling him replaceable, feeling confident as long as she controlled the hero candidates. Shuji realized their battle was hopeless from the start, and Arashi knew they had no counter to her power, as she revealed they were summoned just so she could control them. But suddenly, a volley of daggers flew from the trees, forcing Leonora to summon a wall of earth to defend. As the sharp blades sank deep into the wood, she knew someone was hiding, accusing them of killing her slave, and Kai, also called Shinju, finally stepped into the light. He seemed surprised she'd paid attention to someone so ordinary, but she had always sensed his calmness was unnatural for his weak power. She expressed her disappointment that he'd join a losing fight, but he simply declared that he would be the judge of that. Intrigued, Leonora challenged him to show her what he could do, immediately trying to bind him with her enslaving magic. Kai watched as the fiery rings began to surround him, recognizing the spell for exactly what it was. Then a sudden gunshot shattered the silence, and Leonora looked down at a fresh wound on her shoulder. The weapon was a modern handgun, completely out of place here, held by Kai, who remarked that he had missed his mark. She demanded to know how he broke free of her magic, but he just took aim once more, and another shot struck her body, making her cry out in pain. Leonora reeled, her defenses useless against this strange weapon, a killing tool from his world with very limited ammo. She tried to regain her composure, summoning fire to strike back, but Kai remained completely unfazed as she unleashed a massive inferno to incinerate him. Leonora smiled, believing she had caught him off guard, feeling completely certain of her victory, but the flames only consumed his empty robe. Her eyes snapped to the side, and Kai was suddenly behind her, a gun pressed to her head. He explained her weakness was close combat, making her magic useless. His smirk revealing it was all a calculated gamble thanks to Kanzaki. In a flashback, he asked Kanzaki to use her domination skill on him, and as the power activated, it pinned her to the wall, leaving her completely flustered by the strange experience. She questioned his very strange request, but Kai explained his research had led to a discovery, a crucial rule where the first spell cast takes priority. Kanzaki realized her domination could block Leonora's magic, and Kai confirmed the theory since her skill was a divine protection. She worried her own skill was too weak to work, but he told her it was all about proficiency. And though her skill was level 1 to Leonora's level 3, Kai believed the risk of failure was actually quite low. But a new enemy revealed their plan had failed, his magic overruling hers, and he recalled his theory about demons, admitting his mistake, confusing Kanzaki, as he explained the enemy's magic was cast first, believing the same principle would work against Leonora's magic, a gamble to test his freedom under Kanzaki's control. Back in the present, Leonora realized Kanzaki was the key and Kai confirmed her suspicions with a confident smirk. He stood with Kanzaki now under her domination, status leaving Leonora absolutely furious at the cheap trick. Kai declared that this was the end for her and cocked the gun with a final decisive click. But Leonora looked down in absolute shock, her hands now bound in magic sealing cuffs. Kai revealed he had borrowed them from the Demon King's cult, and Leonora demanded to know what his intentions were. He offered her a deal to send them home and she could go free, but she claimed she couldn't, that she could only summon, and his eyes glowed, confirming she was telling the truth. He confronted her about the lie she had told them, and she explained their summoning was an act of God, that only God could send them back once their mission was done. Kai pressed her, asking if she was truly certain, and she admitted she'd summoned heroes before who had all failed. He demanded to know what happened to them, and learned they were almost all killed by the Demon King's army, and Kai finally understood why she had hidden the truth. Leonora argued they'd have to fight the army anyway, and Kai realized they truly had no choice, so she offered to deal her country's support if they let her go. Kai understood her position, then coldly said die, but Midu grabbed his arm, stopping the killing blow, and Kai angrily asked why he still held onto naive ideals. Midu explained he only helped because she could send them home. But since that was impossible, he wanted to maintain their hero status. Kai reminded him they had already started a rebellion, as Leonora simply watched the two of them argue. She tried to de-escalate, saying they could forget this happened, but Kai knew she was too dangerous to let Gio, certain she would attack Kanzaki the moment she was free. Midu wanted to make her take a vow and then release her, and another classmate agreed, not wanting to become criminals, while a third suggested finding a way to enforce the vow. But Shuji spoke up, agreeing with Kai that they couldn't trust her, and even Midu admitted killing her was a dead end for them all. Kai understood Midu's concern for the safety of the class, but he couldn't afford to be careless just because he could survive alone. He made his decision, firing the gun without any warning, and the bullet struck Leonora directly in the forehead, leaving Midu speechless at the sudden execution as her body fell lifelessly to the forest floor, and the other students could only stare in absolute shock. But Kai had one last trick, pulling the pin on a grenade and vanishing into a cloud of smoke with a final goodbye. Midu stood alone as the smoke finally cleared, screaming in frustration, unable to understand why. The other students were furious, calling his actions unforgivable, believing he only ever thought about himself. Even Shuji was in disbelief that Shinju went through with it, while Kanzaki stood over the body, realizing with a shock that everything happened just as he said. In a flashback, Kai explained what was about to happen, revealing their goal was to capture Leonora and find a way home, but if she couldn't send them back, the only option was to kill her, and Kanzaki nervously agreed to the plan. Kai had predicted that Midu would still try to protect Leonora, forcing him to be the one to kill her and then escape. She asked if he was truly willing to carry that burden alone, and he explained he let soldiers escape to frame him as the culprit. He told her to use her domination skill to negotiate for the class, but she worried about what would happen to him, and he reassured her that he could handle himself. Kanzaki looked down, her heart heavy with his words, and back in the present, she understood the sacrifice he made. Meanwhile, at a dark castle under an eerie moon, a new villain discussed the hero candidates from another world, revealing their attempts to kill the heroes had failed, but they'd show up, and Wimberg of the Demon King's army found their arrival interesting. Meanwhile, Kai traveled alone through the wilderness, washing his face in a cool stream 2 days after leaving his classmates behind. He decided to find higher ground to get his bearings, climbing to a peak that overlooked the valley and spotted a walled city far in the distance. By nightfall, he had reached the city's outskirts, hiding in the tall grass as he planned his next move. He knew entering the main gate was impossible for a wanted man, so he scaled the wall with a grappling hook. Now inside the city, his first priority was earning money. Since the cash he took from the guards wasn't nearly enough, his expression hardening with a quiet resolve. He spotted a tavern, a perfect place to find work, and stepped into the bustling establishment. A patron was welcomed warmly by the bartender, and Kai made his way over to the counter. He ordered a simple meal and a drink, but the man at the bar noticed he was a stranger. Kai claimed he was forced from his home and needed a job, and the man assumed he was a refugee from the Demon King's army. Kai used this misunderstanding to his advantage, and the bartender suggested he become an adventurer. Intrigued, Kai asked what kind of work that involved, and the bartender explained it was mostly hunting magical beasts, but the other patron insisted Kai was clearly no newbie, so Kai confirmed he could handle monsters just fine and asked how to officially become an adventurer. The bartender told him to register at the city guild, no ID required, and Kai, impressed by his knowledge, learned he was a retired adventurer. Just then, his meal was finally served. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window as Kai woke up with a long stretch, getting ready for the day ahead. He thanked the innkeeper, planning to stay a while longer, and she smiled warmly in return. Outside, he noted she didn't recognize his face at all, a relief since this world lacked photography, letting him lower his guard. He approached the Adventurers Guild with confidence, stepping inside the bustling hall, and took in the sight of other adventurers, some planning their next move over a map, before he spotted the reception desk. He approached the counter to register the fee being 1 silver coin, placing the coin on the desk without hesitation. and she asked for his name, age, and origin. He knew he couldn't use his real name, so he introduced himself as Siren, a refugee from the army. The receptionist accepted his story, registering him as an adventurer, and he reflected on his old codename Siren as she stamped his registration, making it official. She then began to explain the guild system, a ranking structure from F to a based on achievements. And as a newcomer, Siren would start at the bottom as an F rank, so she recommended he take a simple quest from the board. Kai approached the wall of requests, searching for a job, finding an F rank quest for gathering herbs or hunting kobolds, and though he'd never heard of kobolds, he decided to take it when a voice suddenly called out to him. A group of adventurers told the brat to stop claiming he couldn't handle it, and Kai glared, already annoyed by these strangers. Meanwhile, at the Holy Temple city of Alpha, the remaining students met with a new leader, Captain Heinrich of the Holy Knight Order. Midu assured him they had no complaints under his care, and Heinrich smiled, calling them valuable assets to the country. Kanzaki thanked him but privately felt he was suspicious as Heinrich got to the point that the hero candidates would be mobilized. Midu immediately asked if they were being sent to the front lines, and the captain confirmed it with a grim look. He pointed to a map showing a fort on the western border, and Midu agreed, but reminded him of their promise, so Heinrich winked, reassuring him he'd protect the non-combatants. A wave of relief washed over Midu as he thanked the captain, and Heinrich said they'd be given work to earn their keep, which Midu agreed to, though another student looked uneasy. Kanzaki asked when they were scheduled to leave, and Heinrich told them to prepare for tomorrow morning. Later, Midu and Kanzaki walked through the halls, and she expressed relief that their requests were met, though Midu admitted he was worried he'd asked for too much, but Kanzaki believed their captors lost confidence without Leonora. She couldn't help but wonder where Kai was now. And Midu's expression turned grim at the thought. The students now stood before a bishop reporting the news, and he demanded to know who would kill a saintess. A pink-haired student named Shinju Kai as the culprit, shocking the guards who couldn't believe a hero was responsible. The bishop asked for Kai's current whereabouts, and she reported that the traitor had already fled. The guards debated sending an inquisitor to confirm the story, but the bishop found their tale a little too convenient. One of the students bristled at the accusation, and the bishop clarified he wasn't denying their story, but he suggested the possibility they all conspired to kill Leonora, leaving Midu stunned, sweating under the sudden suspicion. But a guard stepped forward, claiming he witnessed the event, testifying that the students tried to protect the saintess from Kai, and another guard quickly backed up his story, confirming he saw it too. The bishop considered the guard's testimony, but he questioned if Kai was truly that powerful, and Midu confirmed it, admitting Kai was hiding his strength. The bishop invited one of them for a private discussion, and the girl volunteered, smirking as she realized her domination skill was working perfectly. As Midu thanked Kanzaki, relieved they had passed the interrogation, he still looked deeply troubled by the events. Kanzaki told him to stop worrying about a traitor like Kai, and he forced a smile, pretending to agree. They walked through the temple's grand hall, his expression hardening with a new resolve, remembering Kai sacrificed himself for him, a painful failure on his part. And he continued on with a heavy heart. Later, Midu stood before the other students in his armor, announcing their mobilization to the front lines tomorrow. A few students were visibly terrified by the news, but the pink-haired girl scoffed at their fear, reminding them they had chosen this path themselves. Another student worried they would be sent alone, but Midu explained they'd be under Captain Heinrich's command. Just then, a blonde girl asked for any news on Kai, and Midu revealed a bounty was on his head, but he hadn't been found. And she looked down, clearly disappointed. As Midu tried to speak with Kanzaki, the pink-haired girl erupted in flames, vowing to burn Kai to a crisp. Kanzaki looked out the window, wishing she had gone with Kai. The next day, the students and knights marched toward the border, a long procession traveling down a forest path. A student named Arashi rode with a grim look on his face, while another girl complained about being exhausted, but Kanzaki reminded her they were walking until nightfall. Two others complained about the boredom, hoping for some action, when suddenly a hand went up, signaling a halt. It was Arashi who had stopped them, sensing danger, warning of magical beasts hiding in the bushes ahead. The other students were immediately on high alert, but a knight rode up, furious at the unscheduled stop. One of the students tried to explain the danger, but the knight dismissed their warning, demanding they follow orders. Arashi's eyes flashed with rage at the command, and in an instant he was choking the knight, lifting the man right off his horse with one hand. The others cried out for him to stop, but he roared, refusing to obey someone so incompetent. A sudden force blasted through the air, and Arashi was forced to release his grip as the knight tumbled to the ground, gasping for air. Just then, monstrous rabbits emerged from the trees, and the guards shouted a warning, preparing for battle as the horde of beasts charged straight for them. A monstrous rabbit leaped at one of the knights, its claws ready to tear him apart. The knight's sword was sent flying, leaving him completely defenseless on the ground. The beast's eyes glowed with a menacing light, and the soldier could only watch in terror when the creature was suddenly engulfed in flames, as Arashi slammed into it with a fiery kick, crushing its head with a single brutal stomp. He stood over the body as the horde surrounded them, and the knight stammered his thanks for the save, but Arashi just called him trash and told him to get out of the way. With a roar, he charged into the fray, his face a mask of pure rage. He unleashed his full power on the monsters, becoming a whirlwind of fiery destruction. The other students watched, commenting on how much more violent his power was, but as he stood over the defeated horde, it wasn't enough for him, believing his strength was nothing compared to Kai's. His mind flashed back to that terrible night, to the image of Leonora's body on the ground, and the sight of Kai, the one responsible. Arashi remembered having a bad feeling about him from the start, recalling how Kai showed no fear of him in the classroom. In fact, he showed no reaction at all, simply asking what he wanted. Arashi remembered Kai grabbing him, his own voice screaming in his head, a memory of Kai's overwhelming strength, and even with his own power of explosion, he had thought he was stronger, but he was wrong. Back in the present, Midu asked Arashi what was wrong, but Arashi just brushed him off, muttering that he hates taking orders from trash. They finally arrived at their destination, Fort Truss, where guards stood watch along the high stone walls, their expressions grim and vigilant. A blonde knight captain named Amelia welcomed the hero candidates, introducing herself as the new commander of the western border. Kanzaki immediately asked about the previous captain, and Amelia revealed he died just a week ago, shocking everyone. She had wanted to let them rest after their long journey, but a sudden alarm bell rang through the fortress. A guard burst in, screaming that the Demon King's army had arrived, and Amelia turned to the students, telling them there was no time to rest. Midu understood immediately, his face hardening with resolve, and he rallied the others, ordering them to prepare for battle. Arashi cracked a grim smile, ready for the fight. The alarm bell continued to clang frantically as a massive army appeared on the horizon, a terrifying horde of monsters stomping toward them, and the students could only stare in disbelief at the sheer numbers. Amelia screamed the order to fire, and the archers on the wall let their arrows fly, while the mages chanted a powerful fire spell, unleashing a volley of flaming projectiles which slammed into the charging demon army. But the monsters just roared, vowing to wipe out all humans, and a student watched in shock, realizing they weren't retreating. Captain Heinrich warned them not to underestimate the demon's endurance, leaving Midu at a loss for what to do next. Heinrich announced he was joining the fight with his knights, and Amelia wished him well but mentioned some people were already down there. Midu looked back, confused by her words. And Kanzaki revealed that some students went down earlier just as a massive explosion erupted on the battlefield. The demons looked on, caught completely off guard, and saw Arashi standing atop a pile of defeated monsters. He was with the other students who had recklessly charged in, and the demon leaders mocked them for their foolishness. Arashi's power flared up again, and he just grinned, ready for more destruction, vowing to erase their very existence. He unleashed another devastating explosion into their ranks. As the fortress walls began to crumble from the blast, letting another wave of demons pour through a new opening. A monster punched through the guard's line with ease before a demon was sliced in two by a glowing blade, and a soldier recognized the wielder as the hero candidate Midu. But Midu was already surrounded by more monsters, and he commanded his sword to extend, unleashing a massive wave of energy that cut them all down. He stood firm amidst the fallen demons, feeling his own power continuing to grow. He turned to the others, rallying them to fight without fear, and the students roared back in agreement. Facing the next wave, Midu told himself not to hesitate, knowing that as the leader he couldn't show any weakness. He remembered the lesson Kai taught him about the price of naivety. Inspired, Kanzaki joined the fight with her telekinesis, while another student unleashed a powerful fire spell, and a third used her domination ability to stop a demon. And soon all the students were fighting as one, tearing through the demon army's ranks. The soldiers could only watch in awe at their overwhelming power as Captain Heinrich ordered his knights to provide support, leading the charge himself to push the demons back. The battlefield was soon littered with the bodies of the fallen, leaving even Arashi looking a little stunned by the outcome. Midu took in the scene, the battle finally over as Amelia raised her sword, declaring their victory, and the soldiers on the walls erupted in cheers. As the sun set on the bloody battlefield, Amelia approached Midu, asking how he felt. And he admitted he was overwhelmed, unable to lead, but she reassured him they won because of everyone, though she warned him to stay on guard as the high-ranking demons were on another level. And Midu took her words to heart, his expression grim. Meanwhile, at a dark tower in the demon territory, a scout reported his failure to a shadowy council, where a monstrous mouth ground its teeth in rage, revealing Stongia, a high executive of the army. The scene then shifted to the great forest of Echoed, where a hooded traveler named Kai walked a lonely path. Thinking his long journey to see the sage was almost over when his eyes suddenly widened in alarm as something whipped past him with incredible speed, wrapping around him and binding him instantly. He noted the attack's speed, realizing they were tongues, but wondered what kind of monster used them as a pack of monstrous baboons leaped from the trees. His eye glowed red as he activated his appraisal, revealing a tongue baboon, hungry and excited. He quickly dropped his heavy pack to the ground, drawing a dagger and judging their stats as mediocre. One of the baboons snarled, drooling in anticipation, its long tongue whipping through the air, but Kai tracked its movement with ease, facing the monster with his dagger drawn. He dodged another baboon's sudden lunge, leaping back with a click of his tongue. The pack of three surrounded him instantly, and one lashed out with its tongue again, but Kai caught it cleanly with his blade. The monster screamed out in agony as Kai sliced right through the appendage. A second baboon attacked him from the side, but our boy just called the move too slow and cut the creature down in a single slash. He stood over the fallen beast completely unfazed as the remaining two monsters began to sweat with fear. He taunted them, asking if they were going to attack, and standing over the bodies, he realized stronger beasts were appearing likely because he was so far from any human city. He continued his journey knowing he must stay on guard. Soon he reached the edge of a vast mountain range, identifying it as Mount Urugano, a natural barrier. His gaze was fixed on the path far ahead. Spotting the highest peak, Reaper Wolf Mountain, he remembered a rumor about a village at its base and walked on as the sun began to set. Kai suddenly stopped in his tracks, completely stunned because the village at the mountain's base was burning, and he realized it was an attack by the Demon King's army with the entire town engulfed in flames. Horned demons were cutting down the inhabitants as Kai watched from a rooftop far from the front lines. A demon asked his leader Hector for new orders, but Hector decided to enslave the humans instead. Being more concerned with finding someone named Albana, and his subordinate confirmed the sage was on the mountain, which was the same intel the demons already had. Their top priority was capturing the sage Albana Carrot, but his soldier worried about the untamable Reaper Wolfen, explaining that domination magic was useless against them. Taming such beasts was a feat for the heavenly kings, but Hector said their only choice was to defeat them, and his army roared ready for the fight ahead. Kai observed their organized movements led by a high-ranked demon using his appraisal to reveal Hector's impressive stats. He knew fighting him directly would be incredibly difficult. Just then Hector sensed he was being watched, his head snapping right in Kai's direction. He ordered his troops to search the area immediately, and Kai flattened himself against a wall, impressed by his senses. The demons began to hunt, demanding the human show himself, but Kai slipped away through the burning town, confident in his ability to remain unseen. He spotted the captured villagers surrounded by demons, but his expression remained completely unchanged. He leaped from the rooftops, leaving the chaos behind, deciding he had no reason to intervene in this, as his only goal was to reach the sage first. He set his sights on the highest peak, Reaper Wolf Mountain. Kai began his ascent, gripping the rock face, climbing up the treacherous mountain path. With no clear trail, he followed the tracks of wild beasts, proceeding with caution on the unstable ground. But suddenly he froze in his tracks. Sensing another presence was nearby. He suspected it was the rumored Reaper Wolfen, and he could feel their numbers growing in the shadows. A piercing howl echoed through the dark forest, and a pack of monstrous wolves surrounded him instantly. One lunged forward with glowing red eyes, but Kai had already taken to the trees. He recognized the infamous beasts of the mountain, activating his appraisal skill with a flash of red. The pack snarled below, ready to tear him apart, and their stats revealed a coordinated, dangerous foe. Their sharp claws dug into the earth, poised to strike. A wolf tore into the branch he just left, but Kai was already on another, clicking his tongue. He plucked a single leaf from the tree, reinforcing it with a surge of his mana, and hurled the glowing projectile down, slicing clean through the monster's skull. He landed on the ground completely unfazed as two more wolves leaped into attack. But he was too fast, striking one in midair, and the beast recoiled in shock and pain, whimpering as it stumbled away from him. Kai watched as the creature finally fell, leaving two bodies on the forest floor. The rest of the pack closed in, growling, and he thought about reinforcing his body with mana, recalling Leonora's words about its weakness. They couldn't resist her magic back then, and he knew he must overcome that flaw. Mastering his mana control was key to survival, so he decided to practice his control during this fight. His expression hardened with a new resolve as a blue aura flared to life around him, and he pointed his blade at the alpha, asking who was leader. The other wolves looked to their alpha, which roared, accepting the one-on-one challenge. With a single fluid motion, he cut the alpha down, his eyes sharp with a lethal focus. The moment their leader fell, the pack scattered in fear. Kai wiped his blade, calling it a good lesson. He pressed on, but more wolves appeared in his path, and his eyes glowed red as he sensed something strange. A wolf unleashed a glowing spectral projection of itself, a vision of its future attack trajectory. This phantom beast lunged forward. A perfect mirror of the real wolf's intent. Kai faced the glowing red predator as another wolf leaped from above. He trusted his vision, stabbing forward, piercing right through the spectral form and impaling the real wolf just behind it. He now understood he could see into the future. The remaining wolves hesitated, sensing his power, so he pointed his blade, daring them to run, inviting them to join his training session. He walked away, leaving a trail of bodies behind him, his glowing red eyes analyzing his new ability. Identifying the skill as Divine Protection of Foresight, he realized his appraisal skill also leveled up, but the fight had clearly taken its toll, and he sat down exhausted but near the peak. But a sudden noise snapped him to attention, and he wondered if the demon army had already arrived. Knowing he couldn't rest, he pushed himself to his feet. Near the peak, a battle had already taken place, where a green-haired demon leader taunted a lone elven girl who stood defiantly amidst the fallen wolves. He declared that her resistance was ending now, ordering his soldiers to kill her on the spot. The elf braced herself, believing this was the end, as a massive demon brought its sword down, her eyes shutting for the final blow. But in a flash, Kai appeared, catching her in his arms. The girl looked up completely bewildered as Kai calmly faced the stunned demons. They roared in anger, demanding to know who he was, but Kai said nothing, his expression unreadable. He quickly assessed the threat: 10 soldiers and their leader. The elf girl asked why a stranger would help her. but he just asked if she was the sage's disciple. She stammered for a moment, then confirmed it was true. Kai turned to the demons, explaining he had business with the sage, his eyes narrowing, ready for the fight ahead. He'd already used appraisal, identifying her as a half-elf. The demon leader snarled, calling him an enemy, and with a final command ordered his troops to kill them both. Kai decided to save her to earn a favor from the sage, knowing he must defeat these demons first. One of the monsters charged forward, and the entire squad leaped into the fray. But Kai's eyes glowed red, activating his foresight, seeing the attack before it even happened. He prepared his counter, his blade at the ready, anticipating the next demon's swing. He easily caught the demon's arm mid-strike, shocking the others with his impossible strength. In a flash, he cut through their ranks, leaving the remaining demons stunned. He knew foresight made him unbeatable, but it was on a timer, so the leader ordered his troops to stop charging, and one of the demons began to cast a spell. A volley of magic bullets rained down on them, Kai's first real look at offensive magic. But the elf girl called upon the wind spirit, erecting a powerful barrier to shield them. The swirling winds deflected every single blast, revealing her command over elven spirit arts. She thanked him for buying the spirits time to recover, but the demon leader had finally had enough. Kai saw the big boss was joining the fight, telling the elf to handle the soldiers while he took the leader. The demon leader vowed to kill their leader, but the elf girl introduced herself as mayor. Kai acknowledged her, dropping his pack to move faster. He charged forward, calling her disciple of the sage again, much to Mayor's utter frustration. Their blades met in a brilliant flash of light as Kai easily blocked the demon's massive sword. He kicked off the blade, creating an opening, and drew 2 daggers for close-quarters combat. The demon leader's sword loomed large, but Kai met his furious assault head-on. Their eyes locked in the heat of battle as Kai prepared a mana-infused strike. And the demon leader realized he'd been outplayed as a spray of red confirmed the hit. Kai landed a clean slice across the demon's side, who was shocked. He predicted the attack, but pointed out that Kai was now wounded too. Kai knew foresight was the only thing keeping him alive, as the leader taunted that a human couldn't defeat him. Kai gripped his daggers, a look of grim resolve on his face, his appraisal skill revealing the demon's stats, and he decided it was time to try a new move. The demon leader charged through the remaining soldiers. As Kai stood ready for the final confrontation, his appraisal revealed the demon's overwhelming stats, and the leader dared him to make a move, charging forward with a furious overhead swing. Kai's foresight showed the attack's trajectory, allowing him to narrowly dodge the massive blade. The demon leader snarled in frustration as Kai continued to evade his powerful strikes, but a brutal blow finally connected, proving his body couldn't keep up with his vision. The demon mocked him for constantly retreating, so Kai pulled out a strange new weapon. He fired a volley of shots at the demon, who barely managed to block the projectiles. Kai noted the demon's reflexes were incredible, but the leader's armor was still riddled with holes. The demon roared, demanding to know what that device was, and leaped high into the air for a final blow. Kai took aim, his red eyes glowing with intent, and the demon thought he could predict the shot, but got clipped just as Kai realized he was out of ammunition. He switched tactics, throwing a volley of knives, which the demon leader easily deflected with his sword. The leader looked around, confused by Kai's sudden move, not noticing the other object. Kai threw a strange canister that landed right at his feet. The demon leader froze, staring at the strange object, which clattered to a stop right at his feet. In an instant, it erupted in a massive explosion, and the other demons cried out for their captain. Kai warned the remaining soldiers not to move as Mayor watched the chaos unfold, completely shocked. She was in awe of his incredible skill, wondering how a human could fight a high-ranking demon. Kai gripped his dagger, his expression grim, knowing he was out of ammo, and that was his last grenade. The demon leader emerged from the smoke, realizing Kai's tricks weren't enough, and he snarled, furious at the constant use of strange devices. Kai stood firm, blood dripping from his side, tossing another small object as a distraction. But the demon leader charged right past it, forcing Kai to finally use his trump card. He focused, needing to analyze his opponent's movements, and a strange new feeling flooded his senses. He activated a new skill, weak point detection. A glowing red line appeared on the demon's body, tracing a perfect path to a fatal blow. Kai lunged forward, aiming for that exact spot, his foresight showing him the demon's future weakness. The demon leader gasped in disbelief, a fatal wound on his neck as Kai stood over him, revealing the powerful combination of his skills. Kai's eyes narrowed, the battle taking its toll, and he was completely out of mana, a dangerous situation. The other demons were stunned, their captain was dead. But they saw Kai was exhausted and decided to attack. Mayor worried her own spirits at their limit as the remaining demons charged in for the kill. Suddenly, a new voice invoked a powerful fire spirit, engulfing the entire horde in a sea of flames. The demons were incinerated in an instant, leaving Kai stunned by the overwhelming power. A new elf arrived, apologizing to Mayor for being late, and Mayor cried out in relief, calling her master. Kai finally understood who had arrived. It was the legendary sage Elbana. She thanked Kai for helping her disciple, her voice calm over the demon leader's corpse. She stood over the aftermath, awaiting his answer, but Kai deflected, confirming her identity first. She confirmed she was the sage, though past her prime, and Kai knew he was too weak to appraise her strength. He realized he stood no chance against her, deciding honesty was his only option. The sage asked him to state his business, and Kai confirmed he came here specifically for her. As thanks for saving Mayor, she agreed to hear him out. Mayor urged them to leave the bloody scene, and the sage invited Kai to their home to rest. He quietly accepted her generous offer. Mayor was relieved, thinking Kai's risk paid off. They arrived at a secluded home on a misty cliff where Mayor quickly excused herself to take a bath, leaving Kai to question the sage's isolated lifestyle. She explained it was to escape those who would use her power, and Kai understood the location was a form of protection. She admitted skilled people like him could still find her. And now she was ready to hear his true purpose. Kai revealed his only goal: to return to his own world. The sage was clearly stunned by this revelation, as he confirmed he was a summoned hero candidate. She identified him as part of the third generation, a term that left Kai completely confused. The sage explained previous hero groups were summoned before, with the last two attempts made 10 and 4 years ago. Both prior generations were annihilated by the Demon King, and the summoning ritual was meant to be sealed forever. But Kai calmly revealed he'd already killed the Saintess, a confession that left the sage speechless. He explained that even a huge power gap can be overcome, and a slow smile spread across her face, saying the Saintess reaped what she sowed. The sage then delivered the devastating news that she couldn't send him back to his world. She explained the magic to return home was long lost, and Kai realized killing the Demon King was his only option. But Elbana offered one last sliver of hope, suggesting demonic arts might hold the answer. She apologized for not being more helpful, but she believed he might be the one to finally win. Kai scoffed at the idea of such a troublesome task, but his eyes burned with a cold, deadly resolve, a look that clearly startled the sage. She realized he was nothing like the heroes before him. Kai thanked her for the information and turned to leave as the sage watched him, an idea forming in her mind. Just then, Mayor emerged from her bath feeling refreshed and suggested Kai should clean up as well. He wearily agreed to take a bath. But the sage suddenly called out to him, stopping him with a serious suggestion. She asked him to take her disciple on his journey, a proposal that left Mayor completely shocked. The sage confirmed she was talking about Mayor, who looked to Kai awaiting his answer, but he bluntly refused, calling her a noisy girl. The scene shifted to a map of the demonic kingdom's frontline, then to a vast open field as Kai and Mayor began their long journey. Mayor explained this land was recently conquered, a stark reminder of the Demon King's invasion. She pointed them toward the city of Neutret, now a demonic frontline just 2 days away. Kai asked about the fate of its people, and she delivered a grim report of death and slavery. He took in the harsh reality of this war, realizing her knowledge was invaluable on this path. The scene flashed back to his initial refusal, which left Mayor completely stunned and insulted. But the sage insisted her disciple would be useful, prompting Kai to question her true motives. Elbana gently patted her student's head, explaining Mayor has knowledge but no experience. She'd been waiting for a chance to send her out, and Kai asked why she couldn't go herself. The sage admitted her own time was running out, and then Kai appeared, a perfect opportunity. Mayor listened, her own feelings uncertain, as Kai set a brutal condition for their travels. The sage left the final choice to Mayor, forcing the young elf to decide her own fate. With determination in her eyes, she accepted the challenge. Mayor complained, already exhausted from the journey. But Kai reminded her it had only been a single day of walking. She said not to expect much from a spellcaster's body, so he dropped his pack, deciding to call it a day. Mayor nervously asked if he would abandon her now, but he dismissed her fears, saying it wasn't a big deal. He simply told her to help set up the camp. As night fell, they settled around a campfire, and Mayor quietly munched on some bread while Kai watched her with a thoughtful expression. He called out to her, his tone suddenly serious, warning her that things were about to get dangerous. He'd risk it all to go home, but she had no such stakes, so he asked for her real reason for coming along. She hesitated, trying to find the words to explain, revealing her home, the elven village, was destroyed. Kai questioned why the demons would attack elves, but she flashed back to the massacre of her family. She survived only because her father drew the demons away, and left for dead she was found by her master. Kai cut her off, demanding to know her goal, not her past. She clenched her fist, declaring her purpose was to kill demons, as all her knowledge and training for the last decade had been for one thing: revenge. Kai asked for a name, and she revealed her target, Wimberg, a heavenly king. Kai realizes she's using him to get closer to her target, and Mayor admits her master never allowed her to journey alone. This sage only gave permission because she's with Kai, so for now she'll follow his instructions. He quietly accepts her circumstances, recalling the sage's words and trusting Mayor to him. Kai understands she'd die seeking revenge on her own. Mayor apologizes for the heavy topic, promising not to drag him into her personal vendetta. He understands her resolve and tells her it's time to rest. She agrees, setting up spirits to stand watch for monsters. As Kai lies down, his mind is still active, thinking about the Demon King's 4 heavenly kings. He listens to the quiet night for a moment, hearing only Mayor already fast asleep. He stands up, unable to rest, knowing they'd need to get much stronger to face Wimberg. But then he dismisses the thought, it's not his problem. This scene shifts to the western border of the Holy Kingdom, Fort Truss. Inside, a war council is in a heated debate, with one commander arguing it's time to attack. An older advisor questions where they should even begin, as a gloved hand points to a piece on the map, a blonde knight proposing they retake Fort Arliss. A purple-haired woman calls the plan reckless and sudden. This mustached commander taunts the purple-haired woman, but she remains silent, her gaze cold. This blonde knight argues for a surprise offensive, asking a young warrior named Midu if he's recovered. He confirms he's ready to wield his sword. Later, Midu walks with the captain and his team. This captain notes Amelia's uncharacteristic aggression as another teammate voices her doubts about the plan, but Midu believes it's the right time to strike. This captain explains the others are overconfident in his power and his teammate resigns herself to their fate. This captain tells Midu he's the key to their success. He gets a bad feeling about the whole operation. This scene shifts to the imposing Fort Arliss. Midu's team prepares for their mission in the woods as a pink-haired girl questions their daytime attack. This captain explains demons see well in the dark. Midu confirms their objective, assassinate the leader. He'll take the lead, telling them to run if he falls. His fellow hero candidates listen, ready for battle. A messenger arrives with the signal to begin and the captain gives the order to move out. This entire squad charges through the forest. As the main army assaults the fortress gates, this battle for Fort Arliss has officially begun. A demon roars in fury at the human invaders as the blonde knight commands her soldiers to attack. This battle for the fortress rages on outside the walls while inside a powerful demon waits in the shadows. Midu's team sprints through the fortress corridors, catching the demon guards completely by surprise. He cuts them down in a single fluid motion, earning praise from his impressed teammates. But a blue-haired woman warns them not to let their guard down as a new wave of demons blocks their path ahead. Just then another group appears from behind, realizing they've walked right into a trap. A knight steps forward to hold the line and Midu entrusts their flank to his teammate Rena. This pink-haired girl responds with fierce resolve, unleashing a torrent of fire upon their enemies. As the demons burn, Midu slices through the rest and the whole team pushes through the chaos. They finally reach the main doors to the hall, and Midu kicks them open with all his might. He stares in shock at what's inside. This imposing demon leader waiting for them. This heroes stand before their target in the vast chamber, one of them trembling at the sheer power of their foe. A teammate points, confirming their objective, the leader. This demon introduces himself, Stongia, a heavenly king. This heroes are stunned, but one tries to dismiss his title, but Midu feels the immense unnatural pressure from their foe. Stongia scoffs at the so-called hero candidates, eager to see just how strong they really are. Midu shouts for everyone to get ready, telling them not to be afraid because if they lose, the main army's sacrifice is wasted. This entire team prepares for the fight of their lives. Stongia stands alone facing the young heroes. He slowly lowers his hand to the ground and unleashes a powerful earth-shaking spell. Midu and the others are caught completely off guard as the demon's shield slams into the floor. From the ground, muddy figures begin to rise. His teammates shouting in alarm, they're golems. Midu orders them to hold the line and a green-clad warrior unleashes a wind cutter attack. This spell slices through the air toward a golem, shattering its stone body on impact. Meanwhile, another teammate charges forward with a yell, landing an explosive punch on a second golem, and it crumbles into a pile of rubble. He smirks, confident these slow golems are nothing. Stongia just watches them, his expression unreadable. Midu and his teammate are stunned as the shattered golems begin to reform. This brawler curses seeing them regenerate, and a stone fist clenches good as new, swinging right at the brawler's face. A bandaged fighter shouts, joining the fray as a swordsman vaults over him for a strike. This green-clad warrior lets out a battle cry, but a massive stone fist descends upon him. He's frozen in terror as it closes in when a voice commands him to stay still. A silver-haired mage unleashes her power, freezing the golem in a psychic hold. A spearman shouts for them to attack now, and he shatters the immobilized golem. He shouts in victory, asking how they like that, but once again the golem's fist reforms, and it sends the spearman flying with a punch. Another mage watches, realizing their problem, using her own earth magic to crush a golem, but it just melts into a pile of mud. This purple-haired woman looks on, horrified, as the mud begins to rise and take shape again. This brawler realizes there's no end to them as he and Midu stare down the endless horde. This green-clad warrior has a plan. He'll handle the golems with the others. And Midu agrees, vowing to take down the summoner. He charges through the horde of golems, but Stongia just scoffs at their audacity. This demon king unleashes another spell, summoning massive rocks from the ceiling. They rain down directly on Midu's path and he braces for the incoming assault. He tries to weave through the falling stones, but he's completely overwhelmed by the barrage. Midu can only stare in shock as the rocks slam into his body. His teammates shout his name in horror. Midu struggles to his knees, sword planted, insisting that he's fine. Just then the brawler leaps over Stongia, praising Midu for creating an opening. A massive explosion erupts from his attack and the others wonder if he killed the demon. But a wall of earth rises to block the blow, sending the brawler flying back, coughing blood. He hits the ground hard, defeated. Stongia scoffs at the hero candidate's weakness. Meanwhile, in the fallen city of Nutret, a new player arrives. A silver-haired elf complains about the sewer's stench, but her hooded companion urges her to be patient. He explains the city's tight security forced this route, and they finally climb a ladder to the surface. They emerge into the quiet streets of the city. This elf girl relieved to finally be out of the tunnels, but the young man's eyes suddenly narrow. He senses someone approaching and tells her to hide. Two large demons walk down the street, one complaining. His partner reminds him it's an honor to guard the witch, but the other demon says he has no motivation for it. They continue bickering as they walk down the alley. Passing by the two adventurers in hiding, this elf girl peeks out relieved they're gone. Her companion thinks about their target, the witch who she confirms is the Witch of Space. A flashback reveals his mission is to find this witch, but he knows approaching her will be difficult. He tells his partner they'll gather info first, and she nervously agrees to his plan. They look out over the city streets below, surprised to see demons living ordinary lives. This two watch the bustling scene from a window. This elf girl finds it all a bit disappointing, but he explains that intelligent beings live just like humans. A hand suddenly reaches for the elf girl's head, but it's just her companion pointing to the street below where a demon overseer berates a human child. This elf girl is horrified to see human slaves, but her companion asks why she's so surprised, reminding her they knew this was happening. She admits she knew, but seeing it is different. This demons laugh as they torment the poor child, and she can only stare, calling it madness. Her companion tries to get her attention when his eyes suddenly go wide. A voice from behind asks if they're demons, and they turn to find a horned girl standing there. He's stunned, wondering how she appeared so silently. He realizes he couldn't detect her presence at all, but she tells them not to worry, she isn't here to fight. He demands to know what she wants and how she found them. He thinks it's impossible, she must be using demonic arts. She says she's been looking for them since they broke her barrier. They're shocked, having sensed no mana residue at all. She explains her demonic art of space lets her see everything. His eyes glow red as he uses his appraisal skill, revealing she is Isabel Veldora, the fifth princess. He's completely stunned by her identity. Isabel questions them, asking what they're doing here. He knows he must negotiate peacefully, and Isabel says she's just bored anyway, quickly guessing they want to return home. He asks if her space magic can truly do it, and she confirms that it's possible to go back. He can't believe what he's hearing, thinking she seems different from other demons, but she adds a condition: she needs coordinates, leaving him completely baffled. She explains that without them it's impossible. A heavy silence falls over the room as the two of them lock eyes. He asks if there's any way to find them, but she says there are too many parallel worlds. His appraisal skill confirms she's telling the truth, and she reveals another problem: his protection of God. Her demonic arts can't breach his divine barrier, and he realizes it's God's will to make them fight. Isabel simply says she doesn't know for sure. He accepts that there are no shortcuts, his eyes glowing with a new resolve, a change that Isabel immediately notices. He tells his companion their path home won't be easy, and she asks Isabel why a princess is helping them. Isabel explains the kingdom has factions, and she has her own goals. These two adventurers are suddenly on high alert as Isabel warns them from the shadows to be careful. She says escaping the city will be difficult, then vanishes in a flash of spatial magic. This elf girl is terrified, thinking that was her end. Her companion knows they're no match for the princess's power. She's just relieved Isabel wasn't hostile. He mutters that good luck is often followed by disaster, and she quickly tells him not to jinx it. Just then they hear a commotion outside the window. A demon commander shouts about human spies in the city, and the elf girl panics, thinking they've been exposed. He realizes this all started right after the witch left. She wonders if Isabel sold them out, confused by her motives. He says they'll never understand her and they need to leave now. They make a break for it across the city, scrambling over the rooftops to escape. Below, the demon guards are furious, still unable to find them. He analyzes the situation. The demons are on high alert, but then he suddenly stops in his tracks, telling his companion to get down and not move. He senses an overwhelming mana signature, and down in the street, a powerful demon commander appears. This elf girl recognizes him, whispering the name Wimberg. He turns to her, demanding to know what she just said. She confirms she was right to follow him here, and he asks if Wimberg is her target for revenge. She confirms it's him, the heavenly king of the winds. This young man's eye glows red as he activates appraisal, revealing Wimberg's stats are terrifyingly high. He grabs his companion, telling her not to be insane and fight here, and she reluctantly agrees, knowing he's right. They move carefully across the rooftops as a gust of magical wind sweeps past them. Down below, Wimberg asks his troops if intruders are really here. He admits it was only a hunch, but vows to crush them if they're found. He explains that with hero candidates on the front line, they must secure the rear. A subordinate questions why a commander is so far from the front, but Wimberg says this position suits him better. He focuses his power, sensing the air around him, and a sinister smile spreads across his face. They're here. His subordinate is shocked, but Wimberg says the winds told him so. He can feel them moving, but they can't escape his wind search. This subordinate is in awe of his commander's skill. Wimberg orders the pursuit unit to prepare to move out. He finds it amusing the witch let them pass, thinking this might be fun. This two adventurers race through a narrow alleyway, but he suddenly throws out a hand, telling her to stop as a demon guard below shouts that they're close. He confirms the demons have noticed their movements, and his companion feels the unnatural wind, the spirit's restless, a wind element search skill, and it's incredibly dangerous. She says she could disrupt it with a spell, but it would reveal them. He agrees it's too risky, telling her they have to move now. Down below, a patrol of hulking demons walks the streets, forcing the two adventurers to leap between rooftops. Suddenly, a shout echoes from the alley. "Found you." They've been cornered, the demons charging right for them. She starts to apologize, but he cuts her off with a plan, telling her to be his decoy. She's completely shocked by the request as he immediately jumps away, putting distance between them. She panics, crying out that she can't move like he can, but he reminds her this is about her revenge. He gives one last command to hide before disappearing. This demons see them split up, leaving her dumbfounded as the entire squad chases after him. With the path clear, she readies her staff, her hesitation gone. She summons a massive fire spirit, calling out its name. And a demon turns in shock as a wall of fire erupts before him. This explosion rocks the alley, catching the demons by surprise. But another group spots him, shouting for the others to follow as he leaps down from the rooftop straight into the fray. A blade flashes and a demon's throat is cut wide open. This demon's skull cracks open on the stone pavement as he smashes two more guards together, a whirlwind of deadly slashes cutting through the ranks. A larger masked demon turns, sensing the disturbance, wondering what that noise could possibly be, only to find the street littered with his fallen comrades. He pulls a thin blade from his own shoulder, calling his unseen attacker a coward just before the end. Meanwhile, in another alleyway, this elf girl summons a powerful water spirit, unleashing a massive wave upon the demon patrol, washing them away in a torrent of magic. She knows she can only slow them down, but then she notices something strange in the water. It seems like their numbers are decreasing. Bodies are being torn apart within the flood, and a terrified demon demands to know who's there just as a blade pierces straight through his skull. He emerges from the water, a death god in the chaos, his eyes cold and focused on the mission. He tells her she was a pretty good decoy after all, and she complains that she was nearly killed. Elsewhere, a woman in heels arrives on the scene as a subordinate apologizes for failing to catch them, but she cuts him off, saying it's no longer necessary. A gloved hand rises, halting the pursuit. Wimberg tells his troops it's fine and with a sinister smile decides to handle it himself. Meanwhile, the two adventurers race through the streets when a sudden blast of green energy erupts and the elf girl feels a powerful mana signature in the wind. They're suddenly trapped by razor-sharp currents of air. She begins an incantation, calling on the wind spirit, unleashing a torrent of magic to counter the attack. He knows their time is up, their pursuer is here. Wimberg descends from the sky on a gust of wind, mockingly telling the intruders they're more than just rats. This elf girl is frozen in fear, his name on her lips. He tells her this is it, her chance for revenge, asking if she's ready. She declares she's been waiting for this moment for 10 years. They stand together, prepared for the coming battle. He warns her they can't win a long fight and must go all out. She understands, her resolve hardening. She calls upon the wind spirit Sylph, unleashing a massive vortex of magic toward her foe. Wimberg watches from above, completely unimpressed, questioning if she's brave or stupid to use wind against him. A powerful magic circle envelops the Heavenly King as his own wind magic clashes with hers, erupting into a massive pillar of energy that lights up the sky. He uses the magical clash to obscure Wimberg's vision, but blades of wind slice through the air, forcing him to dodge the deadly projectiles. He's stunned by the attack's precision. Wimberg mocks him, asking if he really thought that would work. He boasts that his wind search can track anyone anywhere. Our boy realizes his assassination skills are useless against this power, but his companion tells him not to worry as she begins to interfere with Wimberg's magic, leaving the Heavenly King confused. She knows she can disrupt his control by disturbing the wind's flow. Wimberg realizes she's countering him, wondering if she knows his style. This MC understands this is the result of her lifelong quest for revenge. With the opening created, he leaps toward his target. Wimberg scoffs, questioning if getting close is enough to win. But our boy is already in motion, his blade ready, only to find his target floating just out of reach. He's completely caught off guard as Wimberg reveals his ability to fly. He recognizes the skill similar to one he's seen before. He can't believe Wimberg can just leap into the air, so he channels his own power into his legs and launches himself skyward for a direct assault. Now it's Wimberg's turn to be stunned as the kid activates his skills, ready to end this now. Wimberg activates a skill, his weak point fading away, and our boy realizes his vital spot is disappearing. This Heavenly King grips his sword, its hilt glowing green, unleashing a blade of pure concentrated wind energy. He declares the intruder has forced him to get serious. A storm of razor-sharp slashes rains down from above, and our boy desperately parries the relentless assault. Even with foresight, the attacks are just too fast to follow. Wimberg mocks him, revealing he was Hector's swordmaster, but his taunt is cut short by a sudden surprise. A massive boulder hurtles toward him from below, forcing him to leap away as it smashes into the wall. These two adventurers stand ready on the ground below as Wimberg glares down, his patience wearing thin. He's impressed by the elf's earth magic, and he finally realizes she's a survivor of a destroyed village. He points at the MC, demanding to know if he killed Hector. Our boy confirms it, saying now he knows how it feels to lose someone. Wimberg just laughs, connecting the dots. She's from that asterisk village. She declares she's spent the last 10 years training just to kill him. But he only smiles, calling the memory of that day interesting. His casual cruelty leaves her completely speechless. He reminisces about the elves' cries for mercy, calling their expressions of despair a beautiful sight. Her face twists in horror at his monstrous words. Her rage boiled over at his cruel words, but our boy held her back, telling her not to be provoked, reminding her he was relying on her spells to win this, and she understood, steadying her resolve. He knew he had to remain calm and assess the situation. As the Heavenly King noted how troublesome they were, wondering if the kid was some kind of hero candidate, and our boy simply retorted that he seemed to know them well. This Heavenly King boasted he tracks all strong enemies, and since his stats were higher he could take his time, but our boy knew they only had 3 minutes left, so he quickly whispered an idea to his companion. She looked completely shocked by his daring plan as they stood together ready to act. He agreed with her, telling her not to drag him down, and she fired back that he had better keep up. The Heavenly King grew impatient with their discussion as our boy's eyes began to glow with lethal intent, and the demon just grinned, welcoming their attack. The kid leaped forward, boosted by his companion's wind magic as she called upon the earth spirit Norm, commanding the spirit to shoot him down, and a barrage of stones hurtled toward the sky. The Heavenly King raised a hand, creating a wind barrier, effortlessly deflecting the entire assault. But the rock barrage was only a diversion, as she declared their real attack had just begun and a second wave of boulders rained down from above. He realized she was still controlling them, forcing him to defend, and at that moment she called on the wind spirit again, unleashing a massive gust of her own magic. The demon was stunned as her wind interfered with his spell, leaving him wide open for the incoming projectiles and creating the exact opening our boy was waiting for. He thrust his dagger forward, aiming for a vital point, but the Heavenly King just barely managed to parry the blow. Their clash sent a shockwave through the air, and his hand was cut, realizing the target wasn't his heart. In a flash, our boy disarmed the powerful demon, leaping back to a rooftop with his new prize in hand. The Heavenly King's face contorted with pure rage just as the boulder barrage finally slammed into him. He emerged from the dust, complimenting their attack, but mocked their attempt to harm a high-ranking demon. His companion couldn't believe he was completely unscathed, but our boy calmly stated everything was going to plan. This scene flashed back to their whispered strategy, where she had explained his magic had a flaw, that his wind arts were weak against heavy earth-based attacks, and she knew she could disrupt his control by disturbing the wind's flow. He knew she'd prepared her whole life for this moment, but their plan still wasn't enough, so he made his own, telling her his only goal was to steal the demon's sword. Now in the present, he held the glowing blade aloft. She asked what good it was against a master of wind magic. And the demon scoffed, wondering if a stolen sword meant victory, but our boy simply confirmed that's exactly what he thought. This Heavenly King unleashed another barrage of wind blades, but the kid met them head-on with the stolen sword, his eyes glowing with a strange new power. He cut through the wind assault with impossible ease, leaving the demon stunned, unable to track his movements. Our boy pressed the attack with blinding speed, and the Heavenly King was completely overwhelmed. His companion saw her chance, calling on the wind spirit, and a powerful gust threw the demon off balance. He couldn't believe the kid was perfectly following his flight path, and with his target cornered, our boy declared this was the end. The Heavenly King roared in defiance, refusing to be mocked, screaming that he wouldn't lose to a mere human. Their final clash erupted in a blinding flash of green light, and when the dust settled, the demon lay defeated on the ground. The boy stood over him, completely out of mana, as the Heavenly King sputtered, unable to accept his loss. Demanding to know how his movements changed so drastically, our boy revealed his secret skill, the divine protection of copycat, which allowed him to perfectly mimic his opponent's swordsmanship. The demon finally understood that this kid was a hero candidate. A power he revealed was gained by killing someone named Hector, and the defeated king could only curse his former disciple's foolishness. Our boy sat calmly amidst the rubble, the battle won, reflecting on the terrifying power of a heaven. Knowing 3 more just as strong were still out there, and the demon king had children just like Isabel, making him realize he was still not strong enough for the road ahead. His gaze hardened with a grim determination. Just then his companion approached him, asking if their enemy was truly dead. He asked her how it felt to finally get her revenge, and she admitted that after all this time she felt nothing, just a hollow sense of relief knowing her family was still gone. But at least now she was free from her past. He told her he couldn't have won without her help, and she quickly said the same was true for her, that after 10 years of training she couldn't do it alone. With a heartfelt smile she thanked him for everything. He dismissed it, saying it was just a coincidence, but she insisted she was glad she chose to follow him, because if she'd stayed behind she would have died meaninglessly. She then asked him what he planned to do now. He admitted he hadn't given his future any thought, and she told him he had plenty of time to find new goals. She smiled, revealing she was only half human, and decided to accompany him for the time being. He asked if she was sure, reminding her his goal was to kill the Demon King, but she said it was worth it to prevent future tragedies. She insisted she would follow him no matter what he said, and he agreed, knowing they had to leave before reinforcements arrived. His companion beamed, filled with a new sense of purpose, and together they set off on their journey. They walked through the desolate streets, leaving the city behind. But high above, a horned woman watched them from the rooftops, a mysterious demon with piercing red eyes. She was surprised they actually managed to defeat the Heavenly King, and smirked, realizing this made her own plans much easier. Some time later, our heroes traveled through the mountains, returning to the elven village, where she embraced her master. Her master was simply glad they both returned safely. Inside, she admitted she didn't expect them back so soon, and the young elf began to explain her decision nervously. But her master gently stopped her, saying she already knew. She gave her blessing to travel with the boy, leaving the young elf flustered as our boy sipped his drink. Then her master turned to him with a serious question, asking what he knew about recent news from the front lines. This master revealed the other hero candidates had been defeated, and our boy asked who their enemy was. She explained it was another of the 4 heavenly kings Stonegea of Earth. His companion shuddered, realizing he was on the same level as their last foe. And our boy immediately asked if the candidates were killed, but the master said they survived though their morale was shattered. He quietly processed the grim news, deciding to wait and see how things unfolded, but his ultimate goal was clear: to defeat the heavenly kings one by one. His companion asked if the other candidates were as strong as him, and he simply said strength is meaningless if you can't use it. The scene then shifted to a military outpost, Fort Truss. Inside, a makeshift infirmary was filled with the wounded, their injuries severe, bleeding through fresh bandages. A young woman with healing magic tended to an injured comrade, but he told her to conserve her energy, knowing her power had limits. She insisted, saying this was the only way she could contribute, and a warm golden light enveloped them as she began to heal his wounds. A flashback showed how they had barely escaped the slaughter, managing to retreat only after reinforcements arrived. Now the survivors sat in silence, their spirits broken, the weight of their overwhelming defeat palpable in the air. But the injured boy suddenly stopped her healing, clenching his fist in rage, blaming himself for the loss. Meanwhile, at another stronghold, Fort Arliss, the heavenly king Stonegea sat atop a tower, and from the distant woods our boy confirmed his target. His eyes glowed with power as he focused, and his companion was amazed he could see the enemy from so far. He explained his leveled-up appraisal skill now allowed for long-range surveying, and she marveled at how convenient his abilities were. His skill displayed the demon's stats and demonic arts, while an advanced appraisal detailed his defense-multiplying skill. He knew this information gave him a massive advantage and activated another skill, weak point detection. He scanned the Heavenly King for any vulnerability, but found nothing, realizing he was too weak to perceive a flaw. He sighed, knowing this would be much easier with a clear weakness, as all he could see was that the demon was an expert in earth arts with incredible defense. His companion noted that the earth attribute is weak against water, but he explained it wasn't that simple when skills were involved. She theorized they could predict a weakness if they knew his specific techniques, and he agreed they should visit the other candidates to find out more. Back at Fort Truss, the injured candidate stood watch on the wall, wondering what our boy Shinju would do in this situation, but he angrily shook his head, refusing the thought, telling himself not to run away from his own responsibility. Just then, his fellow candidates approached from behind as a pink-haired girl said he always tries to carry everything himself. He turned, stunned to see them all there to support him. A blonde candidate tried to cheer him up, reminding the leader he was not fighting alone. He asked if they could still trust him after their defeat, but the pink-haired girl turned the question back on him, calling him silly as they both looked away. The leader was overwhelmed by their support, and his friend explained she wanted him to rely on them. This pink-haired girl walked off without another word, and the leader realized he never thought to ask for help. His friend reminded him he couldn't carry this burden alone. Just then, another voice called out to the leader, and it was his rival leading another group of survivors. He yelled at the leader for his defeated expression, demanding to know if they would get revenge on the demon. The leader was surprised to see him here, and his rival admitted it was frustrating they couldn't win alone. He demanded the leader give the order to attack, and the others were stunned to see the rivals cooperating. The leader accepted his resolve, hardening once more, and his rival smirked, glad to see his spirit return. From a distance, another candidate watched them, glad they had united, but worried they still lacked a plan. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out her name. It was our lead, telling her to keep quiet, and she quickly covered her mouth in shock as he asked about their loss. He asked about the demon's specific arts, and the candidate nervously began to explain, confirming the Heavenly King creates and controls golems. She said his power was almost entirely focused on that, just as his companion had predicted earlier. The candidate was confused by the unfamiliar name, but our lead simply thanked her for the information. She asked why he wasn't joining their fight, but he said they had already found their resolve, and he would move as their shadow just like always. The scene shifted to the enemy stronghold, Fort Arliss, where the other candidates prepared for their assault. One of them cheered that with their new ally they were unstoppable, and the pink-haired girl smiled, glad her friend was safe. This new girl vowed to do her best, and another candidate asked why she joined them now. She explained she heard they were in trouble, and her friends praised her for being a hero. The new girl smiled, but her thoughts turned to our lead. A flashback began, taking place 5 days prior, where she stood outside a door feeling exhausted. Suddenly, a familiar voice greeted her from behind, and she turned to see our lead standing there. She was completely stunned, demanding to know how he got in, asking if he was really the person she knew. He told her she was finally back to her senses, and she panicked, demanding to know why he was in her room. He explained he needed her water manipulation skill to help the others. She was confused, reminding him she was a non-combatant, but he insisted she had the qualities of a true fighter. She asked how he could possibly be so sure, and he simply said he knew she wanted to fight. He then revealed a shocking truth, that he killed the one who traumatized her, and with nothing holding her back, her heart should be healed by now. A clumsy moment showed her tripping with plates, but he saw right through it, knowing she wanted to help her friends. Her eyes widened with a flicker of new resolve, and she admitted he seemed to know everything about her. He coldly replied he was just scouting for a usable pawn. She then asked if he was joining them since he was a wanted criminal, but he dismissed the idea, knowing the army would never accept him. Instead, he would move as her shadow, having set his plan in motion. This flashback ended and she vowed to prove her power was useful. Nearby, her friend watched the others with a worried expression. The scene shifted to her on a wall, talking to our lead below, worrying that even with their new ally, their plan might not be enough. He said he wasn't fighting this battle directly, that he just wanted to confirm how much they'd grown in his absence. She nervously agreed to his request. Just as another candidate called out her name, pulling her back to the group, the leader gathered the candidates to review their plan, declaring they absolutely could not lose this time. His friend quietly agreed, her expression firm as the united group prepared for the assault. From the bushes, his companion watched with concern, asking our lead if he had a better strategy in mind. He explained they must learn to fight for themselves, calling them powerful but unskilled. He would offer minimal help, not even hints. Because the most important thing in battle is making your own decisions. At Fort Arliss, the gates were sealed tight as the Holy Kingdom's army massed outside. A knight on horseback declared the time had come, and with a cry she ordered the charge. The demons on the wall scoffed at their return, but the knight yelled to clear a path for the candidates. The demons roared back, ready to crush the invaders, and the battle erupted on the field below. The leader suddenly looked up in shock, his eyes fixed on the main tower. The Heavenly King appeared with a terrifying grin, and the leader realized the king was waiting for them. This Heavenly King welcomed the candidates, daring them not to disappoint him again. A massive explosion rocked the fortress walls as the rival and the candidates prepared for battle. He and the leader shared a look of grim determination, facing the demon and his endless golem army. The leader gave the signal to commence the plan, and deep within the fort, a ceiling began to crack as our lead and his companion watched from the shadows. On the battlefield, the rival and leader led the charge as the stone soldiers marched forward to meet them. The leader's blade glowed with power, his focus absolute, and with his command the entire group rushed into the fight. The pink-haired girl quickly checked on her friend, asking if she was okay, and the water user nervously insisted she was ready. She unleashed her power, generating massive orbs of water, blasting them forward with her manipulation skill. The Heavenly King watched the attack, his expression unreadable. As the water crashed down upon his golem forces, the rival leaped through the spray, fists ready to strike, and smashed a golem with a powerful blow. The leader followed up with a clean slice from his sword, while the other candidates unleashed a flurry of attacks. They fought as one, shattering the stone bodies, and the broken pieces fell into the water below. But then the fragments began to glow, ominously reforming themselves from the very water meant to stop them. The water's impact caused the mud golems to dissolve loudly, and the pink-haired girl cheered that the water attack was succeeding. The Heavenly King recognized the water user's presence, noting her absence, before realizing she was a reinforcement, as he observed her power, just as our hero's companion predicted their strategy would work. She confirmed to him that wetting the joints hinders golem control, noting it was more effective than anticipated. A candidate shouted that the wet golems could not regenerate, and the water user channeled her power, preparing a massive assault. Unleashing a huge wave that crashed down on the stone soldiers, the candidates charged through the water spray, fighting hard as red energy spikes appeared and the stone fragments started to glow. The Demon King observed them, clearing his initial minions first, acknowledging their strategist was excellent this time. He clenched his armored hand, preparing his next move, standing within a massive red magic circle. He declared the golems were merely expendable minions, as huge chunks of earth began floating, glowing with red energy. The demon vowed to show them the true power of the earth element, and massive rocks rained down violently upon the charging candidates. One girl threw her hands out, shouting her telekinesis skill, using her power to stop the falling rocks in midair. The Heavenly King reacted with shock, asking what was happening, realizing his control over the rocks was being overridden. The pink-haired girl unleashed a powerful domination skill, while a yellow-jacketed fighter charged the demon with a battle cry. The king countered by summoning a massive mud wall defensively, and the incoming attack resulted in a blinding yellow explosion. This fighter dodged the impact, striking a rising earth spike instead, but the demon sneered, stating the attack lacked power to breach his defense. A character shouted the activation of an instant movement skill as a blue-clad swordsman appeared, enveloped in crackling blue lightning. He unleashed a powerful strike with his glowing sword, shouting fiercely, but the demon blocked the blow with a purple energy-infused fist. This Heavenly King mocked the attackers, claiming he was superior even while restrained, as the pink-haired girl shouted about using her telekinesis power, declaring she was returning the falling rocks back to the enemy. Another candidate activated wind manipulation with surprise, and a green-haired fighter launched a barrage of wind lance attacks. All the candidates struck the demon simultaneously, forcing a reaction, and he realized he was being attacked from every angle, but insisted their combined efforts still wouldn't break his defense. The blue swordsman yelled to expand as the stone wall spiraled upward, and the water user stood above, summoning water shards, shouting for him to take this, as her massive water attack crashed down with tremendous force. The demon looked down grimly, thinking this was bad, realizing the water negated the hardness of his earth constructs. The blue swordsman shouted for them to end this with fierce resolve, and the yellow-jacketed fighter screamed to die as he committed to his attack. Their combined assault landed, creating sparks and intense energy bursts, and the demon grimly admitted he could still endure this fight but knew if he held back they would break his defense. He bet everything on converting all his defensive mana, screaming as he shifted his power into pure offense. A single red beam shot from his glowing eye, impaling the Heavenly King straight through his own forehead. Blood sprayed violently as the king screamed in agony, and his massive body collapsed, falling toward the ground. The candidate stood frozen as the purple energy faded, and the pink-haired girl stammered, unable to speak, before the group erupted in cheers, shouting that they did it. The leader and his rival stood over the fallen demon as text proclaimed they had defeated the Heavenly King, but the leader looked down, realizing they were wrong. His rival confirmed with a glare that it wasn't them, adding that at the last moment something intervened. The rival stood over the king, a bloody dagger at his feet, and he picked up the weapon, its blade dripping red. He gripped the dagger, realizing what it was, shouting in realization not to tell him it was. The leader looked shocked at his rival's sudden intensity. A crack appeared in the ceiling above them, and the leader whispered that it was our hero. His rival snarled in anger, cursing that bastard, while the blonde leader smiled, declaring their plan a success. The leader explained that at the last moment the demon unleashed all his mana, admitting their own plan was just child's play, forcing our hero to intervene. The pink-haired girl smiled, urging him to celebrate their victory now, but the leader turned away, promising to talk later, reminding everyone they just defeated a heavenly king. He pushed her back, flustered and shouting, as the other candidates swarmed him with praise for their teamwork. He looked on, caught off guard by the sudden celebration, but a warm smile crossed his face. His rival, however, watched with a furious glare as his own group of followers now cheered for him, but he shouted them down, insisting he wasn't the one who finished it, leaving the candidates confused and apologetic. One of his allies approached, understanding his frustration, revealing he also saw the final blow, telling him not to worry. He argued that the helper only stole the final hit from them and that the rival and leader did all the real work to corner the king. At that moment, the leader made a grand announcement, holding the demon's severed head high above the battlefield, demanding the immediate surrender of the enemy forces. The enemy soldiers stared in utter disbelief, their morale breaking. And a blonde knight on horseback declared their victory, leading the charge. A scarred commander watched, relieved that they had finally won, as golden light rained down upon the fortress walls, sealing their victory. Watching from a window, our lead declared the battle was finished, but his companion questioned if it was truly over. This girl notes the Demon King's army relies on high charisma leaders, realizing no demons chased them after Wimberg fell, as the armored person pours a dark liquid, perhaps tea. This hooded person asks if the drink is truly okay, confusing the girl. This girl expresses shock, thinking the hooded person killed Stongia. He explains the killing intent during the transformation was too much. He states an assassin's job is eliminating threats like that. This girl teases him for being surprisingly overprotective. He wonders why she avoids using his name, then states his name is Shinju Kai. This girl stammers, admitting she doesn't know how to address him. Blushing, she shyly asks if she can call him Kai. Kai confirms he is fine with her calling him by his first name. He questions why her face is suddenly red. She denies being red-faced, insisting it is nothing important. Kai reflects that they have defeated 2 of the 4 heavenly kings, but he warns that descendants remain as strong as Isabel. He grimly notes the journey to kill the Demon King won't be long. A wounded cat-eared fighter is told the situation is getting harder. She glares, fiercely refusing to yield despite her injuries. This dark-skinned adversary mocks her, noting her heart is unbroken. But immobile, a white-haired man tells his subordinate to relay orders to auxiliary units. He confirms he has captured the princess, ending the Federation's fight 1 week after subduing the Earth. Heavenly King of Fortress stands tall. This kingdom's atmosphere brightens due to the recent victory. Knights celebrate wildly, their morale soaring after the success. This young man, Midu Shuji, kneels before a regal elder looking serious. This elder addresses Midu, promising him the title of lord as a knight. Midu simply replies with a quiet yes. Someone lets out a long, drawn-out sigh in a lavish room. Midu sits on a couch looking tired as a woman serves tea to 2 others. This woman serving tea teases Midu about getting nervous too. Midu defensively asks what she thinks he is. Captain Amelia, the blonde knight, suggests his fatigue means he is aging. Captain Heinrich with purple hair notes Midu lacks noble education. Heinrich adds they were teaching him manners before the title conferral. Midu smiles, claiming his rudeness was a desperate situation. He suggests being blamed is better than state pressure. Heinrich laughs, stating Midu must fulfill duties as a new knight. Heinrich observes that being a noble is quite difficult. Heinrich sips her tea, saying she won't brag about handling things. She points out the church holds significant power in this kingdom. Amelia exclaims the title was granted under the Pope's orders. Heinrich confirms Midu is now officially part of the kingdom's knights. She announces Midu will captain the 11th Knights Corps. This group, the hero candidates, stand behind Midu under a bright emblem. He will command the main strike force with the hero candidates. Midu questions the point of being a knight under the church's control. Heinrich replies that many state authorities are involved now. Midu quickly dismisses the complicated explanation with a grin. Heinrich reminds him he now shares their authority and responsibilities. A girl in red questions Shinju about his companion. He introduces Mayor, a half-elf spellcaster, but the girl demands to know their true relationship. Mayor explains she's just a companion, asking the same question back. This girl is stunned. Mayor calls him by his first name, Kai, and she stammers that she's just a friend. Shinju clarifies she is Kanzaki Rin, his collaborator. Mayor wonders if they were always this close, but Shinju admits they never even spoke before. Kanzaki looks on her expression unreadable. As Shinju outlines his plan for her to be his messenger, she immediately asks to join him in the shadows instead, and he questions if she truly wants to come with him. He looks down considering her plea, as both Kanzaki and Mayor await his decision, but he must reject her request, explaining her role as a liaison is too important. Kanzaki reluctantly agrees with his logic, mentioning that Midu especially holds him in high regard. Shinju insists Midu's growth is vital for their mission, confirming he needs everyone stronger to face the Demon King. Kanzaki is shocked, asking if they defeated a king alone, and Mayor confirms they took down the Heavenly King of Wind. Shinju reflects on their growing power as Kanzaki realizes Mayor is no ordinary girl. The speaker reflects on feeling useless during the Stongia fight, realizing the remaining Heavenly Kings are much stronger than them. This speaker acknowledges their current power cannot complete the mission, then Shinju calls out Kanzaki's name. Shinju instructs Kanzaki to observe classmates, and the kingdom forces he promises to contact her regularly. As he departs, Kanzaki stammers her understanding of the orders. Shinju walks away, stating he is working toward the Demon King alone. He tells her to inform Midu about his progress. Mayor calls out to Shinju, saying, "Let's go, Mayor." Mayor cheerfully responds, "Coming." As they leave Rin watches them depart with a silent expression. She resolves that she also wants to become much stronger. Having defeated Stongia, the Holy Kingdom's army begins a large invasion. This newly formed 11th Knights Corps aids the army's high morale. This army uses this momentum to push back the front line. This Holy Kingdom conquers forts around Mount Nurgano. This neutral city is liberated as a result. This success stems from defeating Stongia and Wimberg's death. This Holy Kingdom's army does not know the full details. Shinju and Mayor observe the celebrations from a rooftop back at the victory banquet. Various people celebrate. One person aggressively drinks a large mug of beverage. A woman questions the drinker about celebrating so hard. This drinker claims being an adult here allows alcohol consumption. He reflects on his doubts, deeming them too fragile now. Midu recalls thinking the victory might be a trap laid by enemies. This pink-haired woman asks if Midu is too cautious. She suggests the Demon King's army is just full of idiots. Midu murmurs, "Perhaps." Thinking Shinju is their shadow, this woman scoffs, doubting Shinju could achieve such a feat. Another woman asks if the rumor about Shinju is true. She confirms it was Midu who said Shinju destroyed their backline, this blonde man, and another gasp, asking if it's true. This woman confirms Shinju defeated another Heavenly King nearby. She explains this is why the local defenses are so weak. This dark-haired man exclaims, asking if Shinju won alone. Midu replies, as expected of Shinju-kun. With grim acceptance, this blonde man speculates Shinju is moving as their shadow. He then corrects himself, calling Shinju a monster. This pink-haired woman challenges this belief, calling it a lie. She asks the guy eating if he is also thinking about the game. This man, eating the drumstick, replies with a sharp, "What?" A shadowy inset shows an assassin readying a blade. This eater declares, "I don't care," asking what is wrong with the other guy. A woman in blue states she won't forgive him, even if true. She slams her drink down, asking where Shinju is now. This blonde woman admits she doesn't know his exact location. She relays Shinju's plan to kill the Demon King his own way. App shows the location, Western Territory near the Demon Kingdom border. Shinju launches forward, dirt kicking up behind him. His projectile slams into an orc's face, shouting GY. Shinju channels power, calling for thunder shock to strike his foes. A strange elongated green creature recoils in the background. Shinju reacts with shock, yelling what? A massive orc swings a club, nearly hitting Shinju, who is low to the ground. A fiery blast erupts, screaming salamander, as demons burn. Shinju, burdened by his pack, is engulfed in intense flames. Shinju, back turned, quietly tells Mayor, "Don't do anything unnecessarily." Mayor jumps in, exclaiming she wouldn't have intervened if his magic hadn't failed. Shinju admits control is hard, stating he cannot even use basic magic. Mayor explains his thunder element is rare, fast, and wild to control. She notes he could use it somewhat unlike his classmates' easier elements. This panel shows classmates using water, wind, and earth magic easily. Shinju counters that thunder shock is basic, usable in training. He asks Mayor why it failed during the previous fight. Mayor explains distraction prevents clear spell imagery needed for magic. She adds that spells require a clear image of the desired phenomenon. Shinju argues magic shouldn't be used in close combat, yet he must. Mayor finds his situation hard, questioning his late start learning magic. Shinju reveals he needed new power, admitting he dislikes this current strength. Mayor counters that this power came from his knowledge of magic like a sage's disciple. Shinju looks away while Mayor beams happy about her knowledge. Shinju turns sharply, sensing something nearby. Shinju and Mayor face a group of imposing orcs in the forest. Shinju faces a horde of snarling orcs and rabbit-like beasts. He channels energy, his eyes glowing with focus. Shinju unleashes the spell, shouting Thunderio Shock. This electric blast hits the charging orcs hard. This stunned orcs stagger back, reeling from the impact. Shinju reflects on finally using the spell in combat, but he grimly notes the actual firepower is still lacking. He grips a dagger, realizing magic casting needs clear imagery. He admits mastering that will take time but be a great skill. Shinju senses something large attacking from above. A massive muscular orc swings a crude club at him. Shinju dodges the heavy blow, the club smashing the ground. He leaps away from the impact zone with incredible speed. Shinju lands lightly on a thick tree branch. His cloak billows as he balances on the wood. Green energy streaks across the background violently. This orc stand ready, one holding its club defensively. Shinju imbues his throwing knives with blue mana. This enchanted daggers fly toward the enemy ranks. This blades pierce the heads of 3 orcs instantly. A wolf-like creature and a goblin look on with grim faces. Shinju thinks imbuing daggers is better for now. A massive white ape-like creature lunges down at him. A massive spray of dark red blood erupts violently. One enemy is decapitated midair by the swift attack. Shinju's intense purple eyes peer out from the hood. A massive red orc swings its club near the tree Shinju climbed. Shinju mutters, feeling overwhelmed by the sheer numbers. He dashes away, daggers ready, moving low to the ground. A close-up shows Shinju's determined, focused expression. He faces a horde of monsters, including a massive horned brute. This huge horned monster is clearly the leader of this group. Shinju's eyes flash red, recognizing the boss monster. He thinks good, readying himself for the confrontation. This enemy declares Shinju will be their guinea pig for testing. Shinju glows with dark purple energy, preparing his own move. Mayor screams about the endless monsters while engulfed in fire. Her fiery blast sends several smaller demons flying back. A companion yells for Kai to retreat from the impossible path. Shinju calmly replies, understood, deciding the fight is over. He states it's enough for today, turning to leave. This forest floor is littered with the slain monsters they fought. Both Shinju and Mayor retreat quickly, exhausted from the fight. Mayor complains about being tired from the sheer monster numbers. Shinju notes the high levels of the monsters they faced. He observes the area isn't habitable for humans normally. Mayor realizes the demon folks control low-intelligence monsters easily. Shinju concludes this land is only suitable for the demons. Shinju and Mayor stand on a ridge overlooking the dark territory. They see the vast corrupted landscape of the demonic kingdom. This text states heroes and knights pose no problem for the enemy forces. Normal soldiers are merely fodder for the overwhelming monster assault. A blonde warrior yells for the troops not to falter, maintain formation. A blue-haired individual admits they are completely outmatched by the demons. He deduces the simultaneous monster attack implies a high-ranking demon presence. A demoness with white hair and horns sips red liquid calmly. She swallows a glowing red orb from her drink with satisfaction. This demoness stands on high ground, declaring she will not be careless. High-ranking demon Elsa states she will use monsters to chip away strength. She plans a counterattack once the human forces are completely exhausted. A group of large horned demons await orders from their leader. Some soldiers react in shock, questioning if this is the Demon King's army. A mounted warrior yells for Amelia-san to retreat immediately. He warns they will be annihilated if they remain in this position. This blonde warrior agrees, ordering everyone to retreat via their entry path. This ground is littered with fallen soldiers and slain horned monsters. This large pink and green horned demons survey the easy victory. They note their caution was unnecessary, even using monsters to tire foes. Another demon confirms this was Elsa-sama's order, calling her cautious. This green-masked demon celebrates the easy win and military strength display. This pink-masked demon asks if they have conquered the Beastmen Federation yet. He suggests conquering the Federation means the war against humans escalates. This others agree winning against the Federation was likely guaranteed. Shinju and Mayor observe hidden in the dense forest foliage. Mayor is shocked by the news of the Federation conquest, demanding answers. This blonde warrior reports all human territories are recaptured though. She sadly admits defeat upon entering the demon realm's unknown world. This current situation is dire, asking for suggestions from the group. One general states nothing comes to mind immediately. This problem remains, countering the endless monster waves, he notes. Without a solution they cannot fight the demons properly, he warns. This blue-haired individual admits ignorance of these monster-controlling tricks. He knows it stems from some demonic art, however. Previously, the Demon King's army fought without proper tactics. Now the demons finally take the war seriously after defeats. Someone concludes a cunning leader is directing them now. Shinju suspects a high-ranking demon caused the recent monster waves. A general reports scouts found many monsters in that forest. He suggests escaping the forest allows proper fighting. This blonde warrior counters the forest is huge with few paths. Advancing the whole army through it seems impossible. She questions if the enemy commander allows free passage. One officer suggests regrouping for now despite the issues. Another leader states losses are high despite territorial gains. Moreover, their last battle resulted in massive casualties. Agreement follows that their goal of recapture is met. Shinju notes morale was used to push demons back initially, but continuing that push is impossible right now. Mayor interrupts, asking if their job is subjugating the Demon King. This officer's laugh, saying it would be easy otherwise. Someone asks Midu for his thoughts on the situation. Midu replies defeating the Demon King takes years based on current talks. This blonde woman states training elites needs time, around 2 years to recover. Shinju processes the 2-year recovery estimate with a slight frown. An older general agrees swift victory is best, but invasion is hard now. He praises the liberation of lost territories as a major success. This general thanks the hero candidates for their efforts. Shinju responds quietly, acknowledging the thanks. He realizes the decision about the future is already made. A group of determined individuals, including a red-haired man, insist on going home. One blonde youth states many share the desire to return home. This speaker wonders if the leaders will accept this decision. Shinju remains silent, looking back at the purple-haired woman. A group of 4 warriors including Shinju and the purple-haired woman stand ready. This purple-haired woman understands Amelia's judgment is based on kingdom status. She stresses needing higher influence to overcome the current dire situation. Shinju admits that decision is not easily made. He concedes, "You're right, accepting the difficulty." This woman warns Shinju not to rush his thinking on the matter. Shinju then asks if Heinrich-san shares the same thought. This woman presses, asking if he wants his friends to die. She insists impatience only causes disaster, urging him to take his time. Shinju trails off, that is, before pausing. This woman looks sternly through the bars, emphasizing the need for patience. She states they still have room to grow their strength even as hero candidates. A tense meeting unfolds among the assembled heroes and candidates. Shocked faces react to harsh news from the leadership. This young man states plainly it can't be helped, accepting the reality. This blonde warrior demands to know when they can finally return home. This purple-haired woman delivers the grim prognosis: at least 2 years. This green-clad companion and the pink-haired girl react in disbelief. This main speaker explains preparation takes time over reckless fighting. He pleads for understanding, emphasizing the need for preparation. A close-up shows someone reacting with intense suppressed anger. This red-haired warrior shouts, demanding they stop joking around. Midu Shuji confirms his goal is the Demon King, not the army. He highlights the difference between their goals and the kingdom's objectives. Shinju questions if they must only fight the Demon King's army alone. Midu confirms that alliance is not guaranteed. This red-haired man declares he has no reason to obey the kingdom's orders. This blue-clad youth warns that path leads only to mutual destruction. He insists they need the Holy Kingdom's crucial support. This red-haired man counters, mentioning guerrilla warfare as an option. Midu clarifies the true goal: defeat the king, not the entire army. This blue-clad youth argues that direct assault risks lives despite victory. This red-haired warrior yells, insisting on killing the Demon King now. He calls those who hesitate cowards who can stay behind. This blue-clad youth shouts back, refusing to let anyone die. This red-haired man stomps down, calling him a coward. He attacks, yelling, "Let me open your eyes." With glowing energy, Shinju urges them to defeat the Demon King together now. This red-haired warrior counters, citing struggles against the Heavenly Kings. He insists training strength through battles is the better path. This blue-haired individual is suddenly restrained by glowing chains. This red-haired warrior looks on with a sneer and a sharp sound. Kanzaki Rin shouts for both to stop, warning against castle destruction. Shinju apologizes quickly to Kanzaki-san. His barrier flickers. This red-haired warrior's bound fist strains against the powerful chains. He breaks free from the domination spell, yelling, "Annoying." In frustration, this blonde woman observes, noting the mana used to break her control. She concludes gaining strength through continuous battles is necessary. This more challenges overcome, the faster their growth accelerates. Shinju asks if Midu understands this harsh reality too. Hashimoto Mayuri agrees with Midu-kun's assessment of the situation. Nagase Rina argues safety over reckless rushing prevents annihilation. Sasaki Satoshi finds this world surprisingly tolerable for now. Takabana Hideki agrees, not wanting death from impatience. Chinami Kaori sides with Arashi-kun, wanting to return home quickly. Rina questions Kaori's sudden change of heart. Kaori admits understanding Midu-kun's point, but she stresses wanting to return home as soon as possible. Kinoshita Yumi acknowledges everyone feels the same way. Kaori sadly reveals she only has her weak mother waiting. A flashback shows Kaori by her sick mother's bedside in a hospital. She worries because she cannot be by her mother's side now. Narumi Yashia mentions having girlfriends back home wanting to leave soon. Tagawa Kenta and Muta Atsushi pledge loyalty to Arashi-san's decisions. Ninomiya Akira states simply, at least, confirming a long wait. One warrior prefers relying on Arashi, calling Midu hesitant. He repeats the assessment, naming Midu in his statement. This blue-clad youth Midu questions what he should do now. This two stand back-to-back, concluding discussion is pointless. This red-haired warrior declares he moves on his own now. He invites the prepared to follow him for death. A group of determined individuals follows the red-haired man. 2 women watch the departure with serious expressions. Another woman looks on with concern and slight distress. This blonde and pink-haired women react strongly to Kaori's decision. Kaori closes her eyes, a single tear falling down. She whispers an apology to Rina while standing alone. This remaining group watches the departing candidates silently. This blonde youth asks the purple-haired woman if she is staying behind. She replies they need a messenger for both factions. A red-haired woman ponders her next move, wanting to return home. Her intuition warns against following Arashi-kun's path. This group prepares horses and wagons for departure outside. This red-haired leader asks if everyone is ready to flee. He warns they must leave before they are discovered. A man on horseback reacts with shock to the worsening situation. This red-haired leader's eyes narrow intensely. This red-haired warrior Arashi is confronted by another man about leaving Arashi. You too. Arashi retorts that they have no time for him and demands a good reason for delay or payment follows. This purple-haired woman agrees with Arashi, then requests to borrow his strength openly. Arashi reacts with utter shock to the sudden request, asking what? A wide shot shows the remaining heroes and candidates dispersing inside the hall. This purple-haired woman and the blonde woman stand near a window observing the others. This blonde woman expresses concern about their classmates fighting amongst themselves. This purple-haired woman responds neutrally, stating both logics make sense. She notes that, like Midu said, they cannot handle this alone. Conversely, the Holy Kingdom's passive approach is deemed too slow. She acknowledges Arashi's point about the 2-year wait being true but risky. This blonde woman asks the purple-haired woman for her proposed course of action. This hooded person declares 3 methods exist to break the current stalemate. This red-haired woman explains the first method, changing the Holy Kingdom leadership's mind. She vows to change their thinking no matter the cost. This next panel shows 2 armored riders against a purple backdrop. The speaker continues saying success means the army moves even if they face exile. This blue-clad youth states he doubts Midu would accept that first method. This blonde woman then asks about pursuing the second proposed option. This response suggests using Arashi's idea, guerrilla tactics instead of direct assault. A dark scene shows the purple-haired woman discussing intelligence gathered. She reveals the demonic kingdom is not unified per Isabel's intel. Sabotaging their backlines might instigate a civil war within the enemy. A small chibi figure notes Arashi likely cannot achieve that goal. This blonde woman agrees, stating it is indeed impossible for Arashi. This MC notes the captive is the feline beastman leader's daughter. He confirms she was caught by the Demon King's army. This information came from torturing captured demons. This others react, finding the source terrifying and scary. Some wonder about the torturer's identity and his pistol. One hothead demands to know what the beastmen have to do with them. Others excitedly speculate about cute animal features like ears and tails. This MC cuts them off, refocusing on the plan. He asks if they know about the southern beastmen country. Another candidate confirms the name, Grandana's Federation. This map shows this neutral territory between conflicts. This hothead questions, seeking help from fearful neutrals. This purple-haired elf counters, saying their soldiers are strong. Their honed senses and abilities are top tier. They successfully stopped the Demon King's army before. This red-haired man demands why they remain passive then. He insists they could invade and destroy the Demon Kingdom. This elf laughs, noting they cannot destroy the army alone, but a joint force with the Holy Kingdom changes things. This MC realizes this means they need the captured princess. This orange-clad girl confirms, rescue her for leverage. This MC agrees, revealing he knows their supply route. He tasks someone with being the explosive bait. While chaos erupts, he plans to move from the shadows. Ninamiya asks why the Holy Kingdom avoids alliance talks. A worried woman questions if asking the beastmen for cooperation is difficult. This MC counters that a bargaining chip is necessary for negotiation. He reveals the feline beastman princess was captured by the Demon King's army. This elf smiles, stating their promise-keeping nature helps negotiations after a rescue. This group sits around a fire, listening intently to the plan. This MC presses Arashi, noting he has no current move planned. Arashi explodes, accusing the MC of always acting like he knows everything. This MC simply states Arashi's name. Another man warns Arashi that his decision affects everyone's lives. Now a close-up shows someone gritting their teeth in silent frustration. 2 concerned individuals watch the tense exchange. 2 other youths look on with serious, slightly worried expressions. Arashi sits down hard, clearly defeated by the weight of the situation. He finally concedes, saying he just needs to execute the plan. This remaining group prepares horses and wagons for departure. Outside, this first group heading south questions if their direction is correct. This dark-haired youth confirms they head toward the neutral Grandana's Federation. He adds the demons transport prisoners north. Their destination is a forest outpost in the demonic kingdom's territory. This Chibai elf notes both nations lack trade treaties. This lack of treaties makes pinpointing the enemy route easier. A concerned youth asks if they are infiltrating the demonic kingdom. He worries about being ambushed before they can strike. This cloaked individual assures them not to worry about detection. He claims to have gathered information on safe paths for the entire group. This cloaked youth states he was seeking another way home, not always a direct path. This dark-haired woman asks anxiously about the reconnaissance results. He confirms the only chance is defeating the Demon King, gathering intel for that. Another man reveals the intel. The Beastman princess has been abducted, praising Shinju. This red-haired man questions leisurely travel when an ambush is planned on the supply line. This leader agrees, urging them to increase pace and store luggage with Sorero. This group prepares horses and wagons, readying for faster travel. This party travels through a dark, shadowy forest at night. A man shouts a warning. The monsters are here, prepare for battle. Monstrous wolves with glowing red eyes attack the group suddenly. This dark wolves leap at the advancing candidates. This dark-haired woman looks up in shock as a wolf lunges. A muscular man braces himself, hands raised defensively. He blocks a powerful strike with glowing golden armor plating. This defender grins, stating his steel will block the attack. This wolf recoils with a frustrated HMPH. After failing to pierce the guard, another young man shouts orders. Surround them, support gather centrally, vanguard pushes. A red glow envelops the support personnel as they move to the center. 2 fighters confirm the order, drawing swords ready to engage. This 2 engage the beast, swords flashing in the dim light. This yellow-clad woman shouts, "No you don't," using green energy to restrain a wolf. A wolf leaps towards a red-clad youth, jaws wide open. This beast's massive jaws snap shut with terrifying intensity. This bespectacled youth stabs downward, plunging his blade into a downed wolf's head. Another wolf looms over the red-haired man, ready to strike. A wolf-like beast roars me. Amidst fiery energy, this beast dissipates into smoke, revealing its dark form. A masked youth swings a blade at the retreating, shadowy beast. This red-haired man asks if anyone sustained injuries. This hooded person notes Arashi handles his role well, no need to worry. He advises seeking Hano if anyone needs healing. A close-up shows intense purple eyes, stating, unfortunately. That same person utters the name Mayor. This monstrous wolf reappears, eyes glowing menacing red. This masked youth yells in shock, what? There's still one left. Someone screams the name Salamander. In alarm, this wolf erupts in intense burning orange flames. This masked man and others are engulfed in the massive fiery blast. Observers note the immense firepower burnt to a crisp. They compare this power favorably to Nagase's strength. Arashi scoffs, declaring that display was unnecessary. A character exclaims, "Shionjoyus woman." This white-haired elf reacts with shock, asking WHA. This hooded person asks who this guy's woman is. He demands gratitude for the elf covering his back. Arashi responds with a frustrated HMPH sound. This elf nervously asks him to say something. This hooded person dismisses it as a small thing. The elf protests loudly. Others comment on how annoying the hooded one is. They express jealousy that Shinju has such a cute companion. This lead's eye glows intensely red, promising action. A massive red energy circle pulses outward from him. He states clearly, I can already see them, spotting the enemy. A large contingent of demonic soldiers approaches on horseback and wagon. This lead's eye flashes red again, focusing on the approaching force. His vision highlights enemy ranks, noting low-rank demons present. He confirms the presence of mid-rank demons within the convoy. He assesses that more captives are likely hidden inside the wagons. Finally, he detects a single high-ranked demon among the escort. A status screen reveals the high-ranked demon is named Zaganda. This red-haired man questions if Zaganda is the enemy leader. This cloaked individual confirms it is likely the leader. He warns not to underestimate the high-ranking demon's strength. He clarifies Zaganda isn't as strong as Stonegea but still dangerous. This red-haired man aggressively claims the high-ranked demon for himself. He threatens to eliminate anyone who interferes with his target. This lead's purple eye shows agreement with the assignment. He confirms he intended to let the red-haired man handle Zaganda. This MC outlines the simple strategy to the assembled group. Firstly, Arashi must use his explosion to draw enemy attention. Arashi stands ready, accepting his role as the initial distraction. Once formations break, the others will surround the remaining forces. Inao and Yanagi are tasked with protecting Hano. Inao agrees nervously while the other youth confirms his understanding. Azaki is assigned to collect and escort any wounded personnel. High-ranking demon Zaganda stands silently, his expression grim. A subordinate demon complains of fatigue after marching from Beastmen territory. Zaganda warns them to stay alert as arrival is imminent, prompting an affirmative response. Zaganda admits he also feels tired from the long ride. He notes his back hurts from the horse but must maintain composure for his troops. He resolves to check on the prisoner, declaring, right. Zaganda announces he is checking on the woman, ordering his men to remain vigilant. This soldiers confirm the order, watching Zaganda ride toward the prisoner wagon. This observer notes Zaganda clearly sought a chance to rest. This Beastmen Federation Princess Sheena looks up with weary eyes. A close-up reveals the captive Princess Sheena with striking blue eyes. Zaganda finally arrives, looming over the kneeling princess. He asks how the princess feels, stating they are near the city of imprisonment. Zaganda gloats that Federation soldiers cannot reach them deep in Demonic Kingdom territory. Sheena complains the wagon is shaking badly and looks awful. Zaganda dismisses her concern, claiming the wagon is new. He assures her she need not worry if the Federation obeys their orders. Sheena retorts that it is useless as the Federation will never submit while she is captive. Zaganda sneers, reminding her she is the feline Beastmen leader's daughter. Sheena calls him stupid if he thinks capturing her will force compliance. Zaganda snaps, ordering her to watch her mouth, calling her a bitch. His hand violently grips her neck, silencing her. Sheena reacts with wide-eyed shock as the attack lands. Zaganda leans and tongue out, threatening to make her taste a little bit. He chuckles, promising to make her fully understand her subordinate position. A demon shouts a warning. They are being attacked by humans. This purple-skinned demon expresses disbelief, noting humans are less concerning than beastmen. A massive explosion erupts, throwing demonic troops backward violently. This purple-skinned demon reacts with a sharp ch while urging his horse forward. He shouts a counterattack order, telling his troops not to fear the humans. This human party descends upon the demon ranks in a coordinated assault. Two fighters engage a large beast, delivering simultaneous sword strikes. Another combatant shouts, "Take this," while landing a powerful blow. A different youth lands a strong strike, yelling, "Eat this." A fighter unleashes a purple energy attack, forcing a demon back with a HMPH. This purple-skinned demon looks shocked, realizing they are losing ground. He questions how they are losing despite being an elite unit. This lead, wearing a tan coat, confronts the demon, asking if he is a high-ranking demon. Close up on the lead's intense, focused expression. This purple-skinned demon demands the human's identity, clutching a glowing purple crystal. This lead smirks, refusing to give his name to trash unless entertained. This demon screams in rage, calling the human insignificant and ordering him to shut up. This demon channels intense purple energy into his weapon for a strike. A massive clash of purple energy and bright yellow-orange force explodes outward. This explosion continues to rage, consuming the area in light and debris. This lead evades the demon's spear thrust while the horse rears back. This purple-skinned demon mocks the human, questioning if he can win against him. He scoffs at the human's meager firepower for a high-ranking demon. This lead reacts with wide-eyed shock as the demon attacks again. This lead leaps back as the demon's attack sweeps past him on horseback. This lead thinks if these are the ones who beat Wimberg and Stonegea, he must be cautious. A blue-skinned warrior on horseback charges forward wielding a long, glowing spear. A worried person wonders how the enemy pinpointed their location. This person suspects the goal is rescuing the captured beastman princess. Fortunately, many men guard the princess, so they should hold out for a while. Their troops here are focused solely on defense. Meanwhile, a fighter engages a blue-skinned demon while another jumps in. A combatant yells a challenge while landing a heavy strike. Another youth yells, "Eat this," delivering a powerful blow. A fighter blasts purple energy, forcing a demon back with a grunt. This purple-skinned demon looks shocked, realizing they are losing ground. He questions how they are losing against these humans. This lead in the tan coat confronts the demon, asking if he is high-ranking. Close up on the lead's intense, focused expression. This purple-skinned demon grips a glowing purple crystal, demanding the human's identity. This lead smirks, refusing to name himself to trash and less entertained. This demon screams in rage, calling the human insignificant and ordering him to shut up. This demon channels intense purple energy into his weapon for a strike. A massive clash of purple energy and bright yellow-orange force explodes outward. This explosion rages, consuming the area in light and debris. This lead evades the demon's spear thrust as the horse rears back. This purple-skinned demon mocks the human, questioning if he can win. He scoffs at the human's meager firepower for a high-ranked demon. This lead reacts with wide-eyed shock as the demon attacks again. This lead leaps back as the demon's attack sweeps past him on horseback. This blue demon mocks the human's weak mana defense. He thinks the human's instinct is purely animalistic, but he figured out the style. This demon realizes the human can set explosive traps using his touch. He notes the human can make any object explode on contact. This human confronts the demon, asking if he is high-ranking. This purple demon activates Wild Trust. With a grotesque grin, two figures in tan coats brace against a massive purple energy wave. This purple demon declares the distance perfect for him. He boasts the human cannot touch him from this range. This demon unleashes multiple purple energy beams at the two humans. This lead confirms he noticed the demon's combat style. This demon retorts that changing position is obvious. This lead counters that the demon is the one letting his guard down. This lead charges an orange energy sphere in his palm. He yells, "Cannon fire," launching a powerful orange beam. This purple demon screams in shock. What? This lead channels maximum power. Into his attack, a massive blinding explosion of orange energy erupts. This purple-skinned demon is blasted backward, spitting blood. This lead in the tan coat simply sighs, "HMPH." A status screen reveals the attacker is Arashi Shunsuk. A cloaked ally gasps, "Wow," amazed by the feat. She realizes Arashi defeated a high-ranking demon alone. Another ally shouts that Lord Zaganda is dead. This lead in the red glow gives a support buff, "Damage up," command. This cloaked man confirms this is the right wagon for his purpose. A close profile shows his intense, focused gaze beneath the hood. Princess Sheena, still bound, looks up with wide, frightened eyes. Sheena asks if the intruder is a human, questioning if he is here to help. This hooded man replies cryptically, "I wonder about that." Sheena repeats her question, asking if he came to rescue her. He states plainly, "I wonder about that," drawing a knife near her. This man kneels, swiftly cutting the ropes binding the princess. This severed rope falls slack onto the dark floorboards. Sheena narrows her eyes, demanding to know his true objective. He admits his goal is the same as the demon's, to use her for gains. Sheena notes his brutal honesty, calling him very straightforward. He confirms there is no point in lying, now challenging her perception. He asks if she prefers him, claiming they are saving her without motive. This man states he cannot lie, but asks if resistance is reasonable. A monstrous clawed hand bursts forth, signaling a transformation. This text screams partial BSTFICTON. As power surges, red energy flares around the hooded man and the now transformed princess. A massive impact sound effect suggests rapid, powerful movement outward. This hooded man leaps back, carrying a large sack over his shoulder. This transformed Sheena lunges with monstrous claws, roaring in fury. This hooded man dodges the beastly swipe, moving with incredible speed. He thinks to himself, she's fast. Observing her transformed state, he muses, so this is the ability of Beastman, huh? As they clash, a sharp zap sound effect indicates a quick counterattack. This Beastman princess looks trapped, eyes closed in distress. This hooded man restrains her arm, her blue eyes snapping open in shock. This hooded man considers using basic thunder shock magic. He notes it lacks punch, but is useful for distraction in close combat. This princess gasps, wondering at the human's strength. This man asks if she finally noticed the strength difference. He presents two options, restraint and compliance or obedience. This princess reluctantly agrees, saying humans are better than demons. Meanwhile, the battle rages with glowing red energy strikes. A masked demon cries out in terror, "Hiek." This demon wonders who these people are, calling them monsters. An ally confirms the name Chainami to another companion. This companion replies, okay, okay, with a slight smile. Glowing green vines snake out from a tree branch. These magical vines wrap tightly around a demon's leg. This ensnared demon cries out, "Go hog." As a sword flies past, another demon yells, "Oi," looking down at the chaos. Chainami grabs the masked demon's face, demanding he deliver a message. He tells the demon to relay this to the demon king. Chainami states he has no grudge but vows to kill the king. He grins menacingly, promising to chop that head off clean. Later, the human party rests around a crackling campfire. Two men happily note the abundance of food left in the wagons. One girl laughs, suggesting they are all one big group now. This beastman princess sits quietly with her meager meal before her. This cat-eared girl quietly offers thanks while sipping her drink. Her eyes widen, exclaiming that the food is incredibly tasty. Two companions confirm that anything cooked by Hano tastes delicious. An elf-like girl asks Sheena how the demons managed to capture her. Sheena's expression hardens, showing deep, serious resolve. She explains stumbling upon the Demon King's army while hunting. She was deep inside Federation territory, a place demons shouldn't be. She concludes that they already knew her exact location. This main character suggests their goal was invading the Federation. He adds that capturing her was definitely one of their objectives. This girl with glasses asks why demons want to control beastmen. This other girl suggests world domination, including the Holy Kingdom. Sheena confirms that is the demon's overall plan. Then she questions the humans' true motive for wanting her. This MC states they need her as a bargaining chip. He needs Federation cooperation to defeat the Demon King. Sheena repeats defeat the Demon King, asking if they are serious. This cat girl insists they have their own compelling reasons. This MC declares they cannot return home before defeating the king. Sheena realizes they are the rumored hero candidates. She notes the rumor says humans summoned them as a trump card. This MC asks for her decision, saying her help would be great. Sheena agrees, saying she understands and owes them for the rescue. This dark-haired ally admits they didn't plan to rescue her initially. Sheena acknowledges the rescue and the warm food provided. Shunsuk stands ready, wielding a massive blade of blue energy. Someone shouts his name, Shuji. Grabbing his head, Shunsuk asks Rena what the matter is, looking down the hall. This pink-haired ally exclaims Arashi's party has returned proudly. Shunsuk reacts with shock, shouting, "What?" at the news. This entire returning group strides confidently through the main gate. Guards immediately accuse them of desertion and calm insolence. This lead guard shouts they violate army regulations. This red-haired man, Arashi, dismisses the rules entirely. Arashi demands if regulations offer him any protection, calling them bastards. This guard sputters, calling Arashi a bastard back. Arashi states he has no business with fodder like them. He aggressively asks for Amelia's location. This guard counters Amelia won't meet a bastard like him. He orders the soldiers to restrain the deserters and imprison them. Arashi sighs, calling the situation such a pain. His companion notes their bad reception is due to Arashi's behavior. This companion suggests Midu's party would be welcomed warmly. Pink-clad guards suddenly shout, "Don't move." With glowing chains, this woman in red, Kanzaki Rin, appears, demanding they stop. Rin questions if they plan to betray them, demanding the skill release. This blonde ally winks, telling the guards to calm down. He insists Arashi's party intends no fight, suggesting talk first. This lead guard visibly relaxes, saying relaxed. At the suggestion, this guard ponders, agreeing if Narumi Dono says so. This red-haired man reacts with shock, questioning if it's another world culture. A woman cuts in, stating there is no need for a scene, clearly annoyed. She adds they already gathered the people he wanted to speak with, then he agrees. This red-haired man calls out, telling Chainami to enter the room. Two women enter, one being the beastman, Princess Sheena, apologizing for the intrusion. A blue-haired man wonders aloud, asking if that is a feline beastman. This blonde ally confirms her name is Sheena, the real daughter of the Federation Master. This blonde gasps, demanding why she is with them, the hero candidates. Sheena confirms her identity, stating the humans rescued her from the demons. This MC looks stunned, asking if she was truly captured by demons. Sheena confirms, explaining demons were lurking inside Federation territory. She reveals she was rescued while being transported to the Demon King's lands. This red-haired man states they must use her as a bargaining chip for Federation cooperation. He insists they cannot wait 2 more years for things to progress. This blue-haired ally concedes, saying they understand the situation now. This blonde states they are already considering an alliance with the Federation. She suggests talking to higher-ups first, as they won't miss this chance. This red-haired man praises their honesty, saying, "Now we're talking." He concludes this is not a bad deal for them either. He adds killing the Demon King is the people's will and they will do anything. Sheena states she was rescued and fed, asking for their help in return. She wants them to eliminate the demons inside the Federation as well. This MC smiles, agreeing to try his best to help her. This blue-haired ally asks how they got the information about the kidnapping. This red-haired man replies they interrogated the demons they captured. This blue-haired envoy simply states, "I see." 1 week later, the hero candidates stand ready with their allies. This Holy Kingdom sends envoys to the Federation for alliance talks. This envoys present the official document, sparking celebration. This entire group cheers wildly as the alliance is secured. Outside, the castle walls stand tall under a bright blue sky. A dark-haired young man asks pointedly who's going. This reply names 4 people going: Midu, Nages, Kanzaki, and Narumi. This speaker notes Kanzaki is expected due to her domination skills. He adds Midu and Narumi have good judgment regarding people. Nagase is strict but possesses powerful persuasive speeches. This leader of the envoys will likely be Heinrich. Soldiers and administrators will also join the delegation. This total envoy count is estimated to be 30 people. This question turns to Arashi's whereabouts and status. Arashi is relaxing outside, stating he prefers the frontline. He confirms he is unsuited for negotiation duties. While Midu is away, Hashimoto takes over as substitute squad leader. This group notes it's hard for them to manage Arashi and his friends. This question is posed to Shinju. What's your plan? Shinju declares he will also go to the Federation. However, he clarifies he won't accompany the official envoys. This blue-haired envoy commands, "Let us depart." This envoy party sets off with guards flanking a large carriage. Rena sighs dramatically, calling the journey what a pain. She finds the noise bothersome, wishing for quiet. She notes Shinju is also heading toward the Federation. Wondering if Shinju is nearby, the blue-haired envoy watches through tall grass. The official envoy carriage proceeds slowly. This MC and the elf girl prepare to move out. This elf girl asks if they are only tailing the procession. This MC explains following their trail is easier for him. And Sheena, this large convoy moves down the forest path. Heavily guarded Sheena asks Kanzaki a question, her expression serious. Kanzaki asks why Sheena constantly scans the surroundings. Sheena is surprised, then explains vigilance against monsters. This blonde ally reassures her, stating Shujai and Heinrich are present. Sheena stutters, realizing the reassurance is true. Kanzaki addresses Midu, demanding to know his thoughts. Midu confirms Arashi returned quickly, seemingly in just days. Kanzaki wonders how Arashi learned about Sheena's kidnapping. This pink-haired girl recalls Arashi interrogated captured demons. Kanzaki finds the speed suspicious. Information gathered, executed, returned. She finds it hard to believe Arashi managed this alone. Midu asks Kanzaki's point, looking slightly uneasy. Kanzaki dismisses it as mere speculation. Kanzaki warns someone is shadowing Midu, gathering intel. Independently, Kanzaki tells Midu he is bad at hiding his thoughts. Another character reacts with alarm, realizing Shinju's actions are criminal in the Holy Kingdom. This girl worries about the punishment if their cooperation is revealed. This woman in white identifies the cloaked figure as Shinju Kai, the Saint Killer. This MC reacts, questioning if that is truly the case. This woman in white laughs, claiming it was a joke, but the MC looks stunned. She compliments the MC's performance, noting he's doing well. She points out that even with contact, Shinju helps them without consent. This woman in white reassures them, saying she won't punish anyone. A guard expresses that his curiosity led him to say thanks for killing that woman. This woman in white asks if that's okay, fearing lynching if discovered. This blonde ally insists it's not a joke based on Kanzaki's recent behavior. He speculates Kanzaki senses someone watching them closely. This MC looks confused, asking Kanzaki if that's true. Kanzaki gasps, realizing she's exposed, asking what to do now. She panics, wondering if she's dragging Shinju down by acting as his messenger. This cloaked Shinju steps forward, stating hiding is pointless now. This MC and the elf girl appear, Shinju's shadow behind them. This MC shouts Shinju's name, asking if he is the Saint Killer. Sheena, the Beastman princess, identifies the cloaked man as her rescuer. This official envoy pauses, observing the cloaked pair trailing them. Shinju states his conclusion is based only on his own deductions. This woman in white admits their network is better than his info. She accuses him of being the Black Grim Reaper who killed Wimberg. Shinju denies the nickname, stating he didn't kill Wimberg alone. This elf girl introduces herself as a spellcaster elf, noting his strong companion. This elf girl recognizes Shinju, shouting his name in shock. Rena screams at Shinju for showing his face after everything. Rena screams at Shinju, calling him a traitor even if Shujai forgives him. She demands if he has anything to say about the accusation. Shinju calmly states he has no intention to deny the charge. This blonde ally Heinrich urges Rena to calm down, praising Shinju's help. Rena yells shut up and prepares to end everything with a massive fire spell. This elf girl sighs, noting the immense firepower and doubting their defense. Shujai calls out to Mayor, his gaze intense. He addresses Kanzaki, telling her not to move. This massive fire blast erupts violently toward the ground. This explosion sends shockwaves outward in a blinding flash. Heinrich cries out in shock, asking if they plan to burn Shinju to a crisp. He questions if Shinju would be disappointing if he died so easily. Shinju simply replies right as a dark gloved hand rises. Rena recoils, shouting wah. As she is suddenly restrained, she is violently thrown back onto the ground by an unseen force. Rena scrambles backward, facing the cloaked Shinju again. She summons multiple fire orbs, yelling, "You burn down." Shinju invokes thunder to pierce through his enemy. Rena screams as brilliant yellow lightning engulfs her body. She relaxes, seemingly neutralized by the electrical attack. Shinju moves swiftly, closing the distance toward the stunned Rena. Rena wonders what that power is despite her low magical aptitude. Shinju explains that even without talent, practice makes protective magic usable. Rena's attacker mocks her, asking if she's truly training properly while spoiled by divine protection. Heinrich praises Shinju for instantly disabling Rena, calling him amazing. This writer notes Shinju is fast breaking guards' defenses. He also gained a new power, surpassing the speaker. Now Rena shouts her refusal, still not accepting him. Shinju calmly states He never sought her recognition. He adds that their actions will yield the same result regardless. Rena screams to shut up, her face contorted in rage. Pink chains of energy bind. Rena, stopping her outburst of voice, commands Nages to cool her head down. First, the scene shifts to a dark campsite with guards standing watch. This purple-haired woman observes, concluding they were cornered. She now understands why Shinju killed Leonora in that situation. From his view, he was forced into increasingly impossible tasks. The speaker explains confusion led Shinju to take all the blame. However, many classmates still misunderstand Shinju's true intentions. Nages insists she still believes Shinju didn't commit the act. She argues that their belief stems only from being classmates. Midu agrees Nages is right, stating it's hard them to let her live. He admits he just killed her to prevent trouble. This blonde ally laughs, calling Rena stubborn. He notes that regardless of explanations, she decides who to trust. Rena focuses, questioning if the talk about returning home is true. This elf girl holds a small object, asking about the way home. This MC replies he found nothing about returning home. He adds the elf girl chose to come with him willingly. This elf girl cries out, calling the MC cruel for that statement. This man accepts responsibility, noting Heinrich knew things early on. He concedes hiding is useless, now recognizing Midu's trust display. This official convoy continues its slow journey for several days. This blue-haired envoy states they should reach Federation territory soon. A command is given to head to the nearest border town. Inside the carriage, the small girl senses someone waiting. This cloaked Shinju observes, noting someone is here to greet them. An arrow slams down as the MC reacts with surprise. This MC shouts, "What?" in shock at the sudden attack. An archer from the Beastmen ambushes the convoy from the trees. This blue-haired envoy cries out, "The Beastmen." In alarm, this blonde Beastman woman demands to know human business in their land. This entire Beastman force surrounds the human delegation. This MC throws his arms wide, declaring they are not here to fight. He proclaims their purpose is forging an alliance with the Federation. This blonde Beastman leader scoffs, questioning the alliance talk. Another Beastman screams that humans caused all their current suffering. Rena dismisses the explanation, saying they don't care about excuses. Heinrich tells Rena to stop speaking that way, asking her to be quiet. This small girl inside the carriage whispers, "Rune, it's me." This girl transforms, now wearing a frilly blue and black dress. Sheena-sama is recognized by the Beastmen crowd. Sheena shouts that these humans rescued her. This Beastmen demand the return of Sheena-sama immediately. This blue-haired envoy urges them to listen before fighting. This cloaked Shinju warns that Rune won't listen when she is like this. This woman in white instructs to incapacitate her without killing, noting her unit is inexperienced. She adds that if it is Midu, success is possible, saying that is what Rena stated. Shinju tells Midu it is time for him to shine. Midu immediately shouts understood and engages an opponent. A massive blue energy slash erupts from the clash. This purple-haired beastman cries out in shock as he is struck. Midu's expression remains determined after the swift blow. This MC and Heinrich move to intercept other attackers. A dark gloved hand stops a pink-haired attacker cold. This pink-haired beastman screams in surprise at the sudden restraint. Shinju sends the downed attacker flying backward. This red-haired beastman yells, "What?" seeing the speed. A close-up shows the MC's eye crackling with blue lightning power. This MC shields the red-haired beastman with his arm as energy surges. This red-haired beastman collapses, completely neutralized. Two other beastmen charge forward, calling the cloaked one a bastard. Shinju remains still as the two attackers rush him. Shinju calls out Kanzaki as she appears on horseback. Kanzaki responds with a startled A and a hesitant "Yes." Shinju directs Kanzaki, telling her targets are the rear archers. He commands Midu to handle the frontline fighters. Kanzaki yells, "You understood," activating glowing pink chains. This chains bind the beastmen archers, who cry out in shock. Two charging beastmen yell, "Sheena-sama, and we're coming to save you." She questions why she is the only one being fought, not everyone else. This beastmen question if the humans can control their magic without killing them. This pink-haired woman concedes with a reluctant HMPH, then fine. This blonde elf girl expresses shock at human strength, asking if they are that powerful. This blue-haired envoy insists they only wish to talk right now. He demands the beastmen sheath their swords, stating they didn't kill soldiers. This blonde elf girl lunges forward aggressively, ready to strike. She is stunned, realizing something has stopped her attack. A dark-gloved hand grips the blade of her drawn sword. Shinju speaks her name, calling out Rune. Rune looks up, startled by the sound of her name. This MC asks Rune if she is calm, now looking toward the carriage. This small girl, Sheena, urges the beastmen to listen to the humans. Sheena apologizes profusely, offering her life in return for the misunderstanding. This blue-haired envoy states he understands their actions due to both nations' relationship. Rune reacts with confusion and a stuttered, but this envoy asks Rune to guide them if they want an amendment. Shinju explains the goal is an alliance with the Federation leadership. Sheena confirms this is also her desire, instructing them to be polite. This small girl affirms she owes the humans, demanding respectful treatment. Rune understands, promising to guide them to the capital. Rune then cries out, expressing relief that Sheena-sama is safe. Sheena smiles, softly confirming she is home now. Following that, the convoy proceeds through a mountain pass. This red-haired beastman notes Midu and the others are being treated formally. This parliament holds all the beastmen chiefs. This governing body leads the entire country. This parliament resides in the Federation capital. They arrive at Mainslia, the Federation capital city. This blonde ally exclaims how massive the city is. Rune states her guidance ends here, apologizing. She still wants to thank Shina-sama's rescuers. But policy decisions rest with the Parliament Councils. This MC assures her it is fine, their problem now. This convoy enters the city square, drawing attention. Beastmen. Citizens notice the approaching humans. One local wonders what the humans are plotting now. Another fears human intentions, recalling past troubles. This cloak Shinju notes the reception is mild. This dark-clad man observes the lack of expected hatred. He suggests the people are simply afraid of them. A mother shields her child's show. Apprehension. This blonde ally laughs, saying fear is normal reaction. This elf girl agrees, noting they are just civilians. This purple-haired envoy suggests the real issue awaits. She predicts hatred from the tribal chiefs they meet. Suddenly, someone screams the name Sheena. A powerful beastman in regal attire rushes forward. He bellows out, demanding to know if Sheena is safe. Sheena replies calmly, confirming she is unharmed. Papa. Sheena insists her father must treat the humans well. He agrees enthusiastically, offering his mansion for their stay. He introduces himself as Alto, chief of the feline tribe, and he swears to repay the favor of saving his daughter. Heinrich steps forward, asking for a moment with Alto-sama, who gives a cheerful thumbs up, ready to listen. This scene shifts to a formal meeting of the tribal chiefs. Heinrich presents the official proposal for an alliance. Alto immediately agrees, citing the debt he owes them. This werewolf chief Edgar notes the growing demon threat, but the bird chief Camilla calls it nonsense. This fishman chief Max agrees, recalling his father's death by human hands. This dogman chief Niels offers gratitude and a reward for Sheena, but he insists they cannot forget the past, leaving Alto stunned by his words. Niels reminds them of the exile and discrimination they suffered. Camilla and Max shout their refusal to accept the alliance. Max declares their history is not something to be forgotten, but Heinrich argues they share a common enemy in the demons. Max explodes, refusing to cooperate even against the demons. Until a sharp gaze cuts through the tension as Edgar asks for the specific terms of their proposal. Heinrich is momentarily caught off guard, but the MC steps in, stating their goal is to destroy the demonic kingdom, leaving the beastmen chiefs in stunned silence. This other chiefs remain unconvinced, their expressions hostile, but the MC just laughs in their faces, catching the eye of Edgar, the werewolf chief, who points out a strange inconsistency in their story, noting the humans don't seem desperate for their help. So the MC clarifies their true goal, to defeat the demon king. He admits Edgar's observation was correct, and his honesty wins over Alto, who now wants to join the fight. Another fist shoots into the air as Edgar officially agrees to the alliance. He knows if the humans fall, the beastmen are next. A wave of relief washes over the human envoys, but Camilla slams her wing down, still refusing, insisting the humans can't be trusted. Max echoes her sentiment, his distrust absolute, and Niels suspects it's a trap to use them as cannon fodder. A young beastman notes Niels has changed. He once supported humans, his gaze hardening at the memory, stating that time has changed his perspective. Alto grows worried as the opposition solidifies, but Edgar proposes a delay, suggesting they hear them out. Alto happily volunteers to host the humans in his mansion. This other chiefs remain defiant, refusing to even consider it, and in the back Shinju's patience wears thin, his eye flaring with a dangerous red light. This young beastman reflects on his chief's hardened heart. As the scene shifts to the feline chief's grand mansion, where a massive feast is underway for the human envoys, Alto toasts them, thanking them for saving his daughter. Our MC graciously accepts his hospitality, but the others are less thrilled with the local cuisine, revealing it's just a strange-looking bread, which Shinju seems to be enjoying just fine. This elf girl happily snacks on some fruit, while the blonde ally gets along with the beastmen over drinks. But Sheena cuts the celebration short, demanding they get serious. And Alto agrees, his expression turning grave. This other beastmen at the table listen intently, though some are a little too deep in their cups to focus. Alto reveals a terrifying truth. Demons are already in the capital. Sheena confirms she was ambushed with impossible precision, but the others find this hard to believe, citing their strict security, her expression hardening at their apparent doubt. This woman quickly apologizes, clarifying she doesn't doubt the princess. Alto explains their keen sense of smell should have detected any demons. Leading to one chilling conclusion: there's a spy. Shinju theorizes someone is helping the demons from the inside. A beastman erupts in anger, accusing them of sowing distrust. Alto roars for calm, insisting they must consider every possibility, and the outraged chief quickly apologizes for his outburst. Alto admits he couldn't find any trace of Sheena, and he suspected information was being controlled. This envoy realizes the spy must be high-ranking, as another envoy worries about their meeting being leaked. Heinrich blurts out the unthinkable: a chief is the traitor, but Alto quickly shuts down the accusation, leaving the other beastmen startled by the claim. He then orders Sheena to stay inside the mansion, insisting they can't risk losing her again. Shinju changes the subject, asking about the alliance, and the entire table falls into a heavy silence. Alto apologizes, admitting he misjudged the other chiefs. Sheena confirms only 2 chiefs support them, they'll lose the vote. Shinju looks grim at the news. But Alto asks the humans to help convince the others. This purple-haired envoy confidently agrees to the task. Later that night, Shinju looks over the city alone when Sheena finds him asking if he can't sleep. He admits he wants to investigate but is restricted, and she confirms their keen senses would detect him. He then turns to her with a serious request, his special eye glowing with a crimson light, revealing the dogman Chief Niels is brainwashed. Sheena stares in disbelief at the revelation, as Shinju confirms only Niels has this status. Sheena explains beastmen can't use magic, so Shinju knows this is demonic art. Sheena recalls Niels' sudden change of heart, wondering if she should tell her father. But Shinju says they lack solid proof, and he'll only proceed if Alto can be trusted. Sheena assures him her father will believe them. Shinju agrees to speak with him later, but his sharp senses pick something up as Alto reveals he's been listening the whole time. He asks to cut straight to the chase, grinning as he calls Shinju his benefactor. His expression darkens, admitting his own suspicions about Niels. He pledges his full support for the Alliance, asking Shinju to help purge the demons from their lands. Shinju agrees, ready to investigate the canine tribe, and Alto accepts the terms with a determined look. This scene shifts to a grand estate under the stars where a two-toned beastman kneels in waiting, reporting to a high-ranking demon named Bright. Bright sighs, annoyed by the troublesome situation. His perfect plan to control the Federation is failing. All because the humans unexpectedly saved the princess. He scolds another demon for his failure, calling the humans' interference utterly shameless. This two-toned beastman seethes with rage as Bright agrees they must stop the humans' influence. This beastman reminds him humans are their sworn enemy. This scene shifts to the Fishman tribe chief's mansion where the human envoys sit before the imposing chief. He crosses his arms, refusing to change his mind, but Heinrich begs him to at least hear them out. Shinju watches the chief's reaction intently, and the Fishman leader surprisingly agrees to listen. This envoys look relieved as they begin their plea. Later they arrive at the Harpy tribe chief's mansion, but a guard stops them, relaying the chief's refusal to meet humans. Kai protests, insisting they had an audience arranged by Alto, but the guard is firm the chief will not see them. This female envoy considers using her power to force the issue, but Kai calls for a tactical retreat for now. She looks back, frustrated by the setback. As Kai explains they can't risk antagonizing the entire Federation, this group reluctantly turns to leave, their mission failing. Back at the mansion, Shinju cleans his blade when a voice calls out. A catgirl ally enters the room with a report. She reveals she visited the canine tribe's territory, and Shinju notes the hostility there feels unnaturally stoked. She warns the soldiers are in unrest, possibly plotting to kill them, and Shinju knows they need hard evidence to expose the truth. This scene shifts to the canine tribe's capital at night, where Shinju and his ally move across the rooftops. He plans a thorough investigation, and they leap into the shadows below. They move unseen past the patrolling guards, landing without making a single sound. This two slip inside the chief's mansion, searching for Niels' private chambers. She peeks into an empty office, guessing he's in his bedroom, realizing this is their chance to find evidence. But her keen senses suddenly pick up a scent, the same smell as the one who kidnapped Sheena. A voice suddenly roars from the darkness, and she freezes, caught completely off guard. This dogman Chief Niels appears, enraged by their intrusion. Sheena begs him to come to his senses. He scoffs at her plea, his eyes filled with rage as she reveals he's being brainwashed by demons. Niels dismisses her words as nonsense, vowing to restrain her, and with a shout he summons his guards. He screams, labeling them as intruders, ordering his men to capture Sheena at once. Sheena realizes she's completely surrounded, and with no other choice she prepares to flee, smashing through a window in a desperate escape. This guards shout that she's escaped. Meanwhile, a demon sips his wine. It's Bright, wondering about the commotion. He questions how they could have found him. After all, he moved with extreme caution. He's confident no one could connect the dots, believing such a detection skill is impossible. But a blade is suddenly at his throat, his smug confidence instantly shattered. Back outside, the night is still, as the two-toned beastman orders the capture. Sheena and her ally leap across the rooftops, her companion looking back with concern. She wonders where Shinju disappeared to, calling out to Sheena in the chaos. This scene cuts to a single flickering candle, revealing another catgirl has them surrounded. Sheena recognizes her as Rune, questioning her presence. Rune explains she's here on Alto's orders, but the canine guards see only another intruder. Rune admits they're technically right, asking for orders. Sheena orders them to fight but not to kill. Meanwhile, Bright is thrown back by a shadow, wounded and shocked by his assailant's power. As Shinju unleashes a devastating attack, Bright cries out as a dagger sinks into his arm. He stumbles back, reeling from the unexpected blow, desperately trying to regain his composure. But Shinju hurls a nearby plant at him, using the distraction to press his attack. Bright smashes through the window in a desperate escape as Shinju vows he won't get away. This chase spills out onto the rooftops, and Bright panics, fearing his existence will be revealed. He sends a desperate telepathic plea for help to Niels, but Niels is currently facing his own problem, informing Bright he can't come to his aid because Alto stands before him ready for a fight. Niels threatens war, blaming Sheena for the intrusion, but Alto swears he will open his eyes to the truth. Niels scoffs, claiming Alto doesn't understand what she did, while Alto senses a disturbing aura coming from the Dogman chief. Enraged, Niels declares he'll crush anyone in his way, and Alto prepares to meet his charge head-on. Their fists collide with explosive force, sending a shockwave of light across the city. This human envoys watch the commotion from afar, Kai deciding they shouldn't intervene and complicate negotiations. A female envoy wonders where Shinju could be. As Kai explains, he's likely hunting the demons causing all this chaos. This female envoy insists they should help their allies, but Kai argues they would only be a liability here, and she reluctantly accepts his reasoning. Kai looks off with a knowing smile, confident that one person is already handling it as Shinju races through the city streets. He closes the distance on the fleeing demon, realizing Bright is leading him to a secluded area. Bright clutches his deep wound, his arm useless when he stumbles upon two terrified maids. He declares any witnesses must be silenced, but Shinju refuses to let him, picking up his pace. Bright enhances his body with magic to escape, focusing all his power into his legs for a burst of speed. Shinju matches him, launching forward in a blur. Appearing right beside the shocked demon, he swings his blade in a swift, precise arc, then follows with a devastating kick to the chest. Bright realizes the blade was just a feint as he's sent crashing into the stone ground below. This demon admits defeat, acknowledging the hero's power. He coughs, demanding to know how he was found, and Shinju reveals his eyes can analyze anything. Bright curses his luck for facing his worst possible foe, but smirks, vowing he still has a final card to play. As Shinju's eyes began to glow, sensing the demon's unfolding scheme, the courtyard erupted into a chaotic brawl, while Rune urged the confused guards to stand down. Shina tried to reason with the soldiers, asking if they noticed their chief's strange behavior, but the guards were completely bewildered by her words, and their captain seemed to be hesitating. Sheena pointed out that he knew something was wrong, and he admitted their chief had been acting strangely, so Sheena revealed the shocking truth that Niels was being brainwashed by the demons. Her accusation sent shockwaves through the guards, but the captain refused to be fooled by her words, and as he moved to attack, Rune stepped forward just as a massive wall of ice erupted from the ground. The captain stared in disbelief at the magic, turning to see who had just intervened, realizing a human had entered the fray as a new figure calmly walked through the chaos. A white-haired wolfman ordered everyone to stop, and the guards immediately recognized him as Edgar. Back with Shinju, his analysis was now complete. His detailed appraisal skill activating with a flash, revealing the demon's brainwashing technique, and Shinju landed ready for what was next as monstrous reinforcements suddenly appeared. Bright laughed, revealing his plan all along, and Shinju realized he was led into a trap, with the demon gloating that he couldn't escape, but Shinju just sighed, calling him an idiot. The demon was stunned by his casual disrespect as Shinju revealed he knew about the reinforcements, leaving Bright and his minions completely shocked. And he snarled, questioning what one man could do. His subordinates charged forward to avenge him, confident their elite soldiers could handle one human, ordering them to kill Shinju without hesitation, but Shinju summoned a powerful wind spirit, tearing through their ranks with a green whirlwind. The surviving demons wondered where the help came from as a white-haired elf appeared on the rooftop. Bright scoffed, insisting two opponents changed nothing, but the elf summoned another spirit for a rock barrage. And the air filled with glowing projectiles as she unleashed a devastating meteor shower, pummeling the demons below with crushing force. One demon tried to cast a defensive spell, but Shinju exploited the opening in his guard, explaining that magic leaves them vulnerable. Bright screamed at his men not to let their guard down, and his elite soldier roared in acknowledgement, using a cloning art to multiply himself, but Shinju's blade found the real one instantly. The demon fell, stunned by his incredible accuracy. As Shinju noted their poor information sharing, enraged, another demon prepared a magical attack, unleashing a powerful wind lance spell, but it was easily deflected by a green glow, and he looked up to see the elf floating above, ordering her wind spirit to finish the job. The demon could only watch in absolute terror as a storm of magical blades rained down on him. In moments, the entire demonic squad was wiped out, and Bright couldn't believe they'd been pushed so far when a new voice began to mock his struggle. And the elf looked around, searching for the source. Shinju turned as the sky filled with new enemies, a massive flock of harpies descending upon them. He recognized their chief, shocked by this alliance, but the harpy chief declared her hatred for humanity. Shinju's appraisal confirmed she wasn't brainwashed, and he pieced it all together: the hostages and the plan to control the Federation's parliament. Bright asked the harpy chief why she was so late, demanding she help him finish them off, and she agreed, amused by his rare request for aid. Kai realized the entire harpy tribe was with the demons, and when his elf companion asked what to do, he said they must fight. The harpy chief ordered her forces to attack, and the harpies dove down, swarming the two heroes. Back in the courtyard, a fist glowed with power as Niels unleashed a furious punch against Edgar, and the two beastmen clashed with devastating force, shattering the mansion's windows with the shockwave. The impact even splintered a massive tree nearby, and Niels laughed maniacally, enjoying the fight. Edgar was completely bewildered by his friend's words as Niels grabbed him by the collar, a cruel and unfamiliar grin on his face. Edgar stared back, his eyes wide with confusion, before Niels declared him weak and landed a heavy blow, sending him flying with a cry of pain. He struggled to his feet, questioning the strange feeling disconnected as Niels loomed over him. The captain watched, realizing his plan to stall was working, while elsewhere a blue-haired wolfman was stunned as Sheena confirmed Niels was being brainwashed. Her companion asked if they'd found the demon, but she admitted she didn't know as Kai had disappeared. The brown-haired man realized Kai was still fighting, and Sheena's companion felt overwhelmed by the chaos, but Rune suddenly hesitated to follow them, prompting Sheena to ask what was wrong. Rune revealed she saw harpies flying north, which shocked the wolfman as it was highly unusual, so her companion suggested they investigate for clues. Elsewhere on a distant rooftop, another group watched, and a girl named Kanzaki questioned their inaction. Narumi explained that interfering could cause a panic, as his pink-haired companion asked him to clarify, confirming he was betting everything on Shinju's victory. Kanzaki then asked the terrifying question of what if he lost, and Narumi admitted he hadn't thought that far ahead, so Kanzaki insisted they must act as he wasn't invincible. The pink-haired girl pointed out they didn't know his location, but Kanzaki felt a selfish need to help him anyway, kneeling down as she prayed to become his strength. Suddenly, a magical butterfly sigil appeared before her, and she jumped to her feet, startling Narumi. She called out for Shinju, hearing his voice in her mind, realizing this was a brand new power she'd awakened. A vision revealed her divine protection was active, and she mentally asked Shinju for his location, and he responded that he was in the north. His voice echoed in her mind, asking if she wanted to be his strength, as he called out for her to come to him, quickly telling her that he needed her strength now. And Narumi grabbed her, asking if she'd gone insane. She explained she was communicating with a new skill, declaring she knew his location and they had to go. Meanwhile, the elf faced down the massive harpy swarm as the winged beasts dove in for the attack, so she ordered her wind spirit to keep them at bay, creating a powerful gale that repelled the attackers. She then called upon her earth spirit Norm, ordering it to shoot them down from the sky, and the harpies cursed, unable to break through. Their archers took aim, preparing another volley, unleashing a storm of arrows directly at her, but she called on her wind spirit once more, and a powerful gust deflected every single arrow. The harpies grew frustrated by the stalemate, but their chief explained this was a battle of attrition, and the elf realized her strategy was exposed, knowing she was just buying time for her allies. But elsewhere, one of the demons was suddenly struck down his companion, screaming his name as Shinju appeared, and two more demons charged forward in a rage. One unleashed a powerful blast of purple energy, but Shinju leaped over the blast with ease as a harpy archer unleashed a volley of feathers. He deflected most of them with his daggers, but one found its mark in his shoulder, and he stumbled back, worried about his companion, when Bright appeared behind him, ready to strike, unleashing a powerful thundershock spell. But the demon captain was the one who got zapped, stunned by the unexpected thunder magic, while another demon charged, screaming for his death, but Shinju cut him down in a single motion. Both demons fell, taken out of the fight, and he realized Bright was about to use a brainwashing art when Kanzaki's voice called out his name. Shinju turned, acknowledging her perfect timing, as Narumi and his companion arrived, shocked by the scene, and they declared their intent to support him. The demons recognized them as hero candidates, and Shinju quickly divided their targets, which Narumi agreed to while his ally asked about the harpies. Shinju told them to burn the harpies down, then asked Kanzaki to use her domination skill on him. She understood immediately, preparing the spell, unleashing her power with a focused gaze, and Shinju accepted the spell, removing his greatest weakness. The harpy chief screamed that they were being underestimated, as Bright warned his ally Camilla to stay on guard, but Shinju's eyes glowed, vowing to end this swiftly, his daggers ready, empowered by Kanzaki's skill. The demon and the harpy chief stared in utter shock as Shinju leaped into the fray, cutting down the harpies. Their commanders demanded to know why their troops were falling, and the elf mayor watched the tide of battle turn. Suddenly, more reinforcements arrived, the werewolf chief, and the harpies panicked at the sight of such a powerful figure. One of their leaders ordered them to follow Camilla's will, but the soldiers still hesitated in confusion as the harpy chief gave a ruthless command to kill all witnesses. The wolfman realized negotiations were off the table, and Mayor shouted out the truth to the newcomers, revealing the harpies were allied with the demons, pointing to the other battle where Kai was fighting. The wolfman told his companion Midu to go help, but he refused, explaining Shinju already had backup and he would stay here. The wolfman accepted, lamenting the demon's influence, and said he wanted to avoid killing the brainwashed soldiers. Midu simply looked back, saying he knew, and grinned, declaring that was his specialty. Meanwhile, Shinju's focus was absolute, his eyes glowing red, ready to unleash his full, uninhibited power. The harpy chief and Bright were stunned by his power, as Bright looked on, unable to comprehend what was happening. And the harpy chief saw his form distorting before her eyes. A strange, illusory aura surrounded him completely, and suddenly Shinju was gone, moving faster than Bright could even track, who couldn't react, his vision failing him. The harpy chief screamed a warning about an illusion skill, but Shinju noted she figured it out too late, as a new skill was added to his arsenal. It was a power gained from his last major battle, one he'd been honing against monsters in secret, and now he was ready to unleash it on a real opponent. The harpy chief cursed his frustrating new ability, while Bright devised a counter-strategy to avoid his head, grinning, believing he'd overcome the illusion, but Shinju knew this was the most predictable solution. He closed the distance in a flash, appearing behind Bright to ask a simple question: if he could truly fight without looking. The answer was a brutal, definitive no, as Shinju's blade found its mark with lethal precision. Shinju explained the fatal flaw in his plan, realizing his opponent could no longer hear him. The harpy chief watched in rage, calling her fallen ally useless, and Shinju turned his glowing eyes to his final target, but the Harpy chief screamed, refusing to be underestimated, and she dove down from the sky to attack, but Shinju easily dodged her furious assault, so she unleashed a storm of magical feathers. He deflected the volley with his twin daggers as she kept her distance, circling high above, and he noted that she was adapting accurately, and she boasted that she could fight without her eyes. Shinju asked what she planned to do now, reminding her that time was not on her side because his allies were turning the tide of battle. Narumi unleashed his powerful wind magic, while his companion incinerated harpies with fire, and Kanzaki bound a demon with her glowing chains. The Harpy chief ground her teeth, enraged by the interference, and Shinju simply stared back, waiting for her next move. She screamed, unleashing her full power, full beastification, and he recognized the unique skill of the beastmen, a transformation granting strength for the cost of reason. She let out a feral, monstrous roar and charged forward in a blindingly fast attack, and Shinju acknowledged her incredible new speed, deactivating his illusion and activating foresight. His eyes glowed red, predicting her every move, and as she dove down with incredible speed, Shinju's foresight matched her every move, and the Harpy chief screamed in frustration, unleashing another storm of deadly feathers. Shinju knew her transformation couldn't last long, realizing she'd burn herself out in a prolonged fight. But his own mana for foresight was also draining fast, so he decided to end this now, activating weak point detection. His vision flooded with red, locking onto her vitals, but he knew this was a high-risk strategy, one that would be useless if he missed the final moment, so he unleashed a surprise spell, Thundershock. The Harpy chief was zapped by the sudden lightning, crying out as the electricity stunned her body, giving Shinju the opening he needed. He moved in a flash of crimson energy, slicing through her defenses while she was paralyzed. And she was sent hurtling through the air, gasping in shock and pain from the fatal blow, barely able to utter a sound before collapsing to the ground, defeated. The Harpy chief lay motionless beside her fallen ally, and Shinju turned his attention to the remaining soldiers. With the leaders defeated, the main battle was over, and Midu's party had finished off the Harpy troops. The remaining Harpy soldiers stood demoralized, their chief's death having broken the demon's mind control, and as the sun rose, the capital incident was finally over. Several days later, the allied leaders met to discuss the aftermath, with the werewolf chief asking about the Harpy tribe's fate. Midu explained only a small faction was truly allied with the demons, so the punishment would be limited to those who fought. The scene then shifts to the feline tribe's mansion, where Kai asked about the canine tribe's situation, standing apart observing the other leaders. The canine representative insisted their chief must be punished, and the feline chief agreed, blaming his weakness. A dark joke was made about a kidnapped princess, while elsewhere at the Fishman tribe's mansion, their chief had just learned about the conspiracy. His human allies tried to explain the unbelievable truth, but the massive Fishman chief glared down at the messenger, who frantically insisted that he wasn't lying. The chief lunged forward with a roar, but instead of attacking, he grabbed the human's shoulders, crying tears of gratitude for saving the Federation. He vowed the Fishman tribe would now fight alongside them. A swift decision that caught the messenger off guard as the chief's fury turned towards the demons. The human just laughed, realizing this chief was a man of pure impulse. Several days later, the Federation leaders convened, and the werewolf chief expressed his immense gratitude as the other chiefs listened, nodding in agreement. The canine chief admitted their weakness to demon manipulation, while Kai's party observed the proceedings. The werewolf chief declared a formal alliance with the humans, and the other beastmen leaders raised their fists in solidarity as the entire room united behind the decision, sparking celebration among the human delegation. Midu watched the new alliance form with a satisfied smile, while Kai quietly took in the historic moment. Afterwards, Midu's party prepared to depart the capital, his companions sharing a lighthearted moment as the beastmen chiefs saw them off, promising cooperation. With the alliance settled, Kai and the elf girl watched them go, and she asked what their next move would be. Kai decided they would wait and see for now. Just then, the feline girl asked if he was staying. He confirmed he would, since he was a wanted man back home, and she smiled, genuinely glad to hear it. Her reaction confused him, and she asked about his future plans, so he revealed his ultimate goal: to kill the Demon King. With sudden resolve, she declared she was joining him, leaving Kai and the elf completely stunned by her proposal. She explained her own goal was to gain experience, but Kai explained he moves in the shadows. Though she insisted helping defeat the Demon King was enough, and the elf girl pleaded for him to bring her along, just as the feline chief asked if he was worried. Kai admitted the journey was dangerous, and what if she was kidnapped again, but she argued that with war coming, nowhere was truly safe, and her father fully supported her decision to go. She looked at Kai with resolve, ready for anything, and he finally relented, but said he'd train her first, and only if she proved useful could she join the party. Meanwhile, in the dark Veldora demonic kingdom, a monstrous figure knelt before its master, the fifth Princess Isabel, who declared their revolution was at hand. Back with the heroes, Midu's party rode toward a fortress, having returned to the frontline operational base, where they were greeted by Edgar, the warrior captain, and Amelia, a captain of the Holy Kingdom's Night Corps. The two leaders shook hands, sealing the new alliance as Midu applauded the monumental achievement. Later that night, the moon shone brightly over the fort, and Midu was fast asleep in his bed when his eyes suddenly snapped open, and he sat up, realizing he woke at a strange time. A woman's voice explained it was due to his exhaustion, and he was stunned to see Mayuri sitting in his room. She explained she used telekinesis to move him, and Midu was flustered, apologizing for the trouble. She brushed it off, just glad he was back safely, and gave him an update on the front lines that the demon's attacks were repelled thanks to Arashi. Midu was relieved to hear they could count on him, and then asked about Edgar, who was resting. Mayuri mentioned a strategy meeting was planned for the next day, and Midu confirmed the Federation's warriors were strong, especially Edgar, who he admitted was even stronger than him. With their forces combined, he was sure they could invade, but Mayuri looked worried, asking if he wasn't scared. She reminded him the coming battles would be far more dangerous, and Midu quietly admitted that he was afraid, but he couldn't stop fearing the class would be divided again, which made Mayuri question Shinju's true character. Midu explained Shinju sees them as allies, always helping, though Mayuri just scoffed, hating selfish actions. He smiled, saying he envied Shinju and Arashi, and she was stunned, insisting Midu was far superior, but he envied their unwavering will to push forward while his own wish was just to keep things as they are. Hearing this, Mayuri prepared to ask a question, leaning in to ask why he wanted to return home so badly. The sudden question left Midu completely stunned, and he was left utterly speechless by her question, weakly explaining he just wants what everyone else wants, but Mayuri wasn't buying his flimsy excuse just as another girl arrived asking if Shuji was awake. She walked in to find Mayuri leaning over Midu and was completely mortified, demanding to know what was happening. They both panicked, insisting they were only chatting, but the newcomer called them liars for sneaking around. Mayuri tried to explain she only brought him to his room, but the other girl accused her of being a hypocrite, and the two started arguing right over a bewildered Midu. Their bickering filled the room with tension, leaving Midu to just laugh at the absurdity of it all. The next day, out in the fortress courtyard, Edgar and Arashi prepared for a sparring match, and Arashi took his stance, fists ready for combat, stomping his foot down to begin his assault. He rushed forward, throwing a powerful punch, his eyes burning with a warrior's focus, as he pivoted, putting all his weight into the attack, but Edgar effortlessly parried the blow with his sword. The Beastman captain remained perfectly calm and composed, stopping the blade just inches from Arashi's throat. Edgar landed smoothly, the duel already decided, and Arashi could only stare in shock at his opponent's speed. Declaring this was the finishing blow, Arashi refused to be underestimated, swinging his sword with renewed fury and catching Edgar completely off guard. He enhanced his arm with magic to block the blade, and with a mighty roar he pushed back, sending the Beastman captain flying through the air. Arashi shook his hand, admitting that it hurt, just as Edgar told him to stop the sparring match, and Emilia arrived to call them to the strategy meeting. Edgar complained it was just getting exciting as he reluctantly sheathed his sword, agreeing to fight again another time, while Arashi grinned, his full power now recognized. Meanwhile, back in the Beastman capital city, Kai stood ready with his dagger, facing the determined feline girl as an elf girl prepared to officiate their training, and with a wave declared the test had begun. The feline girl's hand transformed, instantly unleashing her partial beastification as she attacked, but Kai remained perfectly calm, dagger at the ready. She lunged forward, swiping with her massive claws, her attack aimed right for his head, but Kai easily ducked under the blow. She flew through the air, claws extended, but Kai was disappointed, demanding she fight to kill. She screamed back, knowing what was at stake, and launched another aerial assault, her eyes fixed on her target. But he caught her fist with ease, unleashing a strange green energy. And realizing her hand was trapped in sand, he countered with a swift kick to the gut, sending her flying across the field. The elf girl rushed to her side, worried, and the feline girl groaned, calling him merciless. Kai explained she was too easily tricked by his tactics, and she looked up, asking if she was still not good enough, so he coldly confirmed she was useless for now. Just then another beastwoman arrived, calling out to Sheena, but Sheena insisted this was her choice, telling her to stay back. This newcomer smirked, deciding not to ask for mercy. Kai turned to face her, asking why she was here, and she revealed the Federation army was mobilizing. He noted that the war was finally beginning, and she confirmed the alliance treaty was a success, and as Captain Rune would be joining the fight. The elf girl looked to Kai, asking for their next move, but he decided to wait, as 1 month later he faced a new foe. Kai stood in the forest, aiming his pistol, focusing his mana, and using his imagination to magically load the gun with pure energy. An orc charged forward, roaring with fury, but Kai remained calm, taking careful aim. He fired a volley of energy blasts, riddling the monster's chest with wounds. The elf girl watched from afar, surprised by the attack, as the wounded orc stumbled, confused but still standing. Kai fired again, his weapon glowing with power, and landed a direct hit to the creature's head, so the massive orc finally crashed to the ground. His companion noted it only took 6 shots, but he felt the firepower was still too weak. She explained his magic materialized the bullets, and he confirmed magic is based on imagination, but even for him, imagining a bullet was difficult, so he relied on his world's technology to make it work. Suddenly, the elf girl's expression turned to alarm, and she called out his name, but he told her to stay calm because a massive beast had appeared right behind her. He rushed forward, yelling for her to jump, and she leaped from the branch just in time. Kai's hand crackled with lightning, preparing a new spell, unleashing a powerful thunder lance at the beast, sending it flying as he caught his falling companion. Kai admitted he still couldn't use high-level lightning magic, and his companion said he was expecting too much too soon. He then asked where Sheena had gone, and we see her standing victorious over a slain beast. Covered in blood, she called out to Kai asking if she had finally passed his brutal test, as the monster she defeated lay mangled on the ground. Sheena stared at him with fierce determination, and Kai finally told her that she had passed. With her training complete, it was time to head to the demonic kingdom. The Allied army began its march into enemy territory, their first challenge being the infamous demonic forest, a place known for taking a heavy toll on invaders. The human soldiers looked tense and afraid when Rune suddenly caught a scent on the wind, warning that monsters were approaching from their right flank. Midu looked around, unable to detect anything at all, but his expression quickly turned serious. Amelia confirmed the danger, a massive horde was coming. Rune drew his sword, ordering his troops to fight, and the Beastmen warriors charged forward without hesitation, tearing through the first wave of monsters, their blades cutting deep into the demonic flesh. They sliced through the beasts with incredible speed, and the human soldiers could only watch in awe. A human soldier marveled at the Beastmen's strength, and Midu admitted this victory was unexpectedly easy. Amelia realized the Beastmen alliance was a game changer as Rune gripped his sword ready for the next wave. He promised no monster would ambush them on his watch, just as another scout called out an attack, but the Allied army stood perfectly prepared for any skirmish. This completely neutralized the demon Elsa's strategy, because before the Holy Kingdom fell to guerrilla warfare, but with the Beastmen's ability to search and destroy, the ambushes were failing one after another. A demon commander clenched his fist in frustration, his plan to overwhelm them not working at all. His lieutenants asked what to do without orders from Elsa. So the commander reluctantly ordered a retreat for now, but Rune appeared from nowhere, blocking their escape. The demon turned, stunned by his sudden arrival, and with a flash of his blade it was over. Meanwhile, in the demonic forest castle, the demon commander Elsa sensed something was wrong. A subordinate rushed to her side, panicked, reporting their forces were annihilated by the Beastmen. She spat out her drink, enraged by the news, already knowing she had to clean up Bright's mess. Her subordinate asked for their next move in this dire situation. And Elsa's plan was clear: force the allies to attack her castle. Her subordinate trembled, doubting their chances of victory, but Elsa scoffed, claiming she's not just a strategist, as dark power swirled within her glass. She smirked, ready to crush them with her own strength, and her masked underling could only agree in fear. Meanwhile, the Allied army arrived at the demonic fortress, where Rune's keen senses picked up the scent of countless demons. Amelia confirmed they must take the castle to advance safely. And the situation was clearly a troublesome one, but a hot-headed warrior was eager to just attack. A female commander agreed, ordering an immediate offensive, and the warrior grinned, pleased with the decisive action. And so the army advanced on the castle walls as a powerful magic blast shattered the main gate, and demons on the ramparts retaliated with a barrage of stones. The soldiers cried out, pushing through the broken entrance, while the fiery warrior laughed, tearing into the demon ranks. Rune turned to Midu, telling him it was their turn, proposing they take down the high-ranking demon together, and Midu steeled himself, accepting the challenge. Back inside, Elsa calmly drank a strange concoction, waiting patiently on her throne, unfazed by the assault. Her gaze was cold and calculating when suddenly the throne room doors were thrown open. Midu and Rune burst into the throne room, where the demon commander Elsa greeted them with a sinister smile, the two heroes now facing down their powerful foe. Midu immediately felt her intimidating, and Rune confirmed she was a high-ranking demon. Elsa identified them as the Beastman captain and a hero candidate, confidently declaring she had no intention of losing. She lashed out with a thorny whip, and Midu leaped into the air to evade the strike, but was shocked to see the floor was gone, replaced by a pit of deadly spikes. Elsa smirked, revealing she always prepares traps for her enemies, and told him to just die in her pit. As he fell, Midu unleashed his sword's first stage, causing it to transform in a flash of light. The demon commander looked on, surprised by this development, as Midu landed safely on the edge of the pit. She noted his sword could change its shape at will, but believed his partner had fallen into the thorns, so Midu frantically looked for Rune. But the beastman leaped from the pit unscathed, admitting he was almost impaled. Elsa was stunned, wondering how he survived, and Rune cheekily explained it was a double jump. She called his ability ridiculous, asking if all beastmen were like him, as Rune flipped through the air ready to attack, launching himself directly at the demon commander, but Elsa refused to be underestimated when Midu suddenly appeared behind her, his glowing sword poised to strike. Elsa simply clicked a hidden device, and a bladed weapon shot toward Midu, who barely managed to parry the blow, only for Elsa to land a powerful kick, sending him crashing to the ground. Rune cried out his partner's name while Elsa taunted the fallen hero candidate as Midu struggled to recover from the hit, and she questioned his reason for fighting. Midu was completely stunned by her words, but Rune warned him not to listen, engaging Elsa to create an opening and urging Midu to charge. And now, our boy snapped out of his confusion as Elsa turned to face him, and Midu rushed in for the attack when she suddenly begged for her life, causing the hero to freeze in his tracks, but it was just a ploy to lower his guard, leaving him wide open for her counterattack. Elsa taunted him for losing his cool in battle, and her whip sent Midu flying, the relentless assault continuing across the room. Rune shouted his partner's name in desperation, but Elsa just mocked his concern for a human. Rune's eyes narrowed with determination, so Elsa cruelly tossed Midu back toward him. She then slammed her whip into the ground, creating a massive pit to separate them. She believed Midu was mentally broken now and turned her attention solely to Rune. But a dark shape emerged from the pit, catching the demon commander completely off guard. It was Rune transformed into a massive wolf, and Elsa prepared herself for a serious fight. As the beast let out a furious roar, her confident smirk was finally gone as Rune's beast form charged at her. Elsewhere in the demonic city of Forist, a high-ranking demon named Aqualea sensed Elsa's demise, feeling her life fade through a crystal link. Back in the throne room, Rune stood victorious over Elsa. Aqualea listed her other fallen commanders, feeling cornered. Just then a man named Leonhardt appeared behind her. He confirmed his concern, calling her his fiancée, and Aqualea blushed, confirming she was his fiancée. Leonhardt's voice echoed from the crystal, confirming Elsa's death, and he warned the alliance would soon reach Forlist. He asked if she had the strength to win the coming battle, but she admitted her combat skills were not high. Leonhardt revealed he was sending reinforcements, the demonic kingdom's hidden elite assassins. Aqualea was stunned by this incredible news as he gave her full command of these forces. He told her to hold the line until his return, and she eagerly accepted the responsibility. Leonhardt put his faith in her as the connection faded, and she reflected on his kindness even after her failures, tearfully vowing to answer his love with victory. Meanwhile, in the demonic capital of Eisenhart, the city streets were bustling with demon citizens who went about their daily lives under a stormy sky. A horned demoness walked through a grand hall as her attendant asked where she was headed. This woman, Isabel, said she was visiting someone named Elise. She approached a set of large, ornate doors, which opened to reveal a young girl in a garden. This girl was Alice, the fifth princess who greeted her big sister, but Isabel's expression remained cold and distant. Alice didn't seem to notice, rushing in for a hug, proudly showing off her new flower crown, and Isabel flatly agreed that it suited her. The young princess pouted, wanting more enthusiasm, then suddenly remembered something important: she had made a matching crown for her big sister. Isabel was surprised by the thoughtful gift, but Alice sadly admitted she had nothing else to do. A flicker of pain crossed Isabel's face, and Alice asked her what was wrong. Isabel dismissed her concern, saying it was nothing, and awkwardly placed the crown on her head. Alice burst out laughing at the sight, finding her stoic sister's appearance hilarious. Then the conversation took a dark turn as Alice asked about the ritual to summon the evil god. Isabel's expression became heavy with sorrow as Alice cheerfully said she would be an offering. Isabel could only say it wouldn't be long now. And Alice wondered if she could finally go outside then. A dark resolve filled Isabel's eyes as her attendant reminded her it was time to go, and she turned to leave her little sister behind. Alice looked sad to see her go so soon, but Isabel promised she would visit again later, and the young princess agreed as her sister walked away. A voice whispered Isabel's name from behind, and she turned, startled by the sudden presence. It was Leonhardt, the third prince of the kingdom, and she refused his casual greeting, citing her station. So he asked if she just visited her sister Alice. He mentioned Alice's fate as the evil god's vessel, calling it an honor that he actually envied, and then asked if Isabel felt the same way. She coldly agreed with his twisted words, then abruptly turned to take her leave, storming off as her attendant gave chase, leaving Leonhardt with a sinister smirk. Meanwhile, our heroes traveled through the third prince's territory, making their way toward the city of Forlist. A cloaked man walked through the demon-filled streets, his steps steady on the cobblestone path, moving unnoticed through the bustling crowd. He eventually arrived at a local inn, stepping under the simple wooden sign. Inside, the tavern was quiet and empty, where the innkeeper welcomed him back. The innkeeper asked his opinion of the city, and he noted the tense atmosphere of the front line. This cloaked man said not to worry, but the innkeeper recalled their other fallen commanders. The disguised hero considered the alliance's recent victories, as the innkeeper complained about the sudden lack of slaves. He yelled at a human worker sweeping the floor, finding common ground with his guest over the issue. The innkeeper worried his business would collapse without them, and then pried about the hero's own cute slaves. The hero took his key and headed up to his room, opening the door to find his companions, an elf and a cat girl, both collared for the disguise. They welcomed him back, teasing his demonic appearance, and he removed the fake horns, explaining it was for infiltration. The cat girl noted his scent was off, but only to beastmen. But the elf girl was furious about pretending to be Kai's slave. He insisted it was the only way for them to blend in, and she asked why he couldn't just use his disguise skill on them, but he said her beauty would attract too much attention. This unexpected compliment left her completely flustered, and she stammered, unable to form a coherent response. He calmly stated it was just a fact as she panicked, and the cat girl then asked for his opinion on her looks, so he began to compare her to someone named Mayer, but said her cat ears were too difficult to hide. The elf worried what would happen if anyone knew Sheena was a slave, but Kai reassured them it was all just part of the act. The elf realized their cover meant sharing a room with only one bed, so Kai offered the bed to his companions, but the elf girl got flustered by the suggestion, and the cat girl tried to explain the situation to him before the elf panicked and cut her off completely. The scene then shifts to the fifth princess's territory, where a shadowy portal tore open in the darkness, and Isabel stepped through into a grand hall. An attendant was there to welcome her back and asked about her sister Alice's well-being. He grimly reminded her that Alice's good treatment was only because she's a vessel and Isabel thought of her sister's lonely confinement. Her attendant sensed her hesitation, but she hardened her resolve, announcing their allies were ready. She walked forward into a massive underground chamber where a secret army of demons awaited her command. Isabel stood before her loyal followers, her expression filled with grim determination. She explained that with her watcher gone the time was right to move, and one of her soldiers asked if the moment had finally come. She declared the revolution was at hand, and her followers raised their fists in a unified roar. They cheered that they had been waiting for this moment, pledging their loyalty to her cause. Isabel watched her army, their spirits high, vowing to herself that she would end this war. Her vow was fueled by the memory of Alice's smile. And to save her, she would even betray the kingdom. The scene shifts back to the city of Forist, where two demons spotted a familiar noble, recognizing Count Castro, the ruler of this territory. He walked past a long line of kneeling citizens, complaining bitterly about someone named Aqualea, furious that she moved her army without his permission. He speculated she was just anxious about the humans, and his guard agreed, calling her cautious and weak. The count looked over the crowd with disdain, noting her actions were making the citizens restless. Watching from the sidelines was Kai, who identified the count as the city's strict ruler. He observed that demon nobles are often poorly trained, his eyes drawn to the rattling chains, realizing the slaves were captured Holy Kingdom soldiers. Later that night, inside the count's mansion, the noble lay dead in his bed, and Kai stood over him, mission accomplished. He slipped out of the room unnoticed, finding Sheena surrounded by fallen guards who reported that she had cleared the entire mansion. She looked up at him, asking if she did well, and he confirmed she did despite some noise. Sheena questioned his methods, but Kai insisted they had other objectives. He led her down a dark corridor where they startled two collared prisoners awake. Kai offered them a deal, information for their freedom. Later, he sat at a desk reviewing the intel they provided, telling the rescued soldiers that saving them was the right call. The information they gathered was far more than he expected, as one soldier explained he was collecting intel while enslaved. And Sheena asked why they never tried to escape. He pointed to his collar, explaining its deadly magic, a common tool used to control slaves in the Demon Kingdom. Sheena realized their own collars were just replicas, as the soldier recounted 2 years of hell under Count Castro. Kai's eyes glowed red as he asked who captured them, seeing from their status that they were capable soldiers, and they revealed it was the 3rd Prince's Special Unit, an elite group known as the Kingdom's Assassins, who ambushed and completely overwhelmed their squad. Kai learned the unit was unofficial, filled with disgraced soldiers, a collection of outcasts gathered into a single force. The soldier gritted his teeth, crediting the prince's charisma, recalling Leonhardt's overwhelming and terrifying presence. He confirmed this entire region was under the prince's direct control, but Leonhardt was currently at the royal palace. The final piece of intel dropped: the city's commander is his fiancée. Kai learned the Demon Kingdom was fractured, its factions locked in a bitter war for the throne. As the first prince's power had waned and the second princess's faction crumbled, this chaos allowed Aqualea to seize momentum, but the hero's recent victories threw it all into disarray, giving Kai an opportunity for internal collapse, though the Heavenly King of Fire remained neutral. A female soldier then added that a new trend was emerging, with the demons finally uniting against their common enemy. Kai thanked them for the valuable intel as the soldier gave a final warning about Aqualea's tactics. He told them to deliver the news themselves, which made the soldier question his identity, so Kai revealed his true mission of deeper infiltration, planning to exploit their conflicts and tear them apart. Meanwhile, the allied forces were marching onward, and their young commander spotted a city ahead, the great fortress city of Forist, a key point controlling all demon trade routes. His beastman ally warned that the defense would be fierce, but the commander was more than ready for a fight. A map showed their location in the 3rd Prince's lands as the battle for the city officially began. Human soldiers clashed with demonic warriors, but Forlist was a major strategic base, and the allied forces were heavily outnumbered, their soldiers falling easily to the stronger demons. The allied army was quickly pushed to the brink as their commander saw his men being cut down. He wished he had the charisma to lead them, but his beastman ally told him to leave it to them. A sudden cry then echoed across the battlefield as a beastman let out a powerful howl, catching the attention of all his comrades who joined him in the ferocious roar. Their bodies began to transform and grow stronger, and the demons looked on in utter confusion just before the empowered beastmen tore into them. The young commander could only watch in silence as his ally explained the roar boosted their morale. The human soldiers rallied behind them, and the beastman leader looked back at Midu, reminding him that a leader cannot show panic. Midu thanked him, calling him Edgar-san, and Edgar declared that with morale this high they couldn't lose. Just as he predicted, the tide of battle turned, and the hero candidates unleashed their true power. One of them called the demons weaklings, demanding to face their high-ranking commanders. A horned demon stepped forward to accept as Aqualea ordered her troops to finish the fight. The battle's outcome seemed all but decided, with the heroes cutting through the demon ranks, or so they thought for a moment, until one of them sensed a new presence. He braced himself for an incoming threat as a dark cloaked figure stepped onto the field. This mysterious warrior held a massive weapon, and the hero realized he was a high-ranking demon. But another hero candidate just smirked, blocking a strike from a similar masked foe. This new enemy was silent and focused, and the hero grinned, finally finding a worthy fight. Their blades clashed with incredible force while another hero was locked in a similar duel, demanding to know who these newcomers were as a bandaged assassin joined the fray. From afar, the allied advance had clearly stalled, and Aqualea noticed their progress had slowed. She didn't see the killer appearing behind her, though one of her guards spotted the threat. He screamed out a warning, asking who it was, but was cut down in an instant. The assassin stood over the body, his target just ahead. The commander was stunned by this sudden appearance as her soldiers rushed to protect their captain Amelia. But the masked killer was already in motion, striking for her neck with fatal intent, his blade tearing through her armor and drawing blood. Amelia was thrown from her horse as the assassin fled, and Midu cried out her name in shock. A blue-haired knight watched the chaos unfold, taking command and ordering them to get Amelia to safety. The assassin leaped over the guards effortlessly while a healer desperately tried to save the captain. The allied soldiers were stunned that their commander had fallen, so the new leader had no choice but to order a full retreat. The demons watched them go, confused by the sudden turn, deciding to regroup their own forces instead. Night fell over the demon encampment where guards stood watch outside the command tent. And Aqualea questioned her assassin's failure. He reported the commander was only gravely injured, but Aqualea accepted it since they saved her army. Her assassins reported the enemy's advance would be slowed, giving them the perfect opportunity to strike back. She gave a new order to cut off their supply lines, and her elite units silently accepted the mission. A map revealed the fractured state of the Demon Kingdom as we cut to the fiery capital Eisenhart, where a convoy of supplies passed through the gate. Undergoing a strict inspection by the guards, the city's defenses were on high alert. Elsewhere, a hooded traveler and his party observed, noting the incredibly tight security from afar. His silver-haired companion asked for their next move, but he knew a simple disguise wouldn't fool the barrier. He recalled facing the fifth Princess Isabel, whose demonic arts were so subtle he almost missed them. She had let them go, but he knew she was scheming, and he expected this base to have a similar defense. His companion Mayor offered to investigate with the spirits, and he agreed, planning to move in after sunset. As night fell over the demonic city, a guard on the wall let his focus slip just as the trio approached the outer wall. But Mayor suddenly told them to stop kneeling as she sensed a faint miasma residue. The traveler's appraisal skill was useless against it, and Mayor couldn't identify the signature's owner. It was a massive barrier blanketing the entire city, and she theorized it detected those without asterisk miasma. Acknowledging the clever defense, Mayor prepared to test it, knowing this kind of spatial magic was rare. The traveler asked if there was a way to trick it, and Mayor thought they could if they had miasma. He suddenly remembered an item from Castro's mansion, and Mayor instantly recognized it as a miasma device. He explained it was like a human magic tool, which sparked an idea in his mind. He held up a flute, explaining it should still be charged, and Mayor took it, confident she could inject it with mana. The traveler was shocked by her unexpected skill, but she just smirked, saying she'd been training. She called upon the spirits, preparing a powerful spell, closing her eyes as she began to concentrate, channeling the energy through her outstretched hand. A brilliant aura enveloped her entire body as the traveler watched in stunned silence, and his cat-eared companion looked on with wide eyes. Her magic created a shimmering gateway through the barrier, and she smiled, declaring it a success. With the way clear, their plan remained the same. Inside the city, the demon marketplace was thriving, filled with demons of all shapes and sizes, and among them the trio walked in disguise. He thought to himself that they blended in perfectly, even as they passed by imposing demon guards moving deeper into the city completely unnoticed. He noted the city was huge and crawling with demons, while his companion complained about their slave disguise. Mayor warned that security was tighter near the center, and he reminded them their first priority was intel, so they had to move carefully to avoid being found. Meanwhile, in the demon castle, a letter was being written inside Princess Isabel's private office chamber. Her eyes narrowed as she admitted her surprise that the traveler was suddenly standing before her. He gave all the credit to Mayor's skills, and Isabel noted how much stronger he'd become. He cut to the chase, saying they needed to talk, and she seemed amused by his direct approach, thanking him for defeating Wimberg, which freed her. She admitted she only saw him as a pawn at first, but now she viewed him as a valuable partner. He wanted to know more about her revolution, and with a smile she said he'd passed her test as a powerful magic enveloped her body, teleporting them instantly to a grand hall. They had been moved to an entirely different location, a map revealing they were now in the city of Siltbrook. He was impressed by her arts, but she said it was draining, leading him to a private room for their discussion. She took a sip of tea, ready to begin their talk. Isabel set down her cup, changing the subject, and asked how he learned about her revolution. He explained he infiltrated the capital a week ago, seeking a way to ignite chaos in the kingdom. But the lack of info on the fifth princess bothered him, and he remembered she had her own secret agenda. Suspecting a plot, he followed 3 of her soldiers, and one of them led him straight to the jackpot, a warehouse filled with weapons for the uprising. Isabel listened, taking in his entire report. She called for a guard, ordering him to warn their comrades. The traveler decided to get to the point, proposing an alliance with the hero candidates. Isabel was intrigued by this specific offer, so he explained their one goal was to kill the Demon King. He stated bluntly they didn't care what happened afterward, and she clarified that she'd be free to act after the king's death. He admitted they didn't know if they could return but had to try. Isabel revealed a critical fact about the summoning, and the traveler was stunned by her knowledge. She claimed she learned it from an ancient document, but he questioned its credibility. Her story, however, matched what Leonora once told him. A memory of her explaining their divine contract. He realized their information's accuracy had just increased. Isabel revealed her goal to become the next Demon King, but he called it a fairy tale, doubting she could end the war. She insisted it was possible if she could defeat her father, so he asked why she chose revolution over a power struggle. She explained the current Demon King is the strongest in history, and even if he stepped down, his influence would remain, plus his hatred for humans meant he'd never accept her ideals. She admitted her army was weak, but the invasion was their chance, though he noted relying on others would be a disadvantage, but she had a counterpoint to his argument. If the hero candidates helped, the situation would change. With newfound resolve, she accepted his offer of an alliance, their hands meeting to seal the pact between them. They both acknowledged their mutual dependence, and he then revealed a critical piece of information stating they had 1 year to kill the Demon King. Meanwhile, a Holy Kingdom convoy traveled through the forest, where Captain Henry of the 7th Night Corps warned his troops a map showing their perilous supply line to the front. This elite 7th Corps was chosen for the dangerous mission, as the forest monsters suddenly attacked them, and the knights fought back thinking it would be easy, but they were wrong as 3 masked figures emerged. The soldiers demanded to know who these newcomers were, but the silent assassins just prepared to strike. The knights told their captain to stay back, but in a flash a soldier was decapitated. The cloaked assassins standing over the fallen bodies. The soldiers realized they were facing high-ranking demons, and Captain Henry charged, identifying the king's assassins. His attack was instantly parried by 2 of the killers, and he screamed in defiance, declaring his rank, but an arrow suddenly pierced his head, a fatal shot ending his life instantly. Elsewhere, the Allied forces regrouped at a castle where many soldiers were suffering from their wounds. Their commander was among the most grievously injured. As a healer channeled divine energy into her body, a young man asked about her condition, and the healer Hano Shiori said she'd be fine in 2 weeks. They were relieved, admitting the other healers had given up, but Hano humbly said this was her only skill. The commander whispered that it was all her fault, but the purple-haired man told her to rest. He reported the enemy also suffered heavy losses, and she accepted that things should be stable for now. Hano continued to channel her healing magic, promising she would take good care of their leader. The 2 men then left the room, though the younger one glanced back with concern. A wolf-eared warrior approached Edgar, apologizing for overhearing their conversation, and Heinrich explained he didn't want to worry Amelia, insisting they must solve the supply problem themselves. The warrior warned their rations would only last a week, and Heinrich delivered the grim news of the 7th Night Corps. Survivors confirmed the attackers were the same assassins, and that Captain Henry, a respected leader, was killed. Edgar realized they were facing high-ranking demons. The wolf-eared warrior agreed, having fought one himself, just as Heinrich got a report from his messengers. Another supply unit was on its way, but the assassins were out there, so he ordered both of them to escort the new convoy, their true mission being to hunt down the masked killers. They both accepted the dangerous assignment without hesitation. The scene shifts to the dark and foreboding demonic forest, where Edgar leads the new supply convoy accompanied by the wolf-eared warrior and other soldiers. One of the men suggested they make camp for the night, but a blade suddenly flashed from the shadows, and the wolf-eared warrior roared that they were under attack. A soldier screamed as a massive axe crashed down, and a cloaked assassin tore through their ranks. The wolf-eared warrior shouted that he'd face the demon, but a red-haired brawler intercepted the blow. He cracked his knuckles, ready to settle this now, and unleashed a powerful blast of energy, while Edgar clashed swords with another assassin, parrying a flurry of deadly glowing strikes. He knew he must defeat them quickly to protect everyone. Suddenly, a massive fireball erupted nearby, and the soldiers screamed as their rations were set ablaze. A third assassin stood back, casting a spell, launching more fireballs toward the convoy. But a hand summoned a sphere of water as a blonde mage joined the fight with her magic, dousing the flames with a powerful torrent. She celebrated her success, but her friend screamed a warning as an arrow suddenly pierced her from behind, and she collapsed as her companion rushed to help. Another volley of arrows flew through the air, and the younger girl looked up in terror, shielding her head as the projectiles rained down. The flaming arrows were about to hit their mark, but a red-haired girl stepped in to intervene, her eyes glowing with a fierce determination. She reached out, spotting the attacker in the trees, where a blindfolded archer prepared another shot. Elsewhere in the chaos, a spearman was knocked down, and his comrade cried out, seeing his friend fall. A masked assassin swung his mace, sending soldiers flying, and he taunted his next victim with a challenge, but a young woman summoned glowing stone pillars, directing the barrage straight at the killer, who simply stood there as the attack rained down. The girl was stunned as a shadowy hand reached for her, and elsewhere a blast of green energy erupted. A second assassin used wind magic to pursue a young mage, who realized he was facing another wind user. His eyes widened in horror as he saw something off-screen, and he screamed out a name in terror: Mayuri. The first assassin loomed over Mayuri, ready to strike, his spiked mace poised for the final blow, and she squeezed her eyes shut, expecting death, but unleashed a desperate last-ditch command. Suddenly, glowing purple chains erupted from the ground as a pink-haired girl appeared, telling Mayuri to run. But Mayuri was frozen in fear, her legs having given out when a streak of green light flashed past, and the wind mage Narumi scooped her into his arms. He held her tight, relieved that she was still alive, knowing Kanzaki's domination ability saved her. But the threat was far from over, so he cast a tornado guard, enveloping them in a whirlwind as the rival wind assassin prepared another spell. Narumi realized the assassins were targeting Mayuri, and a voice rang out telling everyone to calm down, warning that the enemy was trying to create chaos as Edgar continued his duel with a cloaked killer. This voice insisted they could win if they worked together. Narumi understood he needed to regain his composure, closing his eyes to feel the flow of the wind, believing he could now detect any incoming attack. The blindfolded archer was stunned by his sudden focus as Narumi awakened a new potential within him. The rival wind assassin smirked, sensing a new skill. Narumi asked Kanzaki to relay his words to the group, and she confirmed she could, so he began his plan. A massive fireball suddenly erupted through the trees, catching the hidden archer completely by surprise. He wondered how they found him while he was concealed as the fire mage received his exact coordinates. With new orders, the other fighters charged with hope, teaming up to overwhelm their opponents, and a young brawler unleashed a powerful red energy strike, landing a direct hit on a masked assassin who recoiled in shock from the unexpected blow. The assassins realized their enemies had restored their teamwork, and Mayuri shouted that their powerful attacks left openings. The tides of battle were beginning to turn. An assassin targeted Mayuri, deciding the leader must die, but a brawler intercepted the strike with his arm, sending the cloaked killer flying backward. The assassin was stunned, wondering how they predicted him, while Edgar cut down another cloaked enemy. The red-haired brawler faced a fiery blast, and the wolf-eared warrior landed a fatal blow. Elsewhere, Narumi's wind magic clashed with his rivals, the assassin battered by the relentless green energy, realizing he was being completely overwhelmed. But Narumi could now see the flow of the wind, predicting his opponent's every single move, and he unleashed a powerful wind lance, piercing the assassin with a direct hit. The rival wind user stumbled back in defeat as their leader ordered a full retreat. They may have lost fighters, but they achieved their goal, leaving the convoy's supplies in ashes. Later that night, the survivors gathered around a fire. The wolf-eared warrior reported their grim situation, and Edgar felt the heavy weight of their failure. But his companion pointed out they killed 4 demons, leaving only 6 of the masked killers remaining. He added that 2 of the survivors were badly wounded, and he reassured Edgar, promising they'd win next time. Mayuri sat by the fire, lost in thought as the soldiers' morale plummeted with their supplies gone. Edgar knew their meager rations wouldn't be enough, and Mayuri feared another failure would end their fight. Suddenly, a voice reached out to Kanzaki telepathically, a man named Shinju, warning they had 1 year. A horned young man asked for the reason why, and a demon girl revealed an evil god was being resurrected. Elsewhere, a student recalled hearing that name before, as Shinju remembered documents from an ancient city identifying the evil god in the world's creation myth. It was a story of peace shattered by the evil god who unleashed his demonic armies upon the world. But a creator god granted powers to chosen humans who became heroes and sealed the evil god away. The demon girl confirmed the legend was mostly true, but explained the demons were regaining their strength. Shinju immediately understood that the seal was weakening. A demon prince confirmed this, revealing a plan to free the god, a massive ritual that would be complete within a year. Shinju asked about the consequences of their success, and the girl warned that humanity would stand no chance. His truth appraisal skill confirmed she wasn't lying, but his intuition sensed she was still hiding something. For now, he focused on their next move, asking about the army. This demon girl reveals their plan to secretly aid the allied forces, as the demon prince declares their first target, the city of Forist. 3 days later, they use Isabel's spatial magic to travel, arriving deep within the demonic forest. Shinju and his companions meet with their new demon allies, but the teleportation has left Isabel completely drained, a journey that would have taken half a year on foot. Shinju understands the immense cost of her power. He knows with her depleted, their forces are limited. A cat-eared girl whispers to Shinju, questioning their trust. He tells her to hold back, saying they can still be used. She simply agrees with a sly smile. Shinju then prepares to make contact, reaching out to Kanzaki with his newfound telepathy. She's flustered, realizing he must be nearby, and eagerly agrees when he asks to meet. She follows the magical thread and finds him, but stops dead in her tracks, confused. Shinju isn't alone, he's with the demon girl. Kanzaki points in disbelief, stuttering about the demon, and Shinju introduces her as Isabel, the 5th demon princess. This title of princess leaves Kanzaki speechless. She finally finds her voice, accusing him of betrayal. He shocks her, further stating he never took a side. A white-haired girl interrupts, telling him to stop teasing her. Shinju calls for a secret meeting with his core team, and they gather around a campfire late that night. He proposes an alliance to defeat the Demon King, but the red-haired brawler immediately questions their motives, glaring at Shinju and his demonic companions. Shinju admits they can't win at their current pace, acknowledging their struggle against the demon assassins. This blonde warrior confirms their supply lines are destroyed, and the brawler recounts their desperate fight with 6 killers left. Isabel suddenly speaks up, vowing to handle the assassins herself, leaving the blonde warrior stunned by her confidence. She reveals her true identity, the 5th princess of the demonic kingdom. She promises to prove her worth, but the group remains wary of this new alliance. This brown-haired fighter asks what she wants in return. Meanwhile, an enemy commander orders the death of a heavenly king, as Isabel explains the assassins were just buying time for the 3rd prince. This brawler asks if this new enemy is strong, and Isabel warns he's far beyond their current power. but the brawler just grins ready for the challenge. A companion turns to the brown-haired fighter for his decision and he agrees to trust Shinju's judgment. With the terms settled, the fire roars. Shinju confirms he'll work with the Revolutionary Army, and their new pact is sealed in the flickering light. This fallen leader's mask lies on the ground as a red-skinned demon takes charge. This remaining assassins gather shocked by their losses. An injured demon admits the heroes are strong, and a horned spear user asks who will lead them now. This fire demon declares himself the new commander, daring anyone to challenge his authority. Another assassin quickly voices his support, and the dagger user agrees as well. This new leader lays out their simple plan: starve the enemy. Their goal is to destroy all supply lines. He warns them about the swordsman who killed their last leader, and the assassins confirm they understand. Meanwhile, a demon archer stands guard, believing their camp is perfectly hidden, until he senses multiple figures approaching. He wonders how anyone could have found them but decides he'll just eliminate the threat. This archer leaps through the trees, firing a shot and arrow slicing through the darkness. He waits, wondering if he hit his mark, but the arrow is stopped inches from his throat, caught in the teeth of the cat-eared girl. This archer stares in disbelief, completely stunned, and from behind Shinju tells him he's too slow. This archer breaks into a cold sweat. This pressure rises as the dangerous clash keeps escalating, as Shinju lectures him on the rules of sniping. Back at the camp, the new leader senses a disturbance, wondering why his lookout is silent. He orders his assassins to prepare themselves, and they draw their weapons ready for a fight. Just then, a well-dressed demon rushes into the clearing, and the assassins demand to know who he is. He introduces himself as a member of the Revolutionary Army, leaving the assassins completely confused. He declares their goal is to kill the Demon King, and the leader demands to know how they found this place. This demon explains their comrades are everywhere, and the assassin realizes their mission was leaked. He then delivers a message from Princess Isabel, a command to abandon their post and join her. This leader is stunned by the fifth princess's grand plan, but ultimately refuses, doubting her power. This demon messenger sighs, raising his hand, and declares he'll have to kill them all. Suddenly, the assassins find themselves surrounded, trapped by high-ranking revolutionary demons. This leader orders a retreat to report this intel, but the revolutionaries move to block their escape. This battle erupts between revolutionaries and assassins, and Shinju watches, impressed by the army's skill. A masked spear user holds his own against two foes when Isabel appears, calling out the mastermind Falco. This masked leader stares back at the princess and asks if she truly intends to start a coup. She says he's the only one worth recruiting, and Falco drops his weapon in surrender. He pledges his allegiance to her cause, but his comrades cry out in disbelief as Falco turns and strikes down his own ally. This remaining revolutionaries realize they've been betrayed. Shinju sees his cue, deciding to end this now, and his two companions confirm they're ready. With their covert operations underway, the tide turns as the Demon King's shadow unit faces its end, completely destroyed by Shinju and his new allies. As a result, supply lines to the front are restored and the morale of the well-fed soldiers returns. Back at the Allied command, a wolf-eared girl finds it strange, noting the masked demons have vanished. This brown-haired fighter suggests they simply retreated, but she remains skeptical of such an easy explanation. A purple-haired commander knows the truth. Shinju made his move as the fighter nervously pushes for an immediate attack. Shinju suddenly interrupts the command meeting, asking the purple-haired commander for permission to speak. He reveals the enemy commander is Aqualara, the Water Heavenly King. This wolf-eared girl confirms this intel from captured demons. Shinju deduces Aqualara specializes in covert operations and urges them to attack before she devises a new plan. He also warns that the third Prince Leonhardt is returning, insisting they must strike now before he reinforces the city. This allied commanders listen with grim expressions. This wolf-eared girl notes it's his territory, so his return is expected. This brown-haired fighter is impressed by Shinju's reliability, but Shinju knows he's just manipulating the situation. This wolf-eared girl warns that the Demon King's relatives are all monsters, recalling how she felt completely outmatched by the first prince. Shinju agrees, stating his plan is to defeat them one by one. This commander accepts his intel and orders the army to advance immediately. Meanwhile, Aqualara receives some terrible news. She can't believe her entire shadow unit has been wiped out, and a subordinate nervously confirms the report. He found nothing but corpses when he investigated their base. She wonders who could possibly possess such power, just as another guard bursts into the room, reporting that the enemy has resumed their advance. Aqualara realizes their restored supplies fueled this attack, and panics, knowing she's out of time and options. Her subordinates tremble, unsure how to comfort her, but Aqualara's grief twists into pure rage. She vows to kill every last one of them. With a scream, she unleashes a furious torrent of magic, catching her own soldiers in the devastating blast. Her power floods the entire throne room, crashing against the ancient architecture, and then as quickly as it began, it stops. Aqualara looks around, suddenly disoriented, wondering why the entire hall is flooded. Meanwhile, the Allied army advances on the city, where the demons have taken a defensive stance. Believing it's a stalling tactic, the Alliance attacks, unleashing a full-scale magical bombardment. Their spells crash against the fortress walls, and the brown-haired fighter leads the charge. Another hero unleashes a powerful wind attack while a cloaked warrior tears through the enemy, and Shinju cuts a path through the demon ranks. He realizes no high-ranking demons are present, but then he stops completely stunned, as a colossal wave rises before the army. A tsunami summoned in the middle of a battlefield. Even the demons are caught in the flood, swept away by their own commander's indiscriminate rage. Shinju is caught in the deluge, realizing the scale of this magic. He knows this is the power of the water heavenly king Aqualara. From a safe vantage point, a hooded figure watches the chaos unfold and wonders aloud what the heroes will do now. This wolf-eared girl asks Kai if he's going to intervene, but he insists the heroes must handle this on their own. Aqualara's tidal wave crashes through the battlefield, sweeping both armies outside the castle walls. Even the survivors inside are left in disarray, their formations broken, forcing a chaotic melee. Kai notes the terrifying scale of her magic, observing the flooded city from above. This wolf-eared girl wonders why Aqualara would hit her own allies, and the horn girl suggests it's either pure rage or a tactic to force a brawl. But Kai knows their forces are too weak for this to be a sound strategy. His companion reminds him they killed her 3 top subordinates and also crushed the shadow unit entrusted to her. He concludes that victory is just a matter of time, and asks her to explain the pieces on the board. First is the fiery warrior Arashi Shunsuke, known for his courage, then the flame user Nagase Riene, whose power is tied to her mood. This elf girl points out that Riene despises Kai. This commander is Hashimoto Mayuri, a telekinesis user with rigid tactics, and the flying wind user Narumi Ryoya is a jack of all trades. Finally, the support mage Ninomiya Akira, who is calm and easy to manipulate. This healer Hanashiori tends to the injured at the back, while Azaki Hagen protects the rear guard with his steel-like body, and Kanzaki Rin dominates multiple demons at once, a girl who the elf notes is infatuated with Kai. But the swordsman dominating the center is Mido Shuji. Kai admits he's strong, perhaps even Heavenly King level. He praises Mido's natural talent and dedication despite his flaws, concluding these are the only heroes worth mentioning. Kai then asks for a total count of the candidates and learns only 26 remain in combat roles. Divine power means nothing without the will to fight, but their power levels are impressive nonetheless. Kai looks down, sensing Aqualara is about to make her move, and knows they must strike before their own forces are worn down. On the battlefield, a vortex of water suddenly erupts, stunning the soldiers and demons alike. Aqualara herself descends from the sky, her rage palpable, and one of the heroes recognizes her in terror. Mido Shuji turns his eyes wide with disbelief as he faces the water heavenly king in person. She points him out, identifying him as the core of the army, and unleashes a devastating spell, Hydro Snake, sending serpents of water rushing toward her target, but Mido activates his evil breaking sword's shield mode, bracing himself as the magical attacks collide. Mido strains against the immense magical pressure, but Aqualara doesn't let up, unleashing a water cutter. This sharp projectiles slam into him, breaking his stance. And he's sent skidding across the flooded ground. He can't get a grip as the earth beneath him gives way, so he switches his sword to rope mode, latching onto a nearby pillar to stabilize himself. He swings to a safer position, escaping her immediate range, but Aqualara just smirks, declaring this her garden and casting another spell. Suddenly, ice creeps up from the water around Mido's feet, trapping him completely in a block of solid ice. With a vicious grin, she prepares a final water shot, firing a barrage of deadly water beams at her helpless target. This spells collide in a massive blinding explosion. Mido cries out, caught in the blast, his uniform tearing as the attack pierces his side. But somehow he's still on his feet, though he's forced to a knee, bleeding and exhausted. Aqualara is impressed he survived, but mocks his immobility. Nearby, Kanzaki Rin watches in horror, calling out his name. Aqualara laughs manically, believing his defeat will turn the tide, and summons the Hydro Snake once more for the killing blow. This horned girl worries their forces are losing, but Kai is calm, confident that Shinju has a plan in motion. Back on the field, Mido is completely surrounded by water serpents, but Shinju's eyes narrow with focus. He activates Shukuchi, instantly appearing behind Aqualara, leaving the Heavenly King completely stunned. He raises his sword, channeling holy light, imbuing the blade with radiant demon-slaying power, and in one swift motion he cuts her down. A flashback reveals her true name, Natasha Aqualara. She was born into a prestigious noble family of water mages, one of 4 great houses tied to the core elements. But the earth and wind families are currently without leaders, and Natasha was chosen to lead out of necessity, not skill, taking the title of Heavenly King without the power to back it up. She specialized in intelligence and covert ops to compensate, and her engagement to Prince Leonhardt was a political move. She once asked him why he was so kind to her, and he gently held her face, telling her the answer was obvious, confessing that he truly loved her. A memory of a tender, happy moment contrasted with the moment she lost him, fueling her rage. Back in the present, her demon soldiers can't believe she's fallen. This allied army erupts in cheers, thinking Mido won the fight, while a wolf-eared warrior smirks, knowing the truth. Arashi complains he could have taken her, but he was told to stand down, admitting angrily that Shinju ordered him not to interfere. In a flashback, Shinju settles the plan with his group around a campfire. This other heroes listen in, looking concerned, their expressions filled with unease and confusion. As Arashi listens to the plan, his face grim, he turns away, processing the order, then looks back, demanding to know if there's more. Shinju explains the next Heavenly King battle is for Mido, and Arashi explodes, furious he's being benched. This two stand in a tense silence. Shinju says this is for Mido's growth, he needs confidence. He points out Mido's constant hesitation, and Arashi reluctantly admits he understands the problem. Shinju believes a solo victory against a heavenly king will fix it, but Arashi questions the risk. What if Mido loses? Shinju teases him for worrying, but Arashi insists he's just finding holes in the plan. Shinju's tone turns ice cold. If Mido loses, he dies. Arashi is shocked by his ruthless calculus, arguing he still has no reason to obey him. But Shinju reminds him Mido's growth is key to their ultimate victory, and Arashi grits his teeth knowing he's been outmaneuvered. Back in the present, Mido stands over Aqualara's body believing he won. Realizing he defeated a heavenly king all by himself, and he credits his victory to Shinju's advice. This flashback continues as Mido approaches Shinju at the camp asking what he wanted to discuss, and Shinju turns to him with a single piece of advice. Shinju's advice was simple: don't hesitate, but Mido confesses his indecisiveness, asking how to gain confidence, and Shinju tells him only results will build that trust, a command to defeat the heavenly kings all on his own. Back in the present, Mido stands over his victory. Realizing he took a hit on purpose to bait her in a move he never would have made without that advice. It was risky, but his judgment was right. A newfound confidence settles in his eyes. He declares Aqualara's defeat, demanding the demons surrender, and the remaining demons look on, their morale shattered. They begin to drop their weapons in defeat. This allied army erupts in a massive cheer while Kai and his companions watch from above. Kai explains Mido's tendency to ignore his intuition, sticking to by-the-book moves instead of his instincts. This predictability made him easy to read and manipulate, so he pushed Mido to fight more intuitively like he did against Leonora. This horned girl worries it's too risky. One mistake could be fatal, but Kai says that balance is a lesson for another day. For now, he's proud of Mido's performance as the heroes celebrate below. Meanwhile, a demon army marches on, pulling a large carriage, and inside the third, Prince Leonhardt learns of Aqualara's death. His guard stammers, offering his condolences. But the prince just scoffs, calling her useless. This guard is stunned by the prince's coldness, who dismisses the dead and prepares his own move. A map shows the alliance has captured Forist, and the demon kingdom finally feels the threat. Meanwhile, in the newly conquered city, this victorious army tends to its wounded. A young healer named Hano looks up as Mido arrives to check on the situation. She reports that the soldiers are recovering well, and she has more news to share. Amelia appears, announcing she's fine now. Mido is relieved to see her on her feet. Amelia thanks Hano for her tireless healing and declares she's ready for the next strategy meeting. Mido readily agrees to join her, but a voice suddenly rings in his mind. It's Kanzaki summoning him to a meeting with Shinju. Amelia notices his sudden distraction, but Mido quickly covers, blaming fatigue. She tells him to get some rest, and he uses it as an excuse to head to the dorms. He arrives to find the entire combat group assembled where Shinju sits calmly sipping his tea. Kanzaki confirms everyone is present, and Shinju sets his cup down ready to begin. Shinju asks Mido a critical question: has their alliance with the revolutionaries been shared? And Mido confirms he told everyone already. Shinju's eyes turn cold as he pulls a gun, threatening death to anyone who leaks the information. This other heroes are terrified, one questioning the gun's existence, while another wonders why Arashi isn't stopping the criminal Shinju, and a third is just distracted by the girls in his group. A green-clad hero tries to break the tension. Asking about the real purpose of the meeting, Shinju reveals their next target is Prince Leonhardt. A map shows the prince's forces are stalled near Forist, and Shinju proposes a swift elite surprise attack. Mido mentions the official strategy meeting with Amelia, but Shinju says they won't need the main army for this. Kanzaki volunteers to handle the deception, admitting Mido is a terrible liar. He then asks for the reasoning behind the target, and Shinju explains Leonhardt's faction is now vulnerable. Their goal is to crush him before he can recover. Kanzaki adds that the revolutionaries want to dismantle his intel network, a clear convergence of interests for both sides. But one hero objects, feeling like they're being used, so Shinju explains the plan. The revolutionaries will set a trap, and their team will be the ones to finish the prince off. Arashi listens with a grim expression, while Narumi eagerly accepts the mission and Nage scoffs in disbelief. But Ozaki clenches his fist, ready to go. Even the healer Hano is called to join, along with Ninomiya, who accepts without question. Shinju explains the 7 of them will form the strike team, and Hashimoto reluctantly agrees to run interference. But Kanzaki feels left out of the plan as Shinju explains this is a mission for their strongest fighters only. With the briefing over, he turns to leave, but Kanzaki calls out, stopping him in his tracks. He turns back to face her, asking what's wrong. She desperately asks to join the mission, but Shinju's reply is brutally honest: she'd be a burden. He tells her she isn't strong enough for this fight, leaving her stunned. This elf girl thinks his words are too harsh, and the cat girl points out her contributions in the last battle. But Shinju doesn't back down, deciding to rephrase his assessment. Her powers are useless against high-level foes like Leonhardt. This truth hits her hard. She can only fight the weak. He tells her to accept her limits, but she still wants to help him, and he explains her role as a liaison is already vital. But she declares that's not enough. She wants to fight by his side. While Mito suggested training her his way, Shinju gave Kanzaki a different piece of advice, leaving her confused by his vague instructions, so he clarified her new role as tactical commander, which made her ask if he wanted her to lead the class, but he explained it was only for combat, mentally listing the team's many flaws, and Kanzaki's face lit up with excitement as Shinju wondered at her devotion. Meanwhile, a horned general knelt down before Prince Leonhardt, who gazed into an orb, and this general questioned their 3-day stay, with the prince admitting their position was weak. So his subordinate urged him to join the others, but Leonhardt revealed he was analyzing the corpses of his fallen shadow unit, needing to stay close to use his magic. And now he had finally found his answer, stunning the general with the revelation that Isabel was a traitor, a truth worth the wait. Back with the heroes, the revolutionaries presented them with a small vial of blue liquid, which Mito held, asking if this antidote was their key, and the girl confirmed that even a scratch from Leonhardt's poison meant death. And this antidote's effect would only last for about 10 minutes, so the revolutionary laid out the plan. Their spies would lure the prince into a trap where Shinju's team would be waiting as Mito contemplated their powerful target. Later, the heroes began their training, with Narumi facing off against Mito, the two of them clashing in a blur of motion, as Narumi pressed his advantage fiercely. But Mito activated a high-speed skill, instantly appearing behind his opponent, though Narumi claimed he'd seen that move, launching a swift kick that Mito dodged, so Mito channeled energy into his blade, swinging it like a whip that surprised Narumi, who cursed as the attack flew past him, and Mito now wielded his sword like a whip, planting his feet for the next exchange as Narumi smirked, noting the weapon's weakness. But Mito's eyes gleamed with a new trick as the blade extended in a massive blast, forcing Narumi to raise his own sword, grunting as he struggled against the force. From a wall, Hashimoto observed the duel, mocking Mito's newfound confidence, while Kanzaki called out to a man named Heinrich, who turned and asked what she wanted. And she begged him to teach her tactical command, leaving Heinrich completely baffled by her request as he asked why she was so interested. And she explained she wanted to be stronger, recalling her power of telepathic communication, realizing her command would be a trump card, but then he asked who gave her this advice. And she nervously claimed it was Mito, though Heinrich instantly saw through the lie, concluding it must have been Shinju, as Kanzaki worried about their secret alliance. But Heinrich smiled, agreeing to help her, and she lit up, thanking him for his aid, while he secretly plotted to control the class, wondering why Shinju was hiding from Emilia, and guessing she'd never forgive the Saint's killer, so Heinrich decided he must seize command. But Kanzaki noticed his thoughtful silence, so he snapped out of it, offering to start. And she eagerly agreed, running ahead. Elsewhere, Shinju sat at a table examining the antidote, realizing this world's poisons were alien, making his own resistance useless, and Hano explained her healing was too slow, apologizing for her weakness. But he reassured her when the elf girl asked about a missing comrade, and Shinju looked toward the window, agreeing that a feeling of unease was settling over him. Elsewhere, under a dark sky, the prince smirked, asking someone why they were surprised, revealing Isabel, who looked on in shock. And she asked why he was here, knowing he had learned that one of his subordinates had been lying, leading her into a trap. As Leonhardt revealed, he used a special poison. And under torture, the subordinate gave her up, so she knew if she fled, the army was exposed, stealing her resolve to kill him here, and now unleashing her ultimate attack, dimension slash, a blade of energy that cut through space. But Leonhardt simply smiled at its power, revealing he'd planned a counter for years, and Isabel watched as her attack vanished. As the prince explained, his poison corrupts space, a conceptual magic that rendered her power useless, admitting he'd been wary of her since childhood, hoping his preparations would be meaningless. But Isabel declared she could still fight, unleashing a barrage of elemental attacks, though Leonhardt smirked, his predictions coming true, as he stood calmly in a swirling purple aura, releasing his power with a flick of his hand. And a deadly poison mist flooded the area, engulfing everything in a toxic haze, catching Isabel and her subordinate within it, as he warned her to hold her breath, knowing that inhaling it meant certain death. So Leonhardt prepared another attack, forming the venom into a crystalline weapon, launching a volley of venom spikes. But Isabel's ally summoned a massive ice wall, and the poison projectiles slammed into it, cracking and corroding the frozen defense as the ice began to dissolve under the assault. And the wall shattered into pieces, her subordinate crying out as he was struck, clutching his wounded arm in agony, so Isabel grabbed him, initiating a teleport, escaping just as the area was obliterated, managing to warp from the corrupted space, which left Leonhardt surprised by her skill, but he knew she would be back for him. Leonhardt stood alone in the corrupted forest, while somewhere else Sheena's eyes glowed, and back in the quiet town, the night was still until a dark portal opened, and Isabel collapsed, her subordinate rushing to her side as she was exhausted from overexerting her magic. And they now knew the army had been exposed, but Isabel believed his paranoia would keep him quiet, declaring they must defeat him immediately. Meanwhile, Shinju stared out the window when the door suddenly burst open, and it was Sheena, the missing comrade, so Shinju turned, demanding to know what happened. And she reported that Isabel was ambushed, making Hana worry their army was discovered. But Shinju revealed he anticipated this, confirming she memorized Leonhardt's foul scent, so Shinju immediately contacted Kanzaki, the voice in her head, catching her off guard as he ordered her to gather the squad, and still in bed, she understood and agreed, using her power to broadcast the call. 2 hours later, Isabel addressed her forces, deciding not to contact the heroes directly, knowing Shina would report to Shinju as a masked comrade, analyzed the situation, noting Leonhardt's cautious nature meant he likely knew the location of their base. And just then a voice called out to the traitor as Isabel turned in shock to see the prince, who smirked, saying he was waiting for her, taunting her for being later than he expected. So Isabel ordered her troops to prepare for battle. And a soldier quickly uncorked a vial as the revolutionary forces drank it down, and Isabel watched ready for the fight, while Leonhardt simply observed them, realizing they were prepared all along. So Isabel declared they had 10 minutes. But in an instant her entire army collapsed, leaving her completely stunned and confused. And Leonhardt calmly explained the poison didn't work on her due to her divine protection, as she screamed that everyone drank the antidote, but he revealed it only works on lethal poisons, and this was a simple paralysis venom. So she demanded to know what he wanted, and he explained he just needed to restrain her, spreading his arms with a confident smile, asking her to join him with her army. Elsewhere, a horned demon surveyed the dead, needing new pawns now that his king had fallen, and a horned woman questioned his ambition. But he dismissed the human heroes as a nuisance, confident that demon royalty was superior, though she warned him not to underestimate them, and he noted her strange familiarity with them. Back with Isabel, who knew they had no chance, when suddenly a new voice cut through the silence as Shinju and the hero candidates arrived, our boy standing at the front ready to fight, flanked by Kanzaki, and the rest of the squad with Hano and her classmates prepared for battle, their faces set with grim determination, making Leonhardt realize Isabel was conspiring with them. And she screamed for them to stay back, but Hano activated her divine protection as a brilliant golden light spread out, enveloping the entire team in a protective aura. And she explained their power could nullify the poison, so Kanzaki declared they were ready to fight, rallying everyone to follow Shinju's plan, as the entire class stood united and glowing. From a distance, the horned man and woman watched as she realized the poison was countered, and Shinju analyzed the situation, knowing the prince was far stronger than they thought, who smirked, noting their immunity was a setback, and taunting them that he had other ways to win, gathering a terrifying ball of venom energy, unleashing a storm of deadly venom spikes. But Shinju's eyes narrowed with focus, summoning his sword as a massive shield, and the poison projectile slammed into it, making our boy grunt from the sheer force as the barrier cracked under the relentless assault. And Leonhardt spotted his opening with a grin, firing a concentrated beam of pure venom which shattered the shield and sent Shinju reeling, so a classmate shouted for everyone to take cover as another hero raised a desperate shield. But he was struck, wounded, yet still standing, and Shinju quickly called out to Kanzaki, who ordered two others to attack from the sky, and the two teammates leaped into the air, their faces filled with battle-ready resolve, as one of them unleashed a powerful gale, channeling the wind into a devastating kick, diving down for a coordinated aerial assault. And Leonhardt looked up, impressed by their speed, as a classmate screamed, unleashing a punch detonating with maximum firepower, while another hero wondered if the attack landed, but his teammate knew Leonhardt was too strong, so he launched a follow-up attack, air spike. And the wind blade struck Leonhardt, who admitted with a smirk that it actually hurt, stunning the hero that their assault left no scratch, as Leonhardt boasted he carried the Demon King's blood, a revelation that caught Kanzaki's attention, as he possessed the blessing of the evil god, which granted him an extreme enhancement while a healer tended to a wounded comrade. And Shinju realized the true gap in their power, so one of the heroes shouted to stay calm, and Kanzaki rallied them, saying their attacks worked. As another classmate unleashed a bombardment, while a swordsman sent out a phantom slash, and a mage conjured a torrent of fire magic, with the wind user adding a powerful wing burst, and all their attacks combined into one storm, crashing down on Leonhardt with incredible force. But he emerged from a shattered barrier, admitting they were strong for taking down 3 kings, and now he prepared to get serious. Kanzaki admitted he was strong, but their plan remained unchanged, as she barked out orders, assigning 2 more to the middle ranks, while Shinju and Hano held the rear, and another hero would protect them, as she steeled her resolve, trusting in the plan. The scene flashed back 2 hours before, where the hero candidates gathered in the woods, listening intently to the briefing, with Shinju's own party standing by as a hooded Shinju explained the situation, and one hero angrily blamed him for the ambush. But Shinju calmly stated this was their chance, adding that helping Isabel was a strategic move, so a classmate accused him of using them as bait. But Shinju simply said he considered everything, leaving the others stunned by his cold logic, and one hero asked if they could truly win, so Shinju admitted their foe's strength, and with a determined gaze he explained the plan. Back in the present, with the briefing done, a pink-haired hero questioned the plan's simplicity, but Shinju countered that complex plans break, putting a classmate named Midu in command, and telling a cat-eared girl to guide them, until Kanzaki stopped him, asking to take command, and Shinju noted her surprising confidence, as she stammered for a moment, then steeled herself while internally panicking over her own bold move, so Shinju agreed to let her give it a try on one condition. She could only ask for help, telling Midu to let Kanzaki lead the team, and the others agreed, trusting his judgment, so Shinju said it was her job to earn their trust. A challenge Kanzaki accepted with a determined look. Then he turned to 2 other classmates and began explaining the anti-poison strategy, but Matono questioned this, holding an antidote. though Shinju's appraisal revealed it was weak, and Ninomiya added her healing was slow, so Shinju told them to combine their blessings, leaving the two stunned by the idea as another hero realized Shinju understood them. And Shinju then gave them a final order: if the revolutionaries were down, use Sacred Veil. Back in the present, Kanzaki realized the heroes were continuing their relentless assault, but she knew the antidote only lasted 10 minutes and that Matono's Sacred Veil was draining her, so they needed a swift, decisive strike. As Shinju held the line against the assault, suddenly calling out to Kanzaki, with a thought he'd figured out the prince's fighting style using either a magic barrier or toxic corrosion, conserving energy by switching defenses, but his poison needles were too strong to pass. And Kanzaki realized their attacks were futile as a teammate shouted they were getting nowhere and another warned that Leonhardt was stalling, and their magic would be gone in 15 minutes, so Kanzaki panicked, overwhelmed by the voices, wishing they could share information more smoothly. And she clenched her fist, remembering the need to expand her blessing, a thought that made Shinju realize Kanzaki could now create a telepathic network for the entire team, so she immediately took charge, ordering them. And the heroes all acknowledged her command with newfound coordination. A hero rushed forward, while Leonhardt prepared another volley of spikes, and two heroes charged through the barrage, but the prince sensed an attack from elsewhere. As the pink-haired mage unleashed her power, summoning a massive fireball from the heavens, and Leonhardt raised his arms to block it, so a hero charged in under the flames, getting right in Leonhardt's face. But the resulting explosion sent him flying as he looked down, his chest turning black, and Shinju realized direct contact was too much, so a healing aura surrounded him, a temporary fix. And Kanzaki warned them Leonhardt was coated in venom, as the prince stood calmly dripping with poison, completely unfazed by their coordinated assault. Noting their teamwork had become smoother, but dismissed it, knowing their resistance was temporary, and with a wicked smile he wondered how long. The scene shifts to an adventurer's guild, where a cloaked young man ignored a warning, angering a tough-looking adventurer as onlookers sighed, seeing the bullies, and the eye-patch man threatened to teach a lesson, reaching out to grab him by the shoulder. But the kid caught his wrist in a flash, stunning the adventurer with his speed as the kid stared back with cold, purple eyes. And the man struggled, demanding to be released, but the kid's grip was like a vice. So he ordered his friends to attack, and his two lackeys rushed in to strike, but in a blur of motion they were down as the kid noted how weak adventurers were, and left the guild to finish his quest, making his way deep into the woods searching for the kobold's hideout when his sharp eyes caught something, finding a set of fresh paw prints, an animal trail leading deeper into the forest, so he followed the tracks through the trees, sensing he was not alone anymore. Wondering if these were the kobolds he sought, when suddenly a beastman appeared behind him, and another one lunged forward with a swipe, wielding a rusty human-made sword, while a third creature attacked from behind, but the kid ducked under the blow with ease, preparing a counter with his open palm, and smashed it right into the creature's face, now surrounded by the remaining two, effortlessly dodging a downward sword slash as the beastman hit the ground defeated, and the kid grabbed its fallen weapon, plunging the blade its throat. As the final kobold watched in terror, and he turned his cold eyes on the last target, so the last kobold cried out, riddled with blades, and fell to the ground, joining its kin, as the kid's eyes glowed, activating his skill, confirming the creatures were weak and easy money. Back at the guild, he presented his proof, dropping a massive pile of kobold ears, and asked if this was enough to complete the quest, and the receptionist stammered, shocked by the amount, so he confirmed he hunted them alone, but admitted his tracking skills needed work. As other adventurers whispered in disbelief, and the flustered receptionist prepared his reward, so he left the guild with a heavy pouch of coins, his payment for a job well done, deciding to stay in the city for a while and use the guild to gather information. But just then he stopped in his tracks as a large blonde-haired man blocked his path, and the kid asked what he wanted, sensing his strength. So the man introduced himself as Lyle, though our boy remained unimpressed by the title, and Lyle smirked, calling him by the name Siren, who calmly replied that his men started the fight, which enraged Lyle, who accused him of lying, and Siren simply looked down, taking it all in. Lyle roars that he'll teach him a lesson, lunging forward with his sword drawn, but Siren just watches the attack come, effortlessly dodging the clumsy swing. Lyle shouts, refusing to give up, as Siren pivots with blinding speed, easily stepping past the B-rank adventurer. Lyle looks back in total shock and cries out as he's struck from behind. Siren calmly critiques his sloppy movements, which only makes the downed adventurer angrier. He scrambles up for another attack, but Siren catches his arm with ease, twisting him around and slamming him down again. Our boy notes he's not used to fighting people, and Lyle demands to know why he hurt his men. Siren offers to explain the whole misunderstanding, and later in a tavern Lyle shouts an apology. This two now sit across from each other over a meal as Lyle glances over with a humbled expression. He admits it was his fault for believing his men's lies, and orders the three bullies to apologize now. This eye-patch man and his lackeys bow deeply, begging for forgiveness. Siren accepts, saying he has some questions, and Lyle happily agrees to answer whatever he can. Siren explains he's just a traveler and joined the guild to fund his journey. Lyle cuts to the chase, asking what he really wants, and Siren takes a moment before answering, revealing he's looking for a way to another world. This adventurers are stunned by his request, wondering if such a thing is even possible. He confirms he wants to reach the hero's home world, Lyle guesses it must involve powerful magic and Siren admits he's just looking for any clue. Then Lyle remembers someone who might know the sage Elbana. This title, Sage, catches Siren's attention. Lyle explains she's an elf who advised the country. He remembers reading about an elven sage in a book. Legends say the elves live deep within the forests and this particular sage is over a century old. Siren considers the possibility of using elven magic. Believing a powerful spell could be the key, but the others question if the sage is even still alive and Lyle laughs, admitting it's just a rumor. He apologizes for the lack of concrete information, but Siren says the lead is more than enough. As it gets late, he decides to head back to his inn. But just before he leaves, he's asked one last question: what does he plan to do after he finds his way home? Siren leaves the question unanswered. He turns and walks out of the tavern, and a new day dawns over the city. Back at the guild, he collects another reward, thanking the receptionist for her work. A week has passed since the incident and the former bullies now invite him for a drink. Siren turns them down, focused on his mission, and the adventurers wave him goodbye. He walks through the city, his mind on the sage, having learned her name is Elbana Carrot, a retired advisor. She now lives on the war-torn western border. With no reason to stay, he decides to seek her out. This scene cuts to a fierce battle under a dark sky. A horned demon wonders how long the heroes can last as their protection from his poison is about to run out. Their formation is holding thanks to Kanzaki, but their sacred veil will expire in just 3 minutes. This hero knows the demon's raw abilities are too strong, his defenses blocking even their most powerful attacks. A companion named Mido asks their leader Shinjo for a plan, placing her absolute faith in his decision. Shinjo's mind flashes back to a crucial choice he faced, recalling Siren's offer of an alliance to defeat the Demon King. He sees the allied soldiers fighting beside them now. He accepted the alliance to get them all home, but recalls that Siren never wanted to return. A memory flashes of a birthday feast with his family celebrating at the dinner table, but a younger Siren named Shuji is told to leave as his younger brother asks why he can't join them. This brother cruelly reveals a family secret that Shuji is the child of their mother's affair. This boy realizes he has no place in that world. Back in the present, Shinjo fights for his classmates. Because their reliance on him gives him purpose. He feels a duty to live up to their trust, but then corrects himself. It's not an obligation. He unleashes a massive attack, wanting to respond, declaring this is his own will. This blast of light shatters the demon's defenses, severely injuring the creature's arm. This demon stares in shock at the sudden power boost as Shinjo presses his relentless assault. This demon notes his fighting spirit is immense, but warns that the poison is taking its toll. Shinjo roars, pushing through the pain. And the demon blocks, calling him reckless. This demon tells himself to stay calm and just wait it out, knowing only 2 of the heroes can truly hurt him. Kanzaki watches the battle from afar as a teammate asks for a power boost. He launches a powerful wind lance attack and Shinjo enhances it with support magic. This empowered blast streaks toward its target, catching the demon completely by surprise. He struck hard across the face, this force sending him flying backward. This demon realizes they weren't going all out, and Kanzaki taunts him for leaving an opening. Shinjo immediately prepares another attack, firing a concentrated blast of energy. This artillery shot rockets toward the demon, who knows his magic barriers can't stop it. He counters with a costly poison spell just as another hero prepares a holy light attack. He gathers radiant energy into his sword, unleashing a massive light slash. A brilliant beam of light fills the sky and the demon realizes his poison is useless against it. This purifying light slams into his body, tearing through his defenses as he cries out in pain. This hero is stunned by the demon's toughness, staring in disbelief at his resilience, but the demon just grins, announcing their protection has expired. This demon unleashes a paralyzing poison mist, and Shinjo collapses to the ground, his entire body suddenly going numb. This demon smirks, declaring his victory, but Mido leaps from the shadows, catching him completely by surprise. With a furious look, she swings her claws, raking them across his face and chest. He realizes a beast man was hiding all along, but then feels a sharp pain in his heart, seeing a dagger plunge deep into his chest. A single cold eye stares back at him and the hooded attacker is revealed to be Siren. A flashback introduces the demon, Leonhardt Valera, this third prince of the Demon Kingdom. His indiscriminate use of poison made him feared, but his weak military led to his downfall. This loss of his territory and a key general sealed his fate, causing his supporters and people to abandon him. Yet even then, Leonhardt remained composed because he only ever trusted his own power. He believed as long as he survived, nothing else mattered. His only real concern was the other royals, especially the one with terrifying spatial magic. Back in the present, he accepts his fate. This was inevitable. Siren twists the dagger deeper into his chest and the demon prince coughs up a spray of blood. He snarls, warning Siren not to mess with him, but our boy just stares back, completely unfazed. Leonhardt summons a glowing poison sword. Gripping its hilt with his remaining strength, he swings wildly at Siren, who easily dodges the desperate attack. This demon sees Mido celebrating their victory, then spots Siren holding up the paralyzed Shinjo, using the hero as a human shield. Leonhardt begins to laugh maniacally, roaring that a prince can't be defeated by such trash. Shinjo is stunned by his ridiculous durability, wondering what it could possibly take to kill him. Kanzaki screams at Siren for failing the assassination, but Siren just tells him to calm down, leaving Leonhardt completely confused. This demon's vision begins to waver and he collapses to his knees, unable to stand. He demands to know what Siren has done to him, and Siren reveals it's a special kind of poison. Leonhardt scoffs at the idea, claiming he's immune to all poisons, but Siren asks if that includes poisons from another world. Siren explains the dagger is coated with a poison using components completely unknown in this world. Leonhardt stares in disbelief, calling it impossible, but Siren just pulls out a gun, saying goodbye. He pulls the trigger without a moment's hesitation, and a single bullet strikes the demon prince's head. Siren's glowing red eyes watch as the demon falls, a status window confirming his target is now dead. Kanzaki watches from a distance, stunned by the outcome, as Siren gives a cold, sidelong glance. With the demon prince defeated, he declares the mission complete. A classmate wants to celebrate, but the paralysis poison still lingers. Kanzaki assures them she'll handle the detoxification, as another teammate congratulates Siren on the plan. Mido asks if all the deception was necessary, and Siren explains he needed multiple insurance policies. This beastman's attack was a feint, creating a moment of relief, the perfect opening. Just then Shinjo's paralysis finally wears off and he thanks Siren for saving them. He admits he panicked when the sudden instructions came through, recalling the telepathic order to switch targets. Siren explains he had to lure the demon into a false sense of security, and that meant taking a calculated risk. Siren tells him not to worry about it. As a teammate reassures Shinjo he'll get used to it, she turns away, muttering to herself, while another ally complains she missed the fight. She explains she was preparing a purification spell, but then a new horned girl appears, saying she could have used spatial magic. This entire group now stands together in the clearing. Siren reveals she was another insurance policy, and she thanks him for saving them all. He coldly reminds her they now owe him a debt, which she readily accepts without hesitation. Siren asks the girl Isabelle about her next move, and she declares they're heading to Vernier. Their goal is to capture Leonhardt's associates, who likely kept their plans secret from other factions. Siren calls that a dangerously optimistic assumption, but Isabelle insists they should try to remain hidden. With the prince dead, his territory should be in chaos, so Isabelle asks if Siren's group needs help. He declines, stating the remaining demons are weak. Isabelle admits her own forces were useless against Leonhardt, and Siren agrees their plans were insufficient. She vows to do better, acknowledging her immaturity. As Siren reflects on the burden she carries as a young leader, a horned demon rushes toward Isabelle, volunteering to hunt down the prince's remnants. Siren recalls his name is Falco, a revolutionary leader and the mastermind of a major internal conflict. He remembers pledging his loyalty to her and now tells Isabelle to let the demon try. She's confused, but Siren knows she needs a strategist. Isabelle is shocked he figured out her reasoning, and Siren adds her forces need to restore their honor. Trusting his judgment, she agrees to the plan. She formally gives Falco command of the operation, and he vows to succeed without fail. As Siren walks away, he tells her to learn from this. Later that night, the group gathers around a campfire and Shinjo sits quietly, lost in thought. Siren and his team approach the others as Shinjo asks if their meeting is over. Siren sits down to discuss their next move. Shinjo wonders if they'll report this to the Alliance army, but Siren says to keep it secret for now. He tells them to take credit if caught, but hide the demon connection. Kanzaki is furious he's still tied to the Saint Killer. As Siren lays out his next deception, they'll spread a rumor the prince is merely missing, and he puts Ninomiya in charge of the task. Siren reveals his plan to capture the territory within a month, as a teammate urges them to head back quickly. But Kanzaki stops him with one last question, and Siren looks back, waiting. He demands to know where he got the otherworldly poison, a question everyone else was too afraid to ask. Siren explains it was simple, a suicide pill in his tooth. He just extracted the poison and coated the dagger with it, calling it a one-time trump card he can no longer use. Kanzaki seems to finally accept the answer, but the others are horrified he had suicide poison at all. One girl says it makes sense for an assassin, then gasps, realizing what she just implied, and the shocking truth echoes through the group. His classmates are completely stunned by the revelation, their faces frozen in disbelief. This girl who spoke stammers out an apology, but Siren calmly confirms he was raised as an assassin. A teammate admits that somehow they believe him. Riene stares at him, asking if he's a killer, and Siren confirms he's killed countless people for work. She calls him a terrible person, a criminal, but another classmate quickly defends him, pointing out that they're all killing in this war. Riene coldly replies that demons aren't people. Mido whispers that she's gone too far, but Kanzaki tells him to let it go, explaining it's a necessary mindset to survive. Riene looks away, flustered by the confrontation, when another classmate asks Shinjo a question, wondering if he really wants to go home. She points out he'll be forced to kill for his family, and he coldly agrees, calling them terrible people. Confused, she asks why he'd return, and he declares his true mission is to kill them all. Time passes, and after Leonhardt's defeat, this revolutionary army mops up his remaining forces. This next morning, Siren's group feigns innocence, greeting their classmates as if nothing happened. With the prince's territory now open, this alliance army makes a lightning-fast advance. This human nations celebrate their impending victory while the demon kingdom is gripped by fear. Their invincibility is shattered, their prince gone, and the demon king finally decides to intervene, summoning his children as he declares the games are over. We cut to the fifth princess's territory where Isabel receives a summons from her father. A messenger arrives with an urgent request demanding her presence at the demon king's castle today. Falco reports that the prince's remnants are gone and Isabel asks for his advice on the summons. He warns that defying the king would look suspicious, but a masked ally worries their army is already known. Falco doubts any subversion can be traced to Isabel, not with the kingdom's intelligence chief gone. Her eyes narrow with grim determination and she agrees, preparing an escape plan just in case. 3 days later, lightning cracks over the demon king's castle. This royal children are assembled in the throne room. As first Prince Fokker announces everyone has arrived, second Princess Scarlet impatiently demands they hurry, but fourth Prince Rodel scolds her for her attitude. Fifth Princess Isabel observes her powerful siblings when the Demon King declares the meeting hasn't started yet, announcing he's summoned one more person. A strange device materializes in the center of the hall, leaving the first prince completely baffled. An empty throne serves as a grim reminder of Leonhardt, who is officially declared missing, not deceased. Scarlet scoffs, vowing to finish him herself if he returns, and her brother calls her judgment surprisingly reasonable. She retorts that by his logic he should be the first to die, a challenge that only seems to amuse him. As they bicker, Isabel just wishes she could go home. Rodel wonders if the final guest is Alice, but Isabel dismisses the idea, calling her the evil god's vessel, and the Demon King announces the guest is already here. Suddenly, a burst of flame erupts in the hall, revealing the fire Heavenly King Flamerise. Scarlet scoffs at his complete lack of manners as Isabel recognizes the powerful name, the strongest of the four heavenly kings whose power is said to rival the royals themselves. This demon king orders everyone to sit, and Flamerise casually takes his place, asking what grand plan requires this assembly. This king declares he'll end the war in one blow, a statement that puzzles his children. He reveals his strategy, a surprise attack on the human capital to kill the Pope. Fokker realizes their homeland must be lightly defended. A decapitation strike to shatter the human front lines. But Flamerise questions how they'll get there undetected, and the king reveals he has a daughter with spatial magic. His gaze falls directly on a horrified Isabel. She stammers that it's impossible, her magic is limited and teleporting an army that far is beyond her power. Her father simply tells her not to worry, explaining they're only sending an elite force and the magic is already prepared. Isabel is stunned, knowing it's only possible with immense power. This demon king calls this a critical mission, declaring that failure is simply not an option, and back in their hideout, Siren learns of the plan as Isabel explains her father's desperate strategy. They'll use her spatial magic to send an elite force, a decapitation strike aimed at the human pope. Siren listens, questioning if it's even possible, and Isabel reveals the key is a magic crystal. He recognizes the name, a rare ore that stores power. She explains the demon king has been charging one for years, pouring his own immense energy into it for an emergency. Isabel recalls being shown the crystal before, a massive stone pulsing with incredible density. With that power, a long-range teleport is theoretically possible. An ally asks if she can even handle another's magic, but Isabel explains their shared blood makes it compatible. This next question is how they'll manage a return trip since the crystal is far too massive to bring along. Her solution is to maintain the initial dimensional gate. A single spell to cover both their arrival and escape. Isabel is confident but admits there's a time limit. Siren immediately asks for the exact duration, and she estimates they'll have 1 hour at most. A teammate worries about the tight security at the capital, but Siren's expression is one of cold resolve. Siren knows the capital is guarded by elite holy knights, but Isabel declares they're not sending ordinary forces, confident 1 hour is enough to burn the city to the ground. A teammate panics, imagining an army of thousands. But Isabel clarifies the crystal's limit is only 15 people. This MC now revealed as Kai understands the implication. This is a strike team of the demon race's absolute strongest. He lists them off: first Prince Fokker, this vicious second Princess Scarlet, this calculating fourth Prince Rodel, Isabel herself, and the monstrous fire Heavenly King Flamerise. Each will bring their most powerful associates. This others are horrified, comparing the force to multiple Leonhardts. Isabel grimly agrees, the capital will certainly be destroyed. Friend shakes Kai, asking what he'll do, and he admits he wouldn't mind if the capital fell, but his eyes narrow as he weighs the consequences. This human alliance would fall into chaos, and his classmates are stationed in a city nearby. Isabel explains she's already warned the heroes, but she can't refuse a direct command from the king. Defying him now would expose their rebellion instantly. A teammate asks if it's time to just reveal themselves, but Falco argues they have no justification to refuse. Falco asked what the hero candidates were planning to do with the new intel, his eyes narrowing with cold calculation as Kai thanked him. He then presented a proposal, a dangerous gambit for their revolutionary army. 3 days later in the city of Castiglione, Kai finished explaining the coming demon assault to his classmates, leaving a student named Mido completely speechless, while another worried for the non-combatant groups. One of the heroes tried to calm everyone down, but a girl retorted that the risk wasn't zero and Mido wondered if they should just return to the capital. A red-haired classmate, Arashi, scoffed at the very idea, telling them to just send a message if they were so worried, seeing this as the perfect chance to finally kill the Demon King. But a female classmate called him insane for ignoring the civilians, and Arashi simply reminded her that they were already traitors. She argued that the innocent people didn't deserve to die, but he just called it idealistic nonsense, turning to Mido and demanding his opinion on the matter, and Mido declared he would prioritize his classmates above all else. His cold pragmatism came as a shock to his friend, but he then rejected Arashi's plan outright, leaving the hot-headed hero completely stunned. Kai then stepped in, agreeing with Mido's assessment, explaining the demons would surely return at the worst possible time, but they had an ace up their sleeve: Isabel's intel. A classmate realized they could turn this situation into a perfect trap, and Kai declared their new mission was to return to the holy capital. The scene then shifts to the massive Digarist holy nation capital, where inside the walls citizens went about their peaceful lives, enjoying the bustling markets without a single care in the world. Kai and his companions arrived on horseback, cloaked and hidden, and a white-haired girl sighed, exhausted from the long journey, while another girl in a brown cloak teased her for being so frail. Kai looked out over the peaceful city square, noting how disconnected the people seemed from the ongoing war, and his companion added that their mood wouldn't change the outcome. This white-haired girl suddenly remembered that Kai was a wanted criminal here, and he smirked, admitting it was a problem, but he was shocked by the lack of security. They recalled how they had simply bribed a guard to pass through the gates, so Kai decided they would stable the horses and find an inn on the outskirts, planning to gather intelligence before Mido's group arrived. His companion questioned if there was anything to find in such a complacent city, but Kai's expression suddenly turned serious, as he remembered the traitorous Holy Knight Reigns was here, a risk he couldn't ignore. Meanwhile, back in the city of Castiglione, a blonde leader was being briefed on the Demon King's assault operation, with this information coming from a Beastman intelligence agent, and a Holy Knight captain named Amelia was stunned by the audacious plan. A Beastman commander named Edgar found the intel hard to believe, but the young Catgirl agent apologized for the message, admitting it was all a lie she had been told to pass along. Mido explained the entire ruse to his comrades and how they used a friendly connection to pass the intel discreetly. Back in the strategy meeting, Amelia questioned the report's validity, but a commander named Heinrich knew the stakes were far too high, and Amelia agreed they had to report it to the higher-ups. Heinrich challenged her, asking if she was questioning their leader's courage, but she insisted it was about preventing the nation's collapse. Another hero candidate pointed out their friends were in the capital, and Mido declared they would return to prepare a counterattack. Amelia still hesitated, citing the unconfirmed intel, but Heinrich agreed with Mido, admitting their forces were too weak to advance, explaining the soldiers were exhausted from their last major battle. His eyes narrowed in thought, realizing the hero candidate's certainty meant the intel was solid, and he decided there was no point in trying to stop them, so Amelia reluctantly conceded the point. A classmate suggested assigning them to capital defense to prevent more defections, and Amelia proposed a plan where the heroes would defend the capital, while Edgar declared the Beastman Alliance would also remain on the front lines. A classmate confirmed the strategy that only their group would be redeployed, and Akira accepted the burden, knowing it was up to them alone. Amelia offered a final reassurance that the Pope was protected by the Knight Commander, prompting a hero candidate to question the title Knight Commander. Amelia explained he was the strongest man in the entire Holy Knight Order. The scene then shifts to the Grand Royal Capital Palace, and inside we meet a non-combat student, Kaburagi Kaiichi, who looked up from his book, asking what his visitor wanted. It was Kai, going by the name Shinjo, who had come to see him, having heard that Kaiichi was the most knowledgeable about the capital's internal affairs, since he had become the king's personal researcher while they fought on the front lines. Kaiichi asked if Kai was being sarcastic, claiming he only taught people about their world to make money. But Kai pressed on, knowing that couldn't be the only reason. Kaiichi admitted he hated fighting and was researching a way back to their world, and when asked if he found anything, he simply said no, as his research only confirmed that killing the Demon King was the only way. Kai realized they had both reached the very same conclusion, and Kaiichi wondered if Kai came all this way just to confirm that. But Kai revealed a major battle would soon erupt right here in the capital news, which left the young researcher completely shocked. Kai offered to explain the details, but first he needed information, asking what Kaiichi knew about the capital's current state. Kaiichi closed his book, finally understanding Kai's true purpose, and asked if this was about the Demon King cult. The scene shifts back to an overview of the holy capital, focusing on the massive church headquarters building, where inside a cardinal named Emily asked if the intel about the demon assault was true. A high-ranking official admitted the truth was still unknown. But Pope Joshua declared they must be prepared for the worst, and Knight Commander Oscar suggested deploying the heroes to the capital. Cardinal Emily questioned the need, calling Oscar humanity's strongest knight, but he insisted they could not allow demons on this sacred ground. Emily conceded the point, then offered a proposal of her own, and the Pope listened, waiting for her to speak. She suggested they negotiate peace with the Demon Kingdom, a statement that sent shockwaves through the entire court. As two officials erupted, calling her a fool for such a suggestion. She calmly asked if there was any reason to continue the war, and the Pope roared that exterminating demons was gods while calling them a defiled race with whom peace was impossible. Emily countered that she only wished for world peace, believing love and understanding should prevail over hate, and asked if that wasn't the Creator God's true teaching. The Pope agreed the scriptures speak of peace, but not with demons, and Oscar dismissed her moderate views as pure fantasy. But she passionately argued that endless war was for savages. The Pope silenced her, threatening to label her entire faction as traitors, and she sadly accepted his decision, for now turning to leave the throne room with a heavy heart. The Pope and Oscar watched her go with cold expressions as the other officials glared after her with contempt, and Oscar muttered that the woman was completely insane. The Pope declared the hero summoning was God's will, and Oscar agreed, questioning why anyone followed Emily's heresy. Dismissing her influence as mere rhetoric and charisma, and calling her ideals completely detached from reality. The Pope claimed it was his duty to listen to all factions, but her peace proposal had bordered on treason. Oscar then shifted the topic to the Demon King cult, and the Pope scoffed, asking about the human heretics. Oscar revealed a map of their recent attacks, explaining how they were trying to weaken the capital's defenses just as news of the demon army's assault arrived. The Pope realized the intel had been classified, and Oscar suspected a traitor in their upper ranks. He ordered Oscar to continue the investigation, immediately then asked about the fugitive, Kai Shinjo. Oscar admitted they still hadn't found a single trace of him, and the Pope tried to console him about his daughter Leonora, but Oscar was consumed by his failure to protect her. He vowed to kill Kai with his own hands for what he did, and the Pope agreed, calling Kai an anomaly to be eliminated, so Oscar swore to hunt both Kai and the Demon King cult. The scene shifts to a dark torchlit corridor, where a red-cloaked figure emerged from the shadows, joining a large gathering of similarly dressed cultists. Their leader looked to his followers, asking for their next move, and a cultist reported the hero candidates were returning to the capital, so their leader admitted their forces couldn't match the heroes alone, but if the heroes were distracted by the Demon King's army, it was a perfect opportunity. This leader revealed as Cardinal Emily planned to betray them mid-battle. Meanwhile, two riders traveled across a wide open field, and Mido finally spotted their destination on the horizon, the royal capital now clearly in sight. His companions suggested they rest before entering the city, and Mido wondered if Kai had already arrived ahead of them. Back in the library, Keiichi asked if Kai was here about the Demon King cult, and Kai saw his reaction, confirming the researcher had been dealing with them. Keiichi revealed the non-combat group had been attacked many times, and while they could handle low-level believers, the constant threat was unnerving. Kai asked why he didn't report this to Mido's group, but Keiichi didn't want to burden the frontline fighters, admitting that even with help they couldn't track the cult's movements. Kai theorized the cultists were hiding within the Holy Nation's leadership, and Keiichi confirmed this, saying he already had a suspect. Kai immediately asked for the person's name, and the researcher named Cardinal Emily, leader of the church's moderate faction. Kai questioned what a moderate faction even was, and Keiichi dismissed them as idealists who preach peace with demons. Kai realized it was a perfect cover for the cult, and Keiichi's investigation had already confirmed Emily was a high-ranking member, but he explained the problem. As outsiders, they had no credibility. Kai vowed to take care of Emily himself, but Keiichi was shocked by his confidence, so Kai explained that as a wanted criminal he had nothing to lose. Keiichi warned him that Emily was just a high-ranking member, and Kai realized the researcher already had another suspect, as Keiichi revealed the true leader was one of the capital's knight captains. Meanwhile, Mido and the other heroes had an audience with the Pope, who had heard the unbelievable reports of a demon army assault, and he questioned how reliable their information truly was. Mido admitted he had no hard evidence, but he was certain of the attack, and the Pope considered his words, unable to dismiss a warrior's intuition. Oscar pointed out that returning to the capital delayed their main goal, but noted they proposed the return themselves, which was significant. The Pope understood their conviction came from concern for their comrades, and Mido confirmed this, adding they had new intel on the attack's timing. The Pope asked him to reveal when it would happen, so Mido looked at him with grim determination and announced the assault was just 3 days away. The scene shifts to the Holy Knight Order headquarters, where Mido's squad met the other captains, and Mido introduced his team as the 11th Knight Squadron. Tio, captain of the 2nd Squadron, greeted the hero candidates, followed by Freethelm, captain of the 3rd Squadron, and Gray, captain of the 9th Strike Unit, summoned for the emergency, and finally Charlotte, captain of the 10th Rear Support Unit. Grand Commander Oscar formally introduced himself, asking the heroes to lend their strength to the capital's defense, and Mido accepted, shaking his hand and confirming their purpose, but his eyes were sharp, sizing up the commander's power. He sensed Oscar's overwhelming strength, a true monster in his own right. Mido saw the deployment map, realizing how seriously they were taking this threat, but just then Captain Tio questioned if they even needed the hero candidates, calling them an unnecessary burden for the Holy Knights. Oscar rebuked him, praising the heroes for their growth on the front lines, but Tio scoffed at their supposed experience, earning a glare from Mido. Gray suggested Tio test Mido's ability himself with a match, an idea that Tio found quite appealing. Mido accepted the challenge without a moment's hesitation, but he knew not to let his guard down, drawing his glowing blade. Tio readied his sword, eager to teach the boy about hierarchy, and Mido prepared to make his move, ready to fight, but Tio lunged first, refusing to give him the opening. He unleashed a blindingly fast thrust and smirked when Mido barely managed to dodge it. Mido was shocked by the captain's incredible speed, but Tio just grinned, declaring he was far from done. As the captain closed in, Mido raised a hand and landed a powerful palm strike to Tio's side. The arrogant captain hit the ground, groaning in pain as Mido looked at his own hand, muttering, "Too weak." Tio lay twitching on the ground, utterly defeated, and Mido stared at his hand, shocked by how weak the captain was. The other captains laughed, saying the outcome was expected, and Charlotte told Gray he was laughing too much as one of Tio's subordinates rushed to his side. A healing light enveloped the fallen captain, and Mido openly questioned if this man was truly a captain. Gray explained the Second Corps was a dumping ground for noble failures, and Tio only got his position because he was a duke's son, his overconfidence coming from never facing a real threat. Charlotte admitted they had all grown soft from being away from combat, and Freethelm worried for the country if they had to fight now. The three captains shared a laugh over their own weakness, but Mido saw the truth: they had earned their ranks through hardship. Later that night, Mido walked alone through the capital's streets. Glad to have strong allies he could rely on, but his senses suddenly flared with danger. He was ambushed in the dark alley, surrounded by a squad of hooded assailants. Mido drew his glowing blade, demanding to know who they were, and their leader recognized him as one of the hero candidates. Mido calmly advised them not to attack, stating that their numbers wouldn't be enough to defeat him, and the leader agreed, admitting Mido was on a whole new level now. This mention of the past made Mido realize these were the Demon King cultists. The cultist leader confirmed their mission was to eliminate Mido right here, and Mido asked why they wanted him gone. Furious, they would plot this while the demon army was supposedly cornered. The leader blamed Mido for causing weak-willed members to desert and claimed only the most devoted followers remained. He then revealed they knew about the attack in 3 days, and Mido realized the intel was leaked, vowing to show no mercy. His eyes glowed as he declared his own goal was all that mattered now, but the cultist just grinned with a crazed look. And with a snap of his fingers, he played his trump card. Mido's eyes widened in shock and disbelief as a cultist appeared holding a young woman hostage. He recognized her as Tsukahira Yuko from the non-combatant party, and Mido shouted her name, his composure completely shattered. The leader gave him a chilling ultimatum that Mido must take his own life or the hostage would perish. He was frozen, questioning if he could even save her as the cultists yelled at him to hurry. But on a nearby roof, a hooded ally took aim from the shadows, his weapon glowing with focused energy. A single precise shot rang through the alley and the captor collapsed, instantly neutralized. Mido used the opening, moving in a flash of lightning, and in an instant he had the rescued hostage in his arms. The remaining cultists could only stare in utter shock as Mido landed on a pillar with Yuko, his ally, watching from the ground. He set her down gently, asking if she was okay, and Yuko thanked him, relieved to finally be safe. The hooded ally told Mido to retreat with her, he would finish this. But Mido refused, declaring he would join the fight. His eyes glowed with rage, vowing to eliminate all threats to his friends, and the remaining cultists recoiled in absolute fear. His ally understood, agreeing to leave the battle to him, and scooped up the startled Yuko to carry her away. But as they left, Mido stopped him with a sharp question, and the hooded youth turned back, listening intently. Mido asked if he used Yuko as bait to draw the cultists out, but his ally denied it, claiming he cared for their classmates too. Mido's eyes flared with power once more, and he accepted the answer, trusting his words. Turning back to his enemies, his blade crackled with energy as the cultists braced for the inevitable assault. Mido uttered a single command: expand. A torrent of blue energy erupted from his body, engulfing the cultists in a devastating attack. Meanwhile, his ally leaped across the rooftops, with Yuko noting that the cultist leaders never even appeared. Later, Mido met his classmates back at the door, reporting that a few cultists were captured alive for the nights, but his friend doubted any useful information would ever reach them. A classmate admitted his mistake. Yuko's kidnappers were professionals, and Mido realized the non-combat group was the primary target. Worse still, another girl named Unno was now missing as the Demon Lord cult was getting more organized. This abduction was a planned professional operation triggered by their return to the capital. With most non-combatants in another city, the remaining few were vulnerable, prompting a call to send guards to the Holy City immediately. But Mido revealed Narumi was already on his way, using his wind magic to travel at incredible speed. The priority now was saving Unno by rooting out the cult, and they hoped she was being kept alive as a hostage. The demon army attack was looming, but this was the bigger problem now, as Mido knew they must first find the traitor among them. Later that night at the dorms, the hooded ally Shinjo checked in on the rescued Yuko. She felt useless for getting captured, but he told her to just focus on resting. Yuko then asked about her friend Unno, and Shinjo confirmed Unno was alive, part of a larger plan. Suddenly, a telepathic message came through from Kanzaki, who asked to be connected to Yuko as well. Kanzaki had incredible news. They had found Unknow's location. As Shinjo explained, Unknow established a telepathic link before being taken, allowing them to hear each other's voices and confirm they were both safe. Unknow reported from her cell confirming she was unharmed for now, and Kanzaki promised they were coming to save her soon. Shinjo then asked for her exact location, and Kanzaki looked grim, preparing to reveal the truth. She was being held in the heart of the capital beneath the Third Night Order's barracks. Shinjo realized the traitor was exactly who they suspected, a Knight Commander. Mido's friend praised Kanzaki for the critical intel as they identified the cult leader as Freethelm, captain of the Third Order. The order was given to relay the information to Mido immediately, while Shinjo moved to rescue Unknow, telling Mido's team to show no mercy. Meanwhile, inside the barracks, a vice captain addressed his leader as Freethelm, the cult's head, fumed that he couldn't contact the demons. A cardinal named Emily confirmed their attack plans had already been leaked, and Freethelm cursed his followers for failing to hold Yuko hostage. Emily warned they must protect the identities of their captured members, but Freethelm yelled they had no choice but to push forward. He revealed their ultimate goal, to become demons by killing the hero candidates, but Emily questioned if that promise was still valid with their demon contact dead. The vice captain insisted their loyalty to the demon lord was absolute, and Freethelm agreed, believing they would earn recognition by succeeding anyway. His subordinates pointed out the hero's immense power, asking for a new plan, but Freethelm gave a sinister, confident smirk, declaring they still had the element of surprise and more hostages. But back in the prison, a rope suddenly snapped and Shinjo stood with Unknow, having already freed her from her cell. Shinjo told the weakened Unknow they needed to hurry, but a hand suddenly reached for her as a cultist appeared, claiming he was just checking on the hostage. But it was Freethelm himself, calling Shinjo a rat, and Shinjo confirmed his identity, the captain of the Third Night Order. Freethelm smirked, recognizing him as the Saint Slayer. Shinjo asked why he was betraying everyone, and Freethelm declared his loyalty to the Demon Lord's world. Realizing the answer was obvious, Shinjo drew his twin daggers and stood ready to defend Unknow from the traitor. Freethelm mocked him, saying he was unlucky to be caught, but Shinjo asked if he was really the one to worry about. Freethelm looked confused by the question until a sudden tremor shook the entire prison. He turned back, completely caught off guard as his subordinates rushed in, calling his name. He demanded to know what was happening outside, and got the news the hero candidates were attacking the barracks. Freethelm was in disbelief, but Shinjo wasn't surprised at all, stating his presence here proved their plans were already leaked. He told the captain to focus on the heroes above ground because fighting them was now his only chance for survival. Enraged, Freethelm lunged forward to take back the hostage, but Shinjo stood firm, protecting Unknow behind him, and a brilliant flash of energy erupted from his position. Freethelm stared in utter shock as Mido appeared in a flash of blue light. His eyes glowed, calling out the traitor's name, with defeated cultists littering the floor behind him. Mido explained Kanzaki showed them the secret route as Shinjo prepared to leave with the rescued Unknow. He told Mido to handle the rest and dashed away to get Unknow to safety. Freethelm shouted for them to wait, but Mido's glowing sword blocked his path. The Knight Commander looked genuinely unnerved, leaping back to create some distance from the hero. Mido realized this was all part of Shinjo's plan, another calculated move to expose the cult. Freethelm mocked his boldness for attacking a Knight barracks, but Mido demanded his surrender, stating they had proof this was the cult's headquarters. The commander just smirked, believing his reputation would protect him, his top priority remaining to eliminate the heroes. He planned to kill Mido's squad underground while his forces held off the others above. He declared his unwavering loyalty to the Demon Lord, but Mido stood ready, his blade humming with power. Outside, the battle for the barracks was already underway, as Mido's classmate clashed fiercely with a traitor knight. The hero candidate landed a powerful kick, but the traitor knight recovered with speed, making the hero recognize his high skill, as the knight introduced himself as Elvin and demanded to know why they attacked, but the hero just shrugged off the question, saying he was simply told to go wild, while a message confirmed their strategy. With the hostage now confirmed to be safe and Elvin sensing an overwhelming power, the hero grinned, ready to finally cut loose, unleashing a massive fiery explosion. Elvin was caught staggering in the blast as the hero followed with energy beams raining down destruction on the barracks. He stood alone inside the new crater, his eyes narrowing as the dust settled, revealing Elvin safe inside a massive shield, a purely defensive magic, just as he thought. The vice captain complimented their strategist, but the hero said they were finished now, though Elvin just smiled, saying it was fine, revealing they had powerful backing, a statement that left the hero baffled. As a strange energy gathered at his feet, elsewhere, Cardinal Emily walked with her guards, annoyed this mess was getting harder to hide when her escorts were suddenly cut down. She turned around in a state of pure panic as a wounded cultist stared up in terror at the hooded assassin standing above them. A blade was then pressed to Emily's throat, and with a single silent slash, the cardinal and her followers all fell. A classmate arrived asking about Emily, and Shinjo confirmed she manipulated information so with her gone the truth would surface. His classmate processed the grim news, recalling her work on infrastructure projects, using her otherworld knowledge to help, and explained how she had grown to love the city, but her proposals were always rejected, except by Emily, who seemed so passionate. Shinjo revealed it was all to recruit believers, but his classmate looked heartbroken, saying Emily may have truly thought it was right. Meanwhile, Mido's blade clashed with Freethelm's, the two of them locked in a furious exchange, and Mido admitted the commander was strong. But Freethelm scoffed at being compared to kids. Mido demanded to know why he'd betray them, but Freethelm kicked him back, shouting it's because he's strong, a move that caught Mido off balance as the captain explained his strength came from survival. Mido asked if those battles weren't for the kingdom, and Freethelm agreed, but said they were already losing. He described how the night orders were decimated, watching his comrades fall one by one until he was the last one standing there. He recalled the desperation of that failing line. When a new presence appeared on the field, for the demon lord himself had arrived. He was a being of overwhelming power who seemed to have no intention to fight, yet with a single casual swing of his arm, the Grand Commander's eyes went wide and he was killed in an instant. That was the moment Freethelm knew it was hopeless, realizing humanity was like ants to God. Mido charged back, arguing things had changed, declaring they defeated 3 heavenly kings, but Freethelm roared that none of it mattered. Mido demanded why he thought they'd be spared. And Freethelm revealed the deal to kill the heroes, and in return they would be reborn as demons. Mido was pushed back, shocked by this dark pact, but revealed he was the one who killed Aqualara, a fact that clearly infuriated the commander. Mido questioned if turning humans to demons was possible, but Freethelm said they had already seen it, and Mido recalled the monster researcher. A flashback showed the man controlling his monsters. As Freethelm explained, he was a failed subject, but his research led to a perfect transformation drug. Mido was left completely stunned by this news as Freethelm raged that Aqualara's death cost them. His sword then erupted in a pillar of flame, mocking the heroes for being too weak. Mido's expression hardened with determination and he raised his glowing blade to fight. Meanwhile, the other hero gathered immense power, unleashing it in a concentrated beam, but he was taken aback by the result as Elvin's massive earth shield held firm. The hero taunted him for hiding there while his classmates were wiping out the cultists. Another one trapping a foe in a water prison. He asked Elvin if this was the end for them, and the vice-captain looked on seriously before smiling, impressed by their strength. The hero mocked them for hiding in the capital, declaring they could never win as he attacked, his eyes narrowing as the magic ignited, and the blast erupted right in Elvin's face. The vice-captain was slammed back into a wall as the hero rushed forward with his blade, his eyes burning with killing intent, and he swung down for the final blow. Elvin could only watch on in shock. When the hero's blade suddenly shattered, a new opponent had appeared to block the strike, leaving the hero completely stunned by this. The newcomer laughed, holding the broken tip, taunting him about what he'd do now. Meanwhile, Freethelm's blade burned with heat and Mido met it with his own glowing sword, digging his heels deep into the ground, bracing himself for the coming impact. Their swords collided in a shower of sparks, a brilliant clash of fire and light as the two energies struggled for dominance, but Mido was suddenly taken by surprise. As Freethelm unleashed a massive column of flame, Mido was thrown back by the fiery blast, realizing a close-quarters fight was a losing battle. He leaped back, firing a beam from his sword, but Freethelm watched the attack unimpressed, mocking him for thinking distance would help. He soared through the air with a massive fire slash, forcing Mido to activate his holy sword shield. The fiery attack slammed into the barrier, and Mido strained against the incredible power as his shield began to crack under pressure. Before shattering completely in the inferno, Mido was blown back by the force of the blast, and Freethelm looked on with a confident smirk. He saw Mido standing, his left arm sacrificed, praising the choice but noting he was one-handed. With his own battle a concern, he decided to end this and charged forward with his flaming sword. Mido's eyes glowed, realizing he had to improvise, unleashing a modified teleportation technique, a move Freethelm recognized as rapid movement, as multiple Midos surrounded him at once. The commander expected an attack from his blind spot, but the real Mido appeared directly in front. Freethelm was stunned by the unexpected feint, and he coughed up a spray of blood, realizing he'd been bluffed as the blade pierced him. Mido stood over him, his desperate gambit a success. Freethelm's eyes went white with shock as Mido reflected on his training paying off. The battle outside raged on under the moon, where the newcomer laughed at the broken blade, taunting the hero for being left without a weapon. But the hero looked at the shattered earth shield, commanding a piece of it to become his sword. He kicked off the ground, ready to fight again, and Elvin stood ready with his own stone blade. The red-haired hero scoffed at his stubbornness, but then looked away with a sigh, declaring the fight was over and the ending boring. His brawler comrade approached surprised, but Arashi said a battle of attrition was a waste. Elvin gritted his teeth, wondering about his captain, when a female hero told him it was pointless to wait. The remaining cultists were surrounded and beaten, and she revealed Mido had defeated his boss. Elvin cried out that it was impossible just as Mido arrived, apologizing for being late. He carried the defeated Freethelm on his shoulder, leaving Elvin completely stunned into silence. Another woman appeared, reporting their backer was gone, and Elvin laughed, finally accepting defeat. Arashi called Freethelm a fool for his betrayal, but his comrade questioned his sudden anger as a new company of knights arrived on scene. Their forces surrounding the heroes completely. Mido recognized their leader, Gray of the Fifth Order. The captain looked down with a cold, unforgiving gaze, his eyes widening in shock at the sight of Freethelm. Mido tried to explain what had happened, but Gray charged forward, refusing to listen, and slammed his spear right into Mido's gut. He roared that with Freethelm dead, there were no excuses. Arashi stepped up to intervene, telling the others to stay back, leaping forward to knock some sense into him. A massive impact shook the entire courtyard. But his fist was stopped by a blonde-haired knight. Arashi was left completely stunned by the block, and even Gray seemed surprised by this. The newcomer Oscar held Arashi's fist with ease, telling them both that it was enough. Sometime later, the chaos had finally settled, and the defeated cultists were taken into custody while the remaining traitors were tied up. Mido stood before the two captains, explaining it all, and Gray finally seemed to understand the truth. Oscar admitted he had received Mido's report. As Mido apologized for acting alone to save his friend, Oscar explained the risk of information leaks, and Gray lamented the traitor was an old war buddy. Oscar admitted he never suspected Freethelm either, as the truth of the cult's base was revealed. Gray reported that Cardinal Emily was also involved, and Oscar grimly accepted the terrible news. A female knight then approached the group, questioning how the cult could operate so freely. Gray finally understood why they were never stopped, but Mido smiled, saying the ringleader was caught. A hero agreed, noting the cardinal was now powerless. Oscar thanked them, asking how they uncovered the plot, and Mido credited a skilled friend for the intel. Gray turned to Mido, apologizing for his earlier attack, his gaze softening with new understanding. He then noticed the burns on Mido's arm, and Mido confirmed they were from the fight, recalling Freethelm's troublesome flame techniques as the others acknowledged the traitor's skill. Freethelm was considered the second strongest, after Oscar, leaving Gray to wonder where things went wrong. Oscar was impressed Mido won with only minor injuries, and Mido declared it was time to prepare for the Demon King. Meanwhile, in the Demon Kingdom's capital, the first Prince Fokker questioned their strategy. His associate noted the Demon King's caution, while another questioned why they weren't crushing them, and Fokker slammed down a report blaming his father, boasting that he alone could conquer the capital. His subordinates tried to warn him of the danger, but were suddenly forced to their knees by pressure. Fokker unleashed his terrifying power, asking if they truly understood what he could do. The two demons trembled, apologizing for their insolence, but Fokker declared they deserved 1,000 deaths until a calm voice called out his name. A woman stepped through a portal, telling him to spare them, and Fokker turned his cold gaze to her as she suggested they hold a strategy meeting. He scoffed, saying the only plan was destruction, erupting in anger, declaring he'd rampage as he pleased, and the woman simply bowed, excusing herself. She worried they'd have to execute the plan on the fly, wondering if a sloppy plan was too chaotic as she stepped through a portal of her own. She realized the true leader of this mission was the fourth Prince Rodel, who called her Isabel. He greeted her, asking for a moment of her time, and as they walked he suggested finalizing their plans, but Isabel reported the others deemed it unnecessary. Rodel told her to simply ignore the other two, declaring he would take the Pope's head himself, as Isabel realized he was the true leader. A swirling blue portal opened in a grand hall, and a masked demon in a suit stepped through. Isabel arrived through her own portal, and a subordinate reported a message from Shinjo. She looked startled, asking what Kai had said, learning that the plan was to proceed as scheduled. Isabel worried if her information would be enough, but her subordinate noted the enemy faced 3 royals. The masked demon agreed, saying 1 kill was a success and their ideal scenario was for both sides to suffer. The countdown to the assault on the capital began. Back in the Holy Nation, Mido and the others prepared. As the capital's streets were emptied of civilians, Pope Joshua and the other leaders were also targeted and evacuated to the safety of Temple City Alpha. The non-combat members of their group were also moved, with preparations proceeding smoothly now. Inside the church headquarters, a war council convened where Captain Theo worried about the city's destruction. But Akira explained the enemy would teleport above them, and Captain Charlotte suggested a defensive barrier. Gray scoffed, saying it was useless against demon princes. Oscar confirmed the civilians were safely evacuated, but Mido knew they'd have to accept some damage. This sentiment immediately angered Captain Theo, and Myri fired back, reminding him of their lost home, forcing Oscar to shout for an end to the infighting. Theo sighed, reluctantly backing down from the argument as Oscar announced the real strategy meeting would begin. The main topic was simple: who would fight whom. Ninomiya steeled himself to follow Shinjo's orders, flashing back to a secret meeting from last night. Shinjo revealed he had intel from Isabel, declaring that he alone would decide the strategy. Ninomiya expressed his doubts about the task, but Shinjo's encouragement was less than gentle. He began laying out all the assignments, starting with Prince Fokker, a master of gravity magic. Shinjo declared that Arashi would be his opponent, and Arashi smirked, seeing it as proof he was strongest, but Shinjo clarified it was just the best matchup. Ninomiya and Ozaki were assigned to support him. Next was Princess Scarlet, a witch of blood magic, and her opponent would be Grand Commander Oscar. Ninomiya winked, confident he could make that happen. Finally, there was Prince Rodel, the strongest swordsman, and Shinjo ordered Mido to be the one to kill him. Shinjo warned them not to let the enemy retreat, and Mido nodded, understanding the high stakes. The final target was the Fire Heavenly King Flamerise, and Shinjo assigned Captains Gray and Charlotte to him. Kinoshita Yumi was ordered to provide water support, while the rest of the heroes would handle elite demons. He then turned to Kanzaki, putting her in command, and she was thrilled to be given such a vital role. Shinjo warned her not to rely on anyone but the captains, urging her to adapt his strategies on the fly. Ninomiya asked what Shinjo himself would be doing, and Shinjo declared he'd be an assassin in the chaos. Back in the council, Ninomiya nervously presented the plan, but Captain Theo immediately objected to his own role. Gray defended the strategy, saying they can't waste lives, and Theo glared, asking if he was being called weak. Charlotte quickly intervened, suggesting Theo command the rear, and the captain reluctantly agreed to the position. Oscar made it official they would adopt the strategy. Later that night, Mido stood alone on a balcony when Grand Commander Oscar approached him. Oscar apologized for the lengthy meeting, but Mido said it was necessary for their survival. He then turned to Oscar with a question, asking if he knew where Kai Shinjo was. Oscar admitted he did not know Shinjo's location, revealing he was Saint Leonora's fiancé, and he intended to avenge her after this battle. Mido was left completely speechless by this news as Oscar's eyes burned with grim determination. Suddenly, a massive rift of dark energy tore open the sky, catching both Mido and Oscar by surprise as Oscar recognized the immense magic presence. Mido realized the attack was starting early, and he gritted his teeth, knowing they were out of time. The demon army teleported into the sky as Isabel confirmed their arrival was perfect. The Fire Heavenly King grinned with anticipation, while Princess Scarlet felt the unpleasant teleport, which Rodel explained was just motion sickness. Prince Fokker looked down on the human capital, his forces hovering over the city's defensive barrier. Back on the ground, Arashi smirked, ready to fight, but Ninomiya urged him to wait for the plan, though Arashi insisted their enemies wouldn't be scared. Kanzaki worried they'd retreat if the Pope was gone, but Arashi just told her to be quiet, and Mido watched their bickering with a tense look. Oscar calmed him, saying this was still expected, and the Grand Commander ordered everyone to their posts. Mido quietly accepted his assigned role, and the heroes moved to their positions. Elsewhere, Shinjo watched from the shadows as his companions asked what they should do. He told them to wait and observe for now while the demon army descended on the capital. Isabel found the silence on the streets strange, but Scarlet dismissed it as just being nighttime. Isabel knew better. This meant the evacuation was complete, and the humans were fully prepared for battle. A subordinate urged the demon forces to advance, their eyes set on the church headquarters. Flamerise asked if their target was in the castle, but Isabel corrected the Heavenly King, saying Pope Joshua was in the Grand Cathedral. Flamerise grumbled about the complicated hierarchy. Prince Fokker noticed the defensive barrier, a solid shield covering the entire city. He scoffed at its perceived weakness, ordering Flamerise to destroy it completely. The Fire Heavenly King eagerly accepted the task, unleashing a devastating attack inferno. A massive wave of fire crashed into the barrier, shocking the guards inside the cathedral as a leader cried out their shield was broken. Shinjo and his companions watched the inferno as one of them identified the superclass magic, and Shinjo recognized the power of Flamerise. Prince Fokker announced he was descending, levitating with a surge of dark energy and rocketing down towards the city streets. Princess Scarlet looked on with a bored expression, hoping for some entertaining destruction. Flamerise grinned, eager for a real fight. Rodel gave the order for the operation to begin, leading the main forces toward their target. Isabel remained behind to guard the gate, but she had a secret plan of her own, ready to betray them all to ensure their defeat. Meanwhile, Prince Fokker touched down on the streets, finding the capital eerily silent and empty. He extended his hand, sensing something was wrong, confirming his suspicions that the city was deserted. He wondered if their plan had somehow been leaked. Just then, his foot pressed down on a small device, and from a rooftop, a lone figure watched as a landmine activated with a massive explosion. The figure laughed triumphantly from above. It was Ninomiya, shouting that the idiot took the bait and Prince Fokker was engulfed in the fiery trap. But as the smoke cleared, it revealed Prince Fokker unharmed, who smirked, vowing he would make them talk, while Ninomiya stared in utter disbelief at his failed trap. And suddenly, Princess Scarlet appeared with her forces as Captain Theo stepped forward to confront her. Elsewhere, Flamerise realized he was separated from the group, and he began to look around for a worthy opponent just as Captains Gray and Charlotte emerged to face him. Meanwhile, Rodel was leading his forces to the Grand Cathedral with his elite demons standing ready for the assault, and he declared that the heroes would not pass as Mido, and his team stood ready to block their way, the heroes preparing themselves for a desperate defense. Mido's glowing sword just humming with energy, and Rodel recognized the weapon of a hero candidate. Questioning why they were waiting there for them, so Mido threw the question back with a blatant lie, as his teammates reminded each other to stick to the plan. Rodel decided he had no time for these games, ordering his subordinate to handle the heroes as he prepared to bypass them completely, and leaped into the air heading for the cathedral. So Mido shouted and immediately gave chase, but the remaining demon cast a spell to block him as the blonde hero unleashed a counterspell of his own, and this demon was shocked his magic was erased. When his companion told him to look up, where a hero summoned a storm of golden blades, unleashing a massive explosion on the demon forces, and the demon barely deflected a stray attack caught off guard. Their leader warned them not to underestimate the candidates, while the strategist confirmed Mido was handling Rodel, and she warned her team not to overdo it. Meanwhile, Rodel had already infiltrated the cathedral following intel that the Pope's room was deep inside his eyes, fixed intently on his target. And he sliced through the heavy doors with dark energy, but he was shocked by what he found inside as the room was completely empty and ransacked. He realized the human's response was too fast, and a terrible suspicion began to dawn on him when suddenly Mido ambushed him from behind, striking with his glowing blade before leaping back, and Rodel gripped his own sinister weapon, preparing himself for a serious fight, his red eye glowing with murderous intent as Mido stood ready for the coming duel. Rodel smirked, finally understanding they'd been trapped. Elsewhere, Flamerise confronted Arashi and his team, asking the hero if they had met before, and Arashi confirmed it was the day his hometown burned. Flamerise feigned ignorance, claiming few humans survive him, grinning, hoping these heroes would finally entertain him, as the Heavenly King unleashed a massive fire spell. But Charlotte stepped forward, casting a water barrier, unleashing Aqua Sanctum, a huge torrent of water which engulfed the shocked Heavenly King completely. When suddenly a spear tip appeared before his eyes as Arashi dove down from high above, letting out a furious and echoing battle cry, plunging his weapon down with all his might. But Flamerise caught the spear with his bare arm. The impact pushed the demon back, but he was unharmed, and Flamerise smirked, admitting the attack did hurt, and now he finally remembered the hero. Charlotte asked her captain about their history, and Arashi revealed that Flamerise had spared his life as a flashback showed a village engulfed in flames, where Flamerise stood over a young defeated Arashi who glared back with pure raw defiance. The demon just smirked at the boy's fiery spirit, stopping him from getting back to his feet, telling the boy to get stronger and come kill him someday. Then he walked away, leaving the boy in the inferno. Back in the present, Arashi said he never thought he'd come to him first, and Flamerise grinned, glad his foe had grown stronger, but Arashi vowed to eradicate every last demon. Elsewhere, a captain rallied his knights for revenge. As a companion realized this war was an old one, and the knights' hatred for demons ran deep, so their leader told the mage to prepare her water magic, and she steeled herself, trusting completely in Shinjo's plan. Suddenly, Princess Scarlet appeared before the human forces, and Captain Theo stepped forward to challenge her directly, while the princess looked on with a bored expression as Theo brought his glowing sword down with immense force. The impact created a massive explosion of light, tearing right through the city streets below. And the ground itself cracked under the powerful blow as nearby buildings began to crumble and collapse. Scarlet taunted him for destroying the city he protects, but Theo declared it a necessary sacrifice to defeat her, and the princess recognized his weapon as a holy sword, which Theo confirmed was a divine blade for the knight captain. Scarlet smirked, calling herself humanity's strongest opponent, and cut her own hand to activate her power, inviting him to a deadly dance as dark energy swirled. The knights recognized her unique blood magic, as the princess questioned if they grasped her true power, but Theo was ready, activating his holy domain. Theo's holy domain expanded into a massive golden sigil as another captain ordered his forces to proceed as planned, and Prince Fokker smirked, intrigued by their preparations, while Ninomiya and his team looked on in disbelief, the prince questioning how they knew about the attack. Ninomiya was caught completely off guard by the question, as his teammate scolded him for giving away information, and Fokker saw right through their obvious lie. Demanding to know the source of their intel, Ninomiya dared him to fight for the answer, but the prince just scoffed at the empty threat. Enraged, Ninomiya vowed to kill him for his arrogance, though his team urged him to calm down and follow the plan, but he ignored them, charging forward with a furious shout, and Fokker casually cast a gravity spell, catching the charging hero by complete surprise. Purple energy erupted from the ground below, slamming Ninomiya into the pavement under immense pressure, so his companion quickly cast a support spell. And Ninomiya felt the crushing force begin to lift as Fokker noted their countermeasures with amusement. Freed from the spell, Ninomiya leaped into the air, but the prince vowed not to let him get any closer, unleashing a blast of purple energy that sent him flying as Ninomiya cried out, slammed sideways through the air. But his teammates suddenly canceled the support magic, causing the other hero to skid across the ground, who struggled to keep his balance now that he was so light. The team regrouped, facing Prince Fokker from a distance, their strategist recalling the intel on his gravity powers, and another teammate decided to stick to the plan, activating his steel transformation ability. His entire body hardened into solid metal, and Fokker noted his incredibly heavy form, unleashing his own gravity eye technique, but the steel-clad hero stood against the immense pressure as purple energy swirled violently around him, and he just smirked, declaring the spell useless. The prince was shocked by this development, as the hero explained his form was immune to magic. And he let out a battle cry, charging forward, closing the distance in just an instant. Fokker's eyes narrowed, seeing the threat approach, and just then another teammate activated an artillery spell as the strategist directed the attack with precision. A massive enhanced beam of energy fired at the prince, who watched the blast come right for him, and he dodged just in time as the attack exploded violently behind him. The prince admitted they actually managed to move him, and the strategist recalled their plan for weight manipulation, an explosion ability that gravity could not stop, and the steel hero's personal magic immunity. But Fokker smirked, knowing that power wouldn't last long, and the steel-clad hero's silence confirmed it. The strategist realized their weakness was exposed as the invincibility only lasts about 5 minutes. He quickly devised a new strategy to use the steel hero as a decoy for a massive strike. Meanwhile, knights charged Princess Scarlet with glowing blades, but she deflected their attack with a wall of blood. Her expression completely unfazed by the assault. She flicked her hand, sending a crimson tendril forward, piercing a knight straight through the chest, and his comrades watched in horror as he was lifted up while the princess licked the blood from her lips, vowing to take all of their blood for herself. Another soldier was struck down in an instant as she unleashed her devastating blood needle attack, impaling the surrounding knights with crimson spikes and cutting them down in a whirlwind of slaughter. All the blood spilled on the battlefield began to flow towards her, becoming her own power. Captain Theo roared in absolute fury, stomping the ground as he prepared to charge, and his knights charged forward empowered by his domain. But Scarlet unleashed her blood magic once more, impaling them with deadly crimson spikes as Theo pressed on, swinging his holy blade. Scarlet recognized his area of effect spell and mocked him for strengthening the weak, her own power growing with every knight she killed, unleashing a devastating crimson slash. The attack tore across the battlefield towards him, but Captain Theo remained silent and focused, and the princess laughed, mocking his silence, deciding she would end it, now summoning a storm of blood spikes to finish him. But the spikes clashed against his golden aura, and he deflected them with a single swing, leaving the princess to look on in utter disbelief, stunned he could block her enhanced attack. Theo explained his holy domain's true power, that it grants a holy attribute that repels evil, an attribute that persists even after death, and he revealed the blood she absorbed was now holy. She realized her own power was weakening, but Theo declared it was too late for her to fix it, and he raised his sword for a final secret technique as Scarlet desperately tried to form a defense. He unleashed a devastating flying slash, and the holy light ripped through the princess, sending her crashing down to the ground. She couldn't believe she had been defeated here, but Theo confirmed it was all part of the plan. Scarlet was shocked humans would sacrifice their own, but he said his knights were prepared to die for their lord. With her last breath, she asked a question, and Theo turned, waiting for her words. She asked how he knew her weakness, and he revealed the intel came from the hero candidates. Theo's eyes widened, realizing the truth, that the heroes were working with the demons, and she confirmed it with a smirk, a royal-class demon at that, so he vowed to remember this betrayal. Elsewhere, a fire demon laughed over the burning city, demanding the flames burn even brighter as a lone knight glared powerless against the inferno. And a healer struggled to keep her comrades alive. The other soldiers looked on in desperation while a young hero realized her powers were useless. The demon taunted them, mocking their attempts at revenge, and threatened to burn the entire capital to ash. The knight swung his spear with all his might, but he couldn't even get close to his target as the city was engulfed in a sea of fire, and 3 mysterious observers watched from a rooftop. One of the observers noted a major bottleneck in their plan. As his 2 companions looked on from the rooftop, and the elf asked if they should provide support, but a knight commander decided against it, sending another knight instead, as the team was split to support different fronts. The rooftop leader decided to escort another group, personally confident that their plan was proceeding perfectly. Elsewhere, a young captain ignited his glowing blade, facing off against a horned demon with a wicked sword, and the demon stomped the ground, preparing his assault, lunging forward with incredible speed. Their blades clashed in a flurry of sparks and energy, and the captain was shocked by his opponent's weapon, as the demon's sword hadn't chipped at all. Another demon realized their original objective was impossible, so the horned demon decided to inflict heavy damage before retreating, his new target being the captain of the hero candidates, and he grinned, preparing to unleash his demon sword's power. Dark purple energy erupted from the blade, catching the young captain completely off guard, his body suddenly feeling incredibly heavy, forced to a knee, as the demon mocked his sluggish movements. But the captain activated a skill, erupting in blue lightning, a move that surprised even him. The demon recognized the high-speed movement technique, but he knew such a skill put a huge load on the body, and with the captain caught in his shadow, victory was assured until a hand was raised from afar and a spellcaster called upon the light to shine down. The demon was caught off guard by the sudden flash, as the captain was freed from the shadow's grip, the holy light purifying the ground beneath him. And he stood up, his body's weight returning to normal. The demon was stunned, demanding to know how he knew, but the captain refused to reveal his source. He knew the demon's sword manipulated shadows, recalling a friend's advice to use light magic when in doubt. The 2 warriors faced off once more, and the demon realized his intel had been leaked, finding it troublesome they knew to use a light attribute spellcaster. The captain taunted him, asking if he could still control the shadows, but the demon just smirked, reminding him that it was night. And suddenly shadows from outside smashed through the windows, pouring into the room like a dark flood. He boasted that he could pull in as many shadows as he wants, and the captain knew getting caught would hinder his movements, but the light source was making the shadows sluggish, and they began to converge on the demon's sword. The captain watched in shock as the shadows were sucked in, and the demon stomped the ground, ready for his next attack, boasting his sword grows stronger with every shadow it devours. And the captain raised his glowing blade to defend, but the dark energy cracked his holy sword on impact, a sight that left him in utter disbelief. The demon's shadow-infused blade shattered his defense and sliced deep into the captain's shoulder, and the demon scoffed, noting the wound was too shallow, but the captain activated his high-speed skill, once more zipping past his opponent in a flash of blue lightning. But the demon vowed he wouldn't get away, unleashing a technique called Shadow Net, which caught the captain in the middle of his flight. He was stunned. The demon read his movement route as the demon mocked how easy it is to counter simple speed. The captain roared that the net would not hold him, channeling his power into his blade, and he sliced through the shadow restraints with ease, leaving the horned demon completely shocked. The captain glared back with fierce determination, unleashing a new skill that extended his blade, a massive beam of light hurtling towards the demon, tearing right through the wall of the building. The captain stood ready, his attack having just missed. Relieved, his sword's magic-cutting ability saved him. The demon was stunned. His hardened shadows were cut so easily, and he decided to pour all the shadows into his sword, boasting he's the strongest swordsman in the demon kingdom, and the captain knew he would be overpowered at this rate. Elsewhere, another demon praised his opponent for being the first to ever wound him as a downed ally called out the name Arashi. The demon held Arashi effortlessly in the air, their battle taking place in a desolate courtyard, but from a rooftop a gun took aim, held by a mysterious hooded person with glowing red eyes. Meanwhile, another battle raged in a different courtyard where a spear-wielding demon fended off attackers, and a young hero in green leaped over his head, noting just how strong their opponent was. His teammate shouted encouragement from the side, and he unleashed a wind arrow attack, but the demon easily deflected the barrage of wind, and the hero realized he was on the same level as the masked demon. But he was confident they had grown stronger too. As two of his comrades charged in with a battle cry, leaping in to strike the demon from both sides. At the same time, a spellcaster activated a binding vine which erupted from the ground to ensnare him, but he scoffed at the attempt to restrain him as the other two heroes closed in for the kill. Their blades finally connected, drawing blood from the demon, but the hero found his attack was too shallow, like hitting steel. Another hero joined the fray with a furious barrage of punches, while a swordsman charged in to back up Arashi. The demons struggled to fend off the coordinated assault, annoyed by how perfectly placed their attacks were. Elsewhere, a spellcaster activated her telekinesis, vowing to crush her target flat, and massive boulders rose to strike the white-haired demon who was trapped by a magic circle, unable to get close. A fire user unleashed her full power, sending a torrent of flames at another demon, but he countered with a massive wall of water, mocking her flames as weak compared to his lord's. The courtyard was a chaotic scene of multiple battles, and an elf observer noted they were evenly matched. He called out to Alan as the white-haired demon charged, who declared he would kill anyone in his way. A young woman named Sayori Tezuka was called into action, and she screamed that she wouldn't let him pass, but another student, Yudo Fukuda, stepped in to protect her. A third student shouted for the demon to stop, unleashing a binding spell of glowing purple chains, but the demon just smirked, mocking their weak attempt, and shattered the magical restraints with a single flex. A girl shouted that she had created an opening, but the white-haired demon plowed right through them, sending the students flying across the ground. Another student parried a follow-up strike, as a healer named Hano activated her magic, mending her teammates' wounds with a warm light. The demon noted they weren't a threat individually, but their tight teamwork was proving to be a problem. From afar, another student watched the chaotic battle, worried that they were just barely holding on, and without Maido and Arashi, they lacked a decisive finisher. Suddenly, a girl named Kanzaki got a telepathic message, as Shinjo informed her that reinforcements were on the way. At that moment, a demon was ambushed from behind a fierce cat girl, sinking her teeth into his arm. Elsewhere, an elf called upon an earth spirit for aid, launching a volley of stones at another demon, and he erected a magical barrier to defend himself, but the powerful stones shattered it completely, a sight that left him utterly shocked. The impact sent him stumbling backwards, and the elf called upon a wind spirit named Sylph. As a vortex of green energy enveloped the demon and a storm cutter attack tore into his body, the two new arrivals stood ready to fight, and the demon wondered who these new people were, while the cat girl seemed confident they could handle it. The elf offered her help, telling Rin to give the orders as Kanzaki telepathically announced Shinjo's allies had arrived. The students were overjoyed by the news of reinforcements, and after some light-hearted bickering they refocused on the battle, the entire team responding with renewed determination. Elsewhere, the horned demon glared at Arashi, who struggled helplessly in his grasp, and a fallen comrade called out his name in despair as Arashi realized all their strategies had failed. His teammate confirmed they were completely out of options, but on a rooftop the hooded sniper prepared to fire. A brilliant blue energy blast erupted from the gun, hurtling directly towards the demon and his captive, and the shot connected, tearing through the demon's shoulder, forcing him to stumble back and release Arashi. Arashi gasped for air, finally free from the chokehold, while the demon clutched his wound, surprised by the ranged attack. His ally realized the shot must have come from Shinjo, and Arashi got back on his feet, ready to fight. Just then, Shinjo got a telepathic message from Ninomiya, who said they needed his support to win this fight, but Shinjo told them it was impossible, ordering a full retreat. Arashi's teammate relayed the bad news, urging him to fall back. Arashi's teammate questioned the order to retreat. stammering as he realized they were trapped while a horned demon announced he was done playing around and summoned a massive dark magic circle above them, intending to wipe them all out in a single blow, leaving the heroes staring up in disbelief. The demon then flashed a wicked, confident smile, unleashing his black shift, attack, a vortex of pure destruction. The heroes were pulled helplessly toward the dark sphere, screaming as the gravity magic overwhelmed them. His teammate accepted his fate, believing he was about to die. But the scene suddenly rewound to just moments earlier. We see Shinjo on a rooftop, his gun still smoking, surveying the battlefield from his high vantage point and concluding that the demon Fokker was too strong to beat. Suddenly, he sensed a swift attack from behind as a blonde knight dropped from the sky, shouting, "Found you," his sword shattering the rooftop where Shinjo just stood. Shinjo barely managed to dodge the powerful strike, but not without receiving a wound. He recognized his attacker as Knight Commander Oscar, who called him the Saint Killer and a manipulator of heroes. Shinjo tried to point out the demon army attacking the capital, but Oscar declared his only priority was revenge for Leonora. He tried to reason with him, saying he should be protecting people, but Oscar accused him of colluding with the demon army, vowing that as Knight Commander he would not let him escape. Shinjo insisted it was all just a misunderstanding, claiming he was only trying to protect the capital, but Oscar refused to believe a single word and lunged forward with his blade glowing brightly. Shinjo glanced back at the raging battle below, seeing the demon's massive sphere of dark magic which loomed menacingly over the rooftops, and he knew his friends were about to be wiped out. Oscar taunted him for looking away from their fight, closing the distance between them in a flash. Their blades met in a brilliant shower of sparks as Shinjo strained to hold back the powerful blow. With a roar, Oscar completely overpowered him, sending Shinjo flying across the rooftop. He pulled his pistol while in mid-tumble and fired off 2 quick energy blasts, but the Knight Commander easily swatted them aside and prepared a devastating holy sword technique. He unleashed a devastating flying slash, a brilliant arc of light that cut right through Shinjo. The attack seemingly sliced him completely in half, leaving Oscar completely stunned by the sight because the body simply vanished into thin air. Oscar roared, vowing to punish the Saint Killer, but elsewhere another fierce battle was raging on. As a young swordsman realized he was being overpowered, the horned demon complimented his opponent's talent, leaving the young hero completely confused by the praise as the demon confessed he was a failure, unable to use magic. The hero couldn't believe someone so strong felt this way, for the demon's red eyes held a deep history of pain. He remembered being ridiculed by Fokker and Scarlet and how even his own allies had looked down on him. Then the Demon King gifted him the Shadow Reaper's sword, commanding him to become a swordsman instead of a mage. And so he became the strongest in the entire Demon Kingdom, planting his foot firmly on the ground. He declared that no swordsman could ever defeat him as his blade pulsed with a sinister dark energy. The hero struggled to parry the overwhelming blow, but the demon's power was simply too much, sending him crashing hard against a nearby wall. He lay there broken, stunned by the incredible force. The horned demon stood over his fallen opponent, explaining how the knight empowered his shadows. The hero knew he couldn't take another hit like that and desperately searched for any way out as the demon raised his sword for the final strike. He realized he didn't need to fight sword to sword because his weapon could change its form at will, and suddenly hundreds of glowing blades filled the air, catching the horned demon completely by surprise. These shards of light shot forward like arrows, a relentless barrage of pure shining energy. The demon was surrounded with absolutely nowhere to run, and he raised his sword in a desperate defense. But the attack was too widespread to block completely, forcing him to rely on his shadow magic, instead unleashing a swirling shadow barrier. But a single shining blade pierced right through it, leaving him stunned and completely vulnerable. The hero then revealed the secret of his weapon, the Sword of Purging Evil, which cuts through magic itself, impaling the demon from every single angle. He collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. The demon questioned his opponent's fighting style, but the hero replied he would fight however he must. He then corrected him, saying he was a true hero. The demon accepted his loss, understanding their difference in resolve. Meanwhile, the battle raged on elsewhere in the capital as another hero unleashed a powerful finishing move. His attack tore right through a lesser demon while his ally commanded them to press their advantage. A demon was sent flying by a powerful blast of light as a red-haired mage vowed to turn them all to ash. Another demon screamed, engulfed in her scorching flames, while its comrade looked on, splattered with blood. The work of a swift-clawed attacker in the moonlight. The last demon commander couldn't believe what he was seeing as the beast girl informed him he was the final one standing. A white-haired elf prepared to face him down the battlefield, now littered with fallen demons. The commander began to sweat, realizing he was surrounded, and ranting that they were the elite chosen by the royal family. How could they possibly be losing to mere humans? The elf calmly suggested they had underestimated their opponents. While another hero added that humans grow stronger in battle. They admitted they couldn't have held them off without Shinjo's allies. The fire mage scoffed, saying she'd never lose to such weaklings. Defeated, the demon commander ordered a final desperate attack, but the elf sylph began to glow with immense power. She unleashed a storm of glowing ethereal blades, an attack that completely overwhelmed the last demon. Meanwhile, the rooftop duel between Shinjo and Oscar raged on, and Shinjo fired his pistol at the descending knight. Oscar dove straight into the line of fire, his eyes fixed on the incoming energy blast, and he raised his holy sword to parry the shot. Oscar's eyes narrowed with an intense focus as he analyzed Shinjo's unusual projectiles, realizing he had to fight cautiously against this opponent. Shinjo found the knight's obsession to be troublesome, knowing this kind of swordsman was his worst matchup. The rooftop exploded with movement once more as Oscar dove down with his glowing blade. But Shinjo activated his foresight ability, his eyes revealing the weaknesses in the attack, and he prepared for the perfect counter. A brilliant slash of light cut through the air, leaving Oscar shocked by the sudden outcome. Shinjo's red eye glowed with a strange power, locking onto a single fatal flaw in Oscar's stance. He dodged and struck back in an instant, forcing the Knight Commander to retreat. Shinjo noted his opponent's instincts were sharp as Oscar perfectly parried the follow-up attack. The Knight deduced the red eyes granted special vision. Just as Shinjo created multiple shadow clones, the illusions rushed forward across the rooftop, all of them opening fire on him at once. Oscar found himself surrounded by incoming blasts and was unable to tell which attack was real, so he unleashed a massive reflect barrier. This barrier deflected every single energy blast, sending the attacks ricocheting back at their source. Shinjo was caught in the crossfire of his own attack, and Oscar locked onto the real one in the chaos, lunging forward to clash their blades directly. Shinjo struggled against the knight's raw power as Oscar unleashed a devastating downward slash, sending him crashing right through the rooftop wall. The knight stood over the rubble, calling him skilled but weak. Shinjo was left battered and bleeding on the floor, realizing he was facing the highest tier of light magic. He deduced that Oscar must be running low on power, and Oscar confirmed it, planning to stick to close combat. But Shinjo suddenly burst forward with incredible speed, leaving the knight completely stunned by the movement. He had already escaped through a shattered window, disappearing into the building's dark interior. Oscar realized the Saint Killer had no reason to fight him, but in that instant Shinjo appeared right behind him, plunging a dagger deep into the knight's back. Oscar cried out, shocked he had let his guard down. Shinjo revealed he could have escaped but chose to end this now. Their weapons clashed in a desperate close-quarters flurry, and Oscar realized his injury had evened the odds, giving Shinjo the advantage with his rapid strikes. Oscar, bloodied but resolute, raised his holy sword, knowing he had to recover but refusing to let Shinjo escape. He unleashed a final desperate flash burst, catching Shinjo in the blinding explosion of light, but the lead raised his pistol for a counterattack, firing a volley of piercing energy shots. The blast tore into Oscar's side and leg, and the knight cried out in agony. He channeled his remaining power into his blade, preparing to burn all his magic in one last attack. He vowed to become a point of pure burning brilliance. Unleashing a massive ray-focus beam, this concentrated light energy hurtled toward Shinjo, but his red eye glowed as he activated his copy ability, summoning Oscar's own reflect barrier. The knight's ultimate attack was sent flying back at him, leaving Oscar completely stunned by the reversal. He was engulfed by his own power in a blinding explosion and collapsed to the floor, utterly defeated. Shinjo stood victorious but was nearly out of magic himself. His face was a mask of blood and exhaustion. And he turned his attention to the other battles outside. Elsewhere, a massive shockwave ripped through the city, sending Shinjo's allies crashing to the ground. They were left dazed and confused, wondering what happened. One of the allies looked up in confusion as his comrade Ozaki was sent flying through the air, landing before a crater, having absorbed the blast. A new horned demon appeared, noting he used a nullification ability, but now he was completely out of magic. The red-haired fighter screamed out in fury, charging forward with a vow to kill the demon, who simply dismissed the attack as foolish. A wave of purple energy slammed the hero to the ground, pinning him with an overwhelming force. He desperately called out to the fallen Ozaki, but the demon coldly stated that his friend was already dead. The hero refused to believe it, struggling against the pressure. The demon reminded him of a promise made before the fight, demanding to know who leaked their raid information. But the hero gritted his teeth, insisting he hadn't lost yet, earning only a look of pity from his captor. The demon's eyes glowed with a menacing red light, and another of their allies was seen kneeling nearby. This younger hero was also trapped by the purple energy as the demon prepared to make his next move, and the boy looked up, sensing the immediate danger. In an instant, the demon appeared right before him, grabbing the young man by the throat. He issued a final threat to answer, or this one dies next. The demon repeated his demand to speak now. While the red-haired fighter was asked who leaked their plan, elsewhere a fiery demon stood amidst a burning city, commenting that the battle had been a close one. He looked down on two surviving female knights, noting that they had grown much stronger. But the ground around them was littered with the fallen, and the blonde knight looked on in disbelief. The demon taunted her, saying their reinforcements never came. She fell to her knees, questioning why their plan had failed. She stared up at the overwhelming enemy and told her companion to please run. She stood ready to sacrifice herself for an escape, but the demon dismissed their efforts as weak. Suddenly, a much larger figure appeared behind him, and the fiery demon recognized Isabel's aid. A new demon in a suit opened a portal, ordering a withdrawal. The fiery demon seemed disappointed but agreed it was fun. Back at the other battle, the first demon still held his hostage when his own aide arrived, telling Lord Fokker to retreat. Fokker questioned the early withdrawal, but reluctantly agreed, dropping the young hero. He told the humans they got lucky this time and vanished into a swirling purple portal. The portal closed, leaving the heroes defeated on the ground. With his last breath, Ozaki asked him to take care of his sister, and his eyes fell shut, his body going limp. The red-haired fighter screamed, refusing to accept his words, while the younger hero called out his name in shock. He held his fallen comrade, now lifeless, in his arms. Tears of rage and sorrow streamed down his face as the survivors were left kneeling in their defeat. Elsewhere, a massive portal opened over the ruined city, and a horned demon girl watched with cold red eyes. She surveyed the aftermath of the battle as the surviving demon commanders regrouped before her. The fiery demon asked about the fate of the others and learned that only 5 of them survived the raid. He was stunned to hear that Lady Scarlet and Lord Lothar had fallen, but the demon Valkyr didn't care, demanding to leave. The fiery demon confronted him, angered by his callousness. But Valkyr coldly confirmed Scarlet's death, calling her foolish. Frustrated, the fiery demon clenched his fists, but the horned girl cut them off, ordering an immediate retreat. Her eyes narrowed, thinking they almost blew their cover, and that while Valkyr was suspicious, the situation was salvageable. The demand echoed: who leaked the information to the heroes? The girl's spatial magic had monitored the entire battlefield, and trusting her instincts, she confirmed the retreat was right. The face of the fallen second Princess Scarlet was shown defeated. A flashback revealed fourth Prince Lothar was eliminated, and the Holy Knight suffered a devastating blow. The reason Shinjo fought the commander was still a mystery, but the other hero candidates were too wounded to fight. Defeating Valkyr and Flame Rise was now impossible, making this retreat the best possible outcome. The horned girl bid farewell to Kai, vowing they would meet again in the Demon King's kingdom. And so the assault on the capital came to an end. Shinjo watched the sky, realizing they had left. His allies rushed toward him, calling out his name, and they were shocked to see how badly he was wounded. He explained that something unexpected had occurred, leaving the elf girl speechless with worry. One of his companions reported that their side was safe and that they took down every high-ranking demon. She confirmed Prince Lothar fell, then asked about the others, reporting the 5th captain was dead but Kinoshita survived. Shinjo listened grimly to the news. As his ally prepared to continue her report, he asked about the unit that fought against Valkyr and delivered the heavy news himself that Ozaki was dead. He clenched his jaw, blaming Oscar for the loss. A battle map showed they were so close to total victory, and Shinjo took the full weight of the failure on himself. His ally watched him with deep concern, and the elf girl worried seeing Kai like this, while another wondered if he was just convincing himself. A wounded Shinjo suddenly started running, and his companion yelled at him for moving with that injury, but he shouted back that there was no time to waste. His eyes were filled with a desperate urgency, and he rushed toward the fallen soldiers. He arrived demanding to know what happened to Ozaki, his face a mask of grim determination. He saw his comrade's body on the ground as a young woman wept over the loss. Shinjo stared in utter disbelief, while other survivors mourned their fallen friend, and Kai stepped forward, taking full responsibility. Shinjo's expression hardened with grief and anger, blaming himself for not providing backup sooner. The weight of their loss settled over everyone, and another ally broke down in tears. Her sorrow was plain for all to see, but Kai marched forward with cold resolve, standing beside Shinjo in the aftermath. The image of their fallen friend was a stark reminder, and Shinjo admitted the obvious, that they had failed. Kai looked over, questioning what he meant. Shinjo coldly stated that Ozaki's death was unacceptable. And Kai exploded in absolute rage. He grabbed Shinjo by the collar, screaming that Ozaki was their classmate. The two leaders clashed as their allies watched in horror, but Shinjo's gaze remained cold and unwavering. Another survivor tried to reason, saying battles have casualties, and a girl added that hundreds of others died too. But Kai shouted that he wanted everyone to make it home. A red-haired woman stepped forward, blaming Shinjo for everything, and Shinjo quietly agreed, taking full responsibility. But Kai immediately refuted him. As the other hero candidates stood together, declaring they all chose to put Shinjo in charge, they followed him because they believed in him. Kai told Shinjo he couldn't take all the blame on himself. Shinjo listened, his expression unreadable as his classmates stood united in their decision. Kai took command, telling everyone to mourn their friend and then to treat their wounds. He made a new vow that he would take down the Demon King. The survivors gathered, their resolve hardening through their grief. Meanwhile, Shinjo turned to leave with his own party, and the elf girl asked if he was sure about this, but he confirmed his decision without looking back. She promised to do what she could, watching as Shinjo's group walked away. Kai stood alone, lost in thought as his friends called out his name, Arashi, but he told them to tend to their injuries first. He stared off into the distance, silent, remembering Ozaki's final request, and he cursed, not even knowing the sister's name. Meanwhile, in Temple City Alpha, a report was delivered to Pope Joshua. The battle was over. The Pope was stunned, unable to accept Oscar's death. He learned the Holy Knights were nearly wiped out, but he saw an opportunity in the chaos, a chance to rebuild the church his way. But just then his aide was cut down from behind. A hooded assassin held a blade to his throat, and he recognized the face of Kai Shinjo. Shinjo gave him a simple choice: to die right here and now, or to follow his orders without question. 1 month passed in the capital. The city was slowly being rebuilt after the attack, and though public order was a concern, a blade quickly put a stop to any trouble as the hero candidates now handled city security. Arashi trained alone in a rocky clearing, honing his swordsmanship with fierce determination, remembering the skill of the fallen 4th prince, and vowing to defeat the Demon King himself so that no one else has to die. He unleashed his power, shattering a massive boulder when a voice called out his family name, Midu. It was Theo, the new commander of the Holy Knights. Arashi offered congratulations, but Theo was grim, saying his title was hollow with their forces annihilated. He blamed his own weakness for the deaths of his comrades, and Arashi recalled how Shinjo spared Theo's life. The commander delivered a message from Emilia. It was time for Arashi to return to the front lines. Arashi worried about the capital's defenses, but Theo explained the military had been restructured. Understanding the situation, Arashi thanked the commander, who told him a hero's place isn't guarding a city. He urged Arashi to end the war and return to his world, and Arashi agreed with renewed resolve. Meanwhile, Shinjo's party overlooked a distant castle as the elf girl prepared to cast a spell, summoning the power of the wind around her and unleashing a powerful gust with a single command as a new red-eyed opponent appeared on the scene. Shinjo's eyes flare red, activating Commandment Break. A massive shockwave of energy erupts from his body, tearing through the sky itself. His companions stare in awe, asking if it's a new blessing. And Shinjo confirms it appeared after he defeated Oscar. He explains it's a power that nullifies any world-altering magic, and the elf girl is stunned by its incredible potential. But Shinjo lists the conditions. He must understand the magic first, and it requires a clear line of sight and 3 seconds to activate. They realize it's tough for close combat but perfect against ranged spells, and Shinjo believes practice will shorten the activation time. He asks Maya and Sheena to stick with him to test his other skills. And Sheena agrees, though she notes his caution about leaving the capital. Shinjo explains their next opponent is the Demon King himself, declaring they must sharpen their fangs for the final fight. He pulls up his own status, wondering if he's truly ready. Elsewhere, a large caravan travels through a dense forest. It's Arashi leading his forces to the front lines. A classmate informs him they're approaching the next town, and Arashi agrees they'll rest there for the night. She complains about the exhausting journey. But their conversation is cut short by a sudden shout, "Monsters!" A horde of orcs and goblins emerges from the woods, and the soldiers draw their weapons ready for a fight. 2 of Arashi's classmates leap forward, eager for battle. One of the heroes cuts down a monster while another skewers an orc with his spear. They easily clear the field of enemies. This regular soldiers watch in amazement as Arashi notes how much stronger everyone has become. His classmate boasts that these monsters are no threat now, recalling their intense training back in the capital. But another classmate pulls Arashi aside for a private word, asking if it was truly right to leave Shinjo behind. Arashi admits it's a loss from a combat perspective, but says you can't force someone who's lost their will. Forcing the issue would only lead to more casualties. His friend understands, agreeing with Arashi's decision. Meanwhile, back in the capital under the moonlight, this new pope works tirelessly at his desk. He looks up, speaking to someone in the room, and we see it's Shinjo watching from the shadows. This pope complains that Shinjo took control of the country only to dump all the hard work right on him. But Shinjo just asks about the Night Order's reorganization, and the pope confirms Theo is handling it brilliantly. He explains they've sent all available forces to the front lines, and Shinjo then asks about Arashi's whereabouts, learning he's at Azaki's grave, still mourning his friend. As Shinjo turns to leave, the pope calls out, offering to handle Arashi. But Shinjo knows the truth. Arashi doesn't trust him anymore, and the pope wonders how they can win with the heroes divided. Shinjo gives a cold, uncertain answer, leaving the pope to shout his name in frustration. Later that night, the city is quiet as the pope stands alone by the window, fuming. This scene shifts to a field of graves. Arashi sits before a cross under the moonlight, lost in his grief for his fallen friend, his face etched with sorrow and exhaustion. A voice cuts through the silence, calling him pathetic. It's Shinjo. Arashi looks up, demanding to know why he's here. This memory flashes back to another time, another world, to a younger Arashi, a delinquent with a cigarette, holding court with his gang under a bridge. One of his crewmates runs up to him, bringing news of a tough kid named Azaki making waves. Arashi smirks, intrigued by this potential rival. Later, in a derelict building, Azaki stands alone as Arashi and his crew surround him, ready for a confrontation. Arashi lays down the law. This is his turf, but Azaki scoffs, refusing to follow anyone weaker than him. Arashi's eyes narrow at the bold challenge, and Azaki cracks his knuckles, ready to prove his point. With a stomp of his foot, Arashi accepts the fight. These 2 rivals trade brutal punches until both collapse to the ground, exhausted. Arashi's crew is stunned, calling it a draw as they watch the 2 toughest guys go down. Lying on the floor, Arashi admits Azaki's not bad, and Azaki returns the compliment with a smirk. This memory shifts to the first day of school. Azaki excitedly finds he's in Arashi's class. But Arashi just kicks him away, telling him to back off. He turns, hearing his name called out, and sees Azaki standing there with a smile. Later, Azaki explains his family situation, saying his parents are gone, barely sending any money. Arashi listens, learning they're treated like burdens, and admits he fought out of anger. But he quit being a delinquent because it hurt his sister. Now he works constantly to support them both, and Arashi is shocked by his rival's dedication. Azaki just gives a small, determined smile, saying he needs to graduate for their future. He then asks Arashi for his own reason for being there, but Arashi just shrugs it off as a whim. This flashback ends, and Arashi glares up at Shinjo, who stands over him in the silent graveyard. Shinjo asks why he's here while the others are at war, and Arashi coldly replies that he heard. Shinjo says he once valued Arashi's guts, calling him pathetic for losing the fire he once had, and Arashi can't bring himself to deny it. He clenches his fist, admitting he was weak, and that Azaki died protecting him. He believes he'll only drag everyone down now, and Shinjo simply listens unimpressed. He then twists the knife. If Arashi won't fight, then Azaki's sacrifice was meaningless. Arashi's face contorts with rage, shouting that it was Shinjo's bad call that got Azaki killed, but Shinjo points out the contradiction in his words, leaving Arashi completely speechless. Shinjo reminds him that he chose to follow orders, stating coldly that classmates are just pawns to him. Arashi finally snaps, screaming Shinjo's name, unleashing a massive blast of energy from his hand. Shinjo's eyes glow red, bracing for the impact as the powerful attack slams right into him, but Arashi can only stare in utter shock as Shinjo stands completely unharmed. Arashi seethes, saying that's exactly what he can't stand, and Shinjo agrees to fight but suggests they move. He knows they'll be interrupted if they stay here and asks if Arashi really wants to desecrate his friend's grave. In a desolate wasteland, Shinjo issues his challenge and Arashi roars back, vowing to kill him. These two rivals face off under the starry sky, Shinjo's red eyes glowing with cold power. Arashi unleashes a powerful bombardment technique, summoning dozens of glowing energy orbs. With a furious scream, he prepares to attack and commands them all to fire at once. A storm of red energy beams rains down, but Shinjo effortlessly dodges through the barrage. Arashi smirks, believing he has him trapped, activating the homing function of his attack. This beams curve sharply, chasing after Shinjo, converging on him from all directions. But Arashi's face twists in disbelief as Shinjo appears right in front of him. Shinjo's hand glows with a menacing aura, and he slams Arashi down with a single strike. Arashi cries out, caught completely off guard, sent tumbling violently through the air. He barely manages to land on his feet as Shinjo reveals his appraisal blessing saw through the trick. Arashi realizes Shinjo knew it was an illusion all along and that he was using the darkness for misdirection. Arashi grits his teeth in frustration, telling him not to mock him. Arashi lunges forward with a furious punch, his eyes locked on his target with grim determination. He unleashes a powerful downward strike, but Shinjo effortlessly weaves through the flurry of blows. Arashi realizes he can't land a hit, wondering if his moves are being read. Shinjo calmly states that his explosive attacks are useless if they miss, but Arashi just smirks, revealing he has another plan. He stomps the ground, activating a new ability. Shinjo's eyes flash, sensing the hidden danger, and he immediately leaps back to create distance. Shinjo taunts him, revealing Arashi's new landmine technique. Arashi is shocked that his strategy was exposed so easily. Shinjo declares that he chose the wrong opponent for such a trick, as his appraisal skill reveals every single trap on the field. Arashi seethes, realizing his every move is being seen through. Shinjo asks how it feels to be beaten by the very power he once mocked. Arashi remembers belittling Shinjo's ability in the past, and he shouts in pure frustration. He decides if tricks won't work, he'll just use brute force. Shinjo admits he respects Arashi's unwavering calm in battle, but Arashi rejects the praise, gathering energy in his hand, vowing to destroy the entire area with his next attack. He unleashes a massive beam of energy from the sky, which slams into the ground with a blinding explosion. Arashi stares at the devastation, certain no one could survive that blast. But through the flames, Shinjo stands unscathed, and Arashi can't believe his eyes. Shinjo asks if he recognizes this power, and Arashi realizes with horror it's Azaki's. Shinjo reveals his blessing of copy, lets him store skills, and right now he's using Azaki's invincibility. He admits it's powerful but drains too much mana, and Arashi screams at him not to use his friend's power. Shinjo reveals it's the only power he inherited from him, asking if Arashi is the one to carry on Azaki's will. Arashi snaps, shouting for him to shut up, but Shinjo activates Short Step, appearing right behind him. Arashi is caught completely by surprise as Shinjo coldly calls him too slow. He then activates Explosion, kicking Arashi with immense force, and our boy is engulfed in the fiery blast, sent flying backwards through the air. Shinjo notes that controlling the firepower is difficult, leaving Arashi scorched and defeated on the ground. He looks down and declares the fight over, and Arashi can only agree. He lies there, admitting he's weak. Later, the two sit in the aftermath of their battle, and Shinjo simply tells him to get stronger. Arashi asks why he's wasting his time on someone like him. Shinjo says he needs Arashi's power, but Arashi insists Shinjo is strong enough on his own. Shinjo admits he couldn't even save a classmate, and he calls out Arashi's name with a serious gaze. Arashi asks if they were all just pawns to him, and Shinjo admits that at the beginning they were. A bitter laugh escapes Arashi's lips, mocking Shinjo for finally getting soft and emotional. Shinjo remains silent, his expression unreadable. Arashi lies back, recalling Azaki's final words, a promise to take care of his little sister. He can't ignore that promise, he has to return home. Arashi gets to his feet, telling Shinjo he'll catch up, and tells him to go on ahead without him. He walks off alone towards a distant town. Meanwhile, a military caravan travels across a vast field. A blonde-haired boy on horseback complains about the long journey, but a girl with a ponytail tells him to stop whining. This group rides on, following their leader. A young man named Shuji rallies the troops for the days ahead, and the blonde boy's easy agreement annoys the girl beside him. Shuji looks back with a hint of concern, his gaze lingering on the empty space in their formation. A pink-haired girl asks if he's okay, guessing that he's worried about Arashi. This pink-haired girl asks what he's decided about Shinjo, and Shuji declares he won't trust him anymore, seeing him only as an ally with similar goals. This girl with the red ribbon remains silent as Shuji explains he has two reasons for his choice. First, he remembers how Shinjo used their classmates as bait, and how he hid his true intentions behind a lie. He can't trust someone who manipulates others so easily, and his second reason is that Ozaki died. Shuji admits he once thought the ends justified the means, but his friend's death changed everything. He knows following Shinjo isn't a guarantee of victory, realizing they relied on him far too much. From now on, they have to think for themselves. This pink-haired girl nods in agreement. Shuji reveals he obtained a new blessing after his last fight, believing he can now defeat the Demon King himself. Meanwhile, on the front lines in Castiglione, a medical station is overflowing with injured soldiers. This Demon King's army attacked while the hero was away, forcing the exhausted alliance into a strategy meeting. This blonde commander slams his fist in frustration as a priest suggests they retreat from the front lines, but a purple-haired commander insists they hold out, arguing it would be a waste to give up their ground. This priest argues their army's strength has been cut in half, and the blonde commander admits the enemy's numbers are overwhelming. Another commander agrees only the hero squad can turn the tide. This blonde commander wonders why the enemy has suddenly stopped attacking. Just then, a soldier bursts into the meeting room, interrupting with an urgent report from the recon unit. This commander asks him what happened, and the soldier reveals the Demon King's army has retreated. This leaders are shocked, questioning the timing of this move, but the soldier says the reason is still unconfirmed. It seems uprisings are happening everywhere at once.